In Barbados, the committee struck to investigate the 1816 rebellion reported that almost a year before the insurrection rumors had circulated that the benefits of freedom would probably be extended. Through the interposition of the Friends of the Blacks, in England on either Christmas 1815 or New Year's Day 1816.40. For the enslaved, the causes and politics of the rebellion, known in Barbados as Buss's Rebellion after one of its leaders, were more complicated. The surviving records of the rebellion are mostly court records. Historians have had to reconstruct the origins of the rebellion mostly from the testimony of people who chose not to join in the fighting. Bussa, a ranger on a sugar plantation called Bailey's, sometimes Baileys or Baileys in the records, was joined by a carpenter named King Wiltshire, a mason named Dick Bailey, and another man, known as Johnny, who carried a flag at the head of a group of rebels during a doomed last stand on April 16, 1816. Another leading conspirator, Nanny Grigg, was enslaved at Simmons Plantation, and was reported to have been the first person to tell the people on the plantation that freedom was coming, and that her master was very uneasy about it. Nanny Grigg, according to Robert, an informer, told the people at Simmons that they were all damned fools to work since emancipation would come on New Year's Day 1816. When it didn't, Robert claimed that she told people that freedom had been delayed until Easter Monday and that the way to ensure freedom was to fight for it, the way they did in St. Domingo. People on the estates eagerly waited for information. William, a free black tailor, rebuked one of his apprentices for teasing enslaved workers by pretending to read from newspapers about emancipation. The people at Ishford Plantation, which William had visited for a job, grilled him on whether he had brought any good news for them, and could tell anything about their freedom. 41 Daniel, an enslaved carpenter, testified that he'd learned from a free man of color named Cain Davis, who had seen it in the newspapers, that the Queen and Mr. Wilberforce had sent out to have them all freed. 42 Just before Christmas 1815, Bussa and a group of other men, including King Wiltshire, held a secret meeting. After his arrest, Wiltshire explained he had heard that freedom had arrived through a black woman who was a queen, for whom Mr. Wilberforce acted in England. 43 Queen Charlotte, George II's wife, was rumored to have a distant African ancestor. News of amelioration and royal politics from England, filtered through free and enslaved people's common experience of living in a slave society, was rewritten as a narrative of freedom denied. The conspiracy soon gained momentum. Jackie, the head driver at Simmons, promised that he would send for the other drivers, rangers, and head carters at the plantations, to give the country a light on Easter Monday by setting signal fires and burning sugarcane fields. 44 Jackie, who as head driver enjoyed a great deal of independence, power, and prestige on the plantation, often met with another conspirator, Washington Franklin, a free man of color. According to planter testimony, Franklin had spent months before the insurrection visiting the villages of the enslaved on the plantations, carrying newspapers from England, and rebels allegedly planned to appoint him as governor of Barbados. 45 The informer, Robert, claimed he heard Jackie and Franklin planning the revolt. Robert often went by Jackie's house to chat and to horse around with Jackie's children. Desperation made plantations into places where trusted family friends could turn snitch, and where few would blame them for it. Robert seems to have chosen to testify against the leaders of the rebellion because a group of rebels had come to his home plantation, Simmons, and threatened to kill him if he did not fight. One man had told him, "I will chop you down if you do not join us." 46 The people at Simmons seem to have held their ground until the arrival of the militia. The politics of the rebels in Barbados are harder to pin down in the historical record than those of leading white abolitionists. The rebels went to the scaffold without revealing all their secrets, and the testimony of enslaved and free witnesses and of white militiamen are a tangle of accusations and hearsay. The rebels wanted freedom, to be sure, but what that freedom might have looked like is harder to specify. Barbados's rebels, however, made and carried flags into battle with them, and they provide a clue. None of the flags survive, but a British soldier made a sketch of one, taken during the rebels' last stand, and it is preserved in the UK National Archives. Britannia sits on a lion in the bottom left corner. On the right, a ship flies the English St. George Cross and the Royal Navy flag, another St. George Cross inset with a Union Jack. 3 dark-skinned people stand in fashionable European clothes, 2 men with top hats and blue topcoats, and a woman in a flowing white frock. A white redcoat stands in the foreground, and 4 images of the crown are scattered in the field. Various mottos appear on banners: happiness remains forever with Endeavourance forever, and God always saves Endeavour. According to a colonel in the colonial militia, the flag was intended to depict George III passing a crown to a dark-skinned man, who was represented as placing it on the head of another black man, who had, hanging on his arm, a white woman. Another printed motto, which does not appear on the copy in the archive, read: Brittany are happy to assist all such as Endeavourance. A witness guessed that it meant that Great Britain would assist the slaves, if they would endeavor to obtain their liberty themselves. Another witness claimed that a literate enslaved sign painter in Bridgetown had designed the flags. 47 Had anti-slavery policies not been rooted in the idea that amelioration prevented rebellion, the flags might have seemed like proof that some enslaved Barbadians had adopted the symbols of the British crown, British clothing, and British liberty. As it was, though, the rebellion, and its flags, shocked and embarrassed white abolitionists. A pamphlet in London, written in defense of the slaveholders, asserted that the enslaved carried other flags as well, including ones printed with the words Liberty and White Wives. Another flag allegedly read Wilberforce, another had the figure of a white man hanging by the neck, and still another the figure of a white woman kneeling and imploring mercy from a black man. 48 If these other flags ever existed, which I doubt, they only survive in these reports. As news of the rebellion arrived in Britain, slaveholders and abolitionists fought over its causes. Barbados slaveholders and their allies in Britain and the other slave colonies blamed the rebellion on the Slave Registry Bill. They argued that abolitionist promotion of the proposed law had incited rebellion, and that missionaries had at best failed to stop the violence and at worst had actively conspired with rebel leaders. The planters also claimed that literate enslaved people saw the Haitian Revolution as worthy of imitation, and as exhibiting a prospect of success which they might reasonably hope to emulate. According to the testimony of the people interrogated by the planter militia after the rebellion, many enslaved workers believed that freedom had been granted to them in England, but that in order to secure it in the face of planter resistance, they would have to fight. 49. The anti-slavery lobby blamed the planters, justifiably, for overreacting to the registry bill. But they blamed the rebellion itself on local and temporary privation of the usual quantity of food available to the enslaved because of restrictions in trade with the United States caused by the War of 1812. Anti-slavery activists argued that the rebellion was an apolitical spasm caused by famine. If we are to suppose, one anti-slavery pamphlet read, that the enslaved were capable of combining under the direction, as we are told, of artful and intelligent leaders, they could hardly have acted so stupidly and irrationally. The rebellion began close to Bridgetown, white abolitionists wrote, where it was easy for the militia to rally. Consequently, the rebellion had to have been something like a large-scale food riot, not a bid for emancipation. 50. Buss's rebellion exposed the fragility of anti-slavery amelioration. The rebellion appalled many white abolitionists because it seemed to risk disproving the hypothesis that amelioration policies would lead to peaceful and gradual emancipation. First, many Britons, both for and against slavery, had blamed slave rebellions, the Haitian Revolution chief among them, on a combination of a high proportion of enslaved people born in West Africa within a given colony and especially brutal slave laws. But by 1816, 93% of enslaved people in Barbados, compared with 63% in Jamaica and 56% in Trinidad, had been born in the Caribbean. 51 Without a high proportion of saltwater enslaved people on the island, the anti-slavery lobby argued that the only other possible cause of rebellion was ill treatment. The Christian Observer, an evangelical magazine edited by Zachary Macaulay, reasserted the argument that the rebellion was a desperate attempt by the enslaved to secure enough food and shelter to survive. Barbados, an island with a well-established planter class and a long colonial history, was, however, home to many experiments in amelioration led by slaveholders. The Barbados Assembly published its report on the rebellion intending that it be read in London. The committee that convened the inquiry seems to have taken pains to interrogate enslaved people and white workers from improved plantations. For example, James Boland, a literate enslaved man living and working on the river, a plantation in St. Philip Parish owned by Thomas Crook Endon, told the committee that the cause of the rebellion had nothing to do with poor nutrition and everything to do with the intelligence imparted to the slaves, which intelligence was obtained from the English newspapers. Point 52 Crook Endon, an absentee who also owned an estate in St. Vincent, was proud of his progressive credentials. He had inherited the river from his uncle, Langford Millington, another self-consciously enlightened slaveholder. A fellow of the Royal Society and an acquaintance of Sir Joseph Banks, Millington split his time between his plantations and his home on Berners Street in Fitzrovia, London. In 1799, Millington arranged for the export from the East India Company's territories to Barbados of a packet of seeds from economically valuable plants, including teak. 53 in 1802, Millington joined William Wilberforce as a benefactor and board member of a charity devoted to founding a research hospital for fever victims in London. 54. Crook Endon shared his uncle's interest in scientific plantation management. At the inquiry launched by the Barbados Assembly, Thomas Nurse, the overseer of the river, listed the precise quantities of all the provisions provided by the estate to enslaved workers: yams, potatoes, fish, salt, molasses, and corn, measured out to the various classes among the enslaved. The head driver, ranger, and head carter received the biggest share, the principal tradesmen and second-class drivers slightly less, and so on through the boys and girls, first class. Nurse testified that all the enslaved received clothing on a regular schedule, that no offense was punished with more than 20 lashes, that meals were regularly scheduled, and that medical attendance was as good as the island could afford. Nurse also read out the statistics on births and deaths at the river, noting an increase between 1808 and 1816 from 183 to 229 enslaved people, without the slave trade. 55 here, the Barbados Assembly insisted, was real amelioration. Slaveholders argued that meddling from London had only clouded the minds of the enslaved. The promises held out, that a party in England, and particularly Mr. Wilberforce, the report concluded, were their friends and benefactors, exerting themselves to ameliorate their condition, and ultimately effect their emancipation, had led to tragedy. 56. The combination of news of the Barbados Rebellion and the surge of pamphlets against the Registry Bill killed the legislation. The slaveholders had won, although now, even politicians in Britain who were happy to see the Registry Bill tabled had become more confident about London's right to legislate for the slave empire. 57 In 1816, most MPs were loath to risk the principle of the inviolability of private property on emancipation. Instead of a centralized registry of enslaved people, Parliament requested that slave colonies keep their own registers, and in 1819 this diluted Registry Act passed. No registrars were sent from London, but colonies were required to send copies to the Colonial Office. As the Registry Bill was failing, a fiery lawyer named Robert Thorpe published a series of pamphlets attacking the African institution. Thorpe, who had been Chief Justice of Sierra Leone in the early 1810s, singled out Zachary Macaulay, whom he despised, as a hypocrite and self-dealer. Thorpe published a letter that Macaulay had sent from London to Sierra Leone in 1807, imploring the colonial governor, Thomas Ludlam, to be circumspect in his letters to anyone outside of the Sierra Leone Company's inner circle. Macaulay expressed his confidence that leading Tories such as Spencer Perceval and George Canning would support the African institution, provided we will but save them the trouble of thinking. 58 Macaulay did indeed have substantial business interests and investments in Sierra Leone, and a great deal of influence over appointments to positions in the colony. Slaveholders and their hired scribblers gleefully quoted Thorpe's pamphlets and Macaulay's chastened replies. The intricacies of the scandal were probably difficult for most readers to grasp. But Thorpe caused damage all the same with his scurrilous accusations that Macaulay and abolitionists were hypocrites who hoped to stop the slave trade to establish their own slave colony in West Africa. Attacks on Macaulay resonated with people who resented the zealotry and censoriousness of the saints. The slave-holding interest pressed its advantage. In 1816, James McQueen, a Scots journalist, geographer, and one of the most prolific and effective hired pens employed by British slaveholders, compiled a collection of letters he had published, under the pseudonym Colonist, in the Glasgow Courier. In one letter, McQueen claimed that he heard an abolitionist, so well known for his philanthropic celebrity, declare in public that he hoped to live to see a black government established in our West India colonies. McQueen also insinuated that a London abolitionist had made the flags the rebels had carried, formed to wave in the tempest of insurrection, confusion, and destruction. 59. For all the embarrassment that the Barbados Rebellion and its aftermath had caused the anti-slavery lobby, British slaveholders seemed to have realized that the ground had shifted, and amelioration policies were vulnerable. Pro-slavery publications leaned heavily on the idea that amelioration could be accomplished by the planters themselves and used the Barbados Rebellion as proof. Above all, they insisted that Parliament had no legitimate right to impose legislation on the islands, that it could neither emancipate slaves, nor cause a registry, nor lawfully force any innovations, against the standing and fundamental laws of the colonies. 60. Rebellions, small and large, were a regular feature of life in the slave empire. But Buss's rebellion, led by elite enslaved workers carrying flags with revolutionary slogans, seems especially to have rattled colonial slaveholders. In 1816, the novelist Matthew Lewis, an absentee slaveholder best known for his Gothic horror novel, The Monk, 1796, visited his estate in Jamaica. The enslaved people living on his plantation were restive. Lewis was told that the gangs on his plantation were singing work songs declaring that he had come from England to set them free. He also heard rumors that more than 300 people had sworn an oath to kill all the whites on the island of Jamaica. Later, at the Lyndhurst Penn estate, the overseer told Lewis that he was convinced a Haitian agent provocateur, working with a free-colored preacher, had appointed a king of the Igbos on the estate. According to Lewis, a song was found on the person of the king, who was arrested at a funeral feast, that read, "Oh me good friend, Mr. Wilberforce, make we free. God Almighty thank yet. God Almighty thank yet. Buckra in this country no make we free. What Negro for to do? What Negro for to do? Take force by force. Take force by force." 61. Historians often cite this song. One historian calls it the Wilberforce song, as proof that enslaved people were aware of the anti-slavery debate in Britain. 62. And they were, of course. They imagined and craved an end to slavery, and many no doubt thought of armed struggle. But Matthew Lewis made his living writing fiction, and the Wilberforce song seems to me to be too good to be true. The song appears in a highly stylized memoir that was published in 1834. The idea that an enslaved person would carry a written copy of any song strains credulity. Although some enslaved people were literate, most were not. Moreover, work songs were an oral tradition. The people who sang them did not need to write them down. Enslaved people survived by staying alert to what white observers knew about them, what they wanted to know, and what they suspected, so the idea that an enslaved person would carry a copy of such an incriminating song seems even more unlikely. Furthermore, most satirical and subversive work songs that survive in the historical record are much more subtle than this one. The imagery and politics of work songs in the era of slavery were allegorical and elusive. They were obscure enough that enslaved people could deny any hidden meaning. Finally, according to Lewis, the Ebo king, when confronted, had said that he certainly had made use of this song, and what harm was there in his doing so? He had sung no songs but such as his brown priest had assured him were approved of by John the Baptist. 63 The fact that the Ebo king allegedly blamed not only a missionary, but a missionary of color, exactly the man whom the Lyndhurst overseer wanted to frame, makes the Wilberforce song seem like an invention, perhaps based on an unwritten song overheard by the overseer. Lewis's account of it, though, shows the atmosphere of paranoia among slaveholders and overseers in Jamaica. They knew the enslaved believed they had allies in Britain. The irony of the Wilberforce song is how deeply it would have disturbed William Wilberforce. The point of amelioration was to show enslaved people that taking force by force would only count against the case for freedom. In 1816, Henry Coster, the son of a Liverpool sugar merchant who lived in Pernambuco, Brazil, reflected on the dilemma presented by amelioration. On the one hand, he wrote, it would be impossible to abolish slavery in the colonies by an act of parliament, since no government has a right to impoverish a whole body of men, however upright its intentions may be. All the same, Coster admitted, in the end the emancipation of the slaves must take place, the state of the world will require it, the improving state of mankind will call for it. 64 The question was whether emancipation would be an imperial law imposed on the colonies, or whether the colonies could be relied upon to end slavery themselves. To Coster, the Barbados Rebellion had set back the abolitionist cause. He blamed the rebellion for the failure of the Registry Bill and argued that it had strengthened slaveholders' claims that anti-slavery would lead to rebellion. Enslaved people, he reflected, would do better to bear the heavy yoke patiently. 65 And most did, until 1823. 6. Demerara and the anti-slavery revival. In 1823, at story time, some British children settled in for Cuffy the Negro's doggerel description of the progress of sugar. In the first illustration, a lean black man sits with his hat out. He explains that he was tricked into leaving the Caribbean for England, land of liberty. In England, Cuffy now trades the story of sugar production for coins, so that when little masses suck the lollipop, they will remember that poor Negroes labor all this comfort brings. 1 In the illustrations, sugar production is wholesome farm work. Enslaved workers are heedless and contented. On planting sugar cane, Cuffy declaims, in the same offensive and contrived Caribbean dialect. Then cane tops be cut, into hole we poke ye. All times 3 or 4, Cuffy no will jokey. Now den home we go, merry as can be. Merrier than Negro ne'er can bucker man be. 2. When the sugar arrives in England, Cuffy condemns crooked grocers who step on the pure brown sugar with sand or grit. The book was published and sold by Edward Wallace, the heir to a pocket empire of London shops selling books, toys, and board games for children. Cuffy was part of Wallace's series of dissected puzzles, combining instruction with amusement. Other titles in the list included illustrated poems on the production of wheat, wool, and ceramics, abridged versions of the life of St. Paul and Robinson Crusoe, adapted to a game of forfeits, and picture books on steamboats, fox hunting and the Battle of Waterloo. 3. In 1823, sugar and slavery were back on the public's mind. In Cuffy, British children were taught that colonial sugar production was a pillar of the British Empire that could not be allowed to fall, that sweets in London required slavery in the colonies. However, the book presented the conditions of slavery in a jolly light. Enslaved workers in the Caribbean were portrayed as well-fed and contented, while freedom in Britain forced Cuffy to beg for coins. The anti-slavery campaign might have persuaded Britons of the spiritual equality of enslaved Africans and white Britons. As Cuffy exclaimed, God can see in dark. For amelioration, however, was faltering. Even if enslaved people had access to more food and more time, and even if corporal punishment was in decline, and that was doubtful, emancipation was no closer than it had ever been. And yet, the British slave empire was also suffering. After the Haitian Revolution, Spanish Cuba became the most fertile and productive sugar island in the Caribbean and, on the mainland, Brazil boomed. Britain's colonies could not keep up. In Britain's newer Caribbean colonies, The end of the slave trade made it impossible for planters to secure as much labor as they needed to compete. In the older colonies, the soil was nearing exhaustion. The slave empire was in distress, overmortgaged, outcompeted, and increasingly politically isolated. As the slave empire faltered, abolitionists reconsidered amelioration. Gradual emancipation suddenly seemed possible. But soon, another slave rebellion, this time in British Guiana, shook abolitionist confidence once again. After 1816, slaveholders had the advantage in the anti-slavery debate for the first time since the 1790s. The anti-slavery lobby, chastened by the collapse of the 1815 Registry Bill and shocked by Buss's rebellion, took a more passive approach to their already long-term project of ameliorating slavery. The leaders of the anti-slavery movement turned to the reform of British foreign policy, pushing for more treaties against the slave trade. They hoped that a general ban on slave trading would be a safer, less contentious path to amelioration. The anti-slavery retreat might have emboldened slaveholders, but even so the colonial sugar industry was in danger. After the Haitian Revolution, Cuba, some 90 kilometers, 56 miles, from the Republic of Haiti, became a new center of plantation slavery. Between 1791 and 1825, more than 320,000 enslaved people were brought to Cuba, compared with a total of about 93,000 in all previous decades. Planters there took advantage of the supply of enslaved workers and new land to produce high-quality sugar at a far lower price than British planters. 5. At the beginning of the era of amelioration, Britain's slave empire in the Caribbean had 11 colonies with elected assemblies: Jamaica, Barbados, St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, Montserrat, Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada, Tobago, and the Virgin Islands. The legislative colonies were the old slave empire, but they were also the core of the West India interest in Parliament. The old slave-holding dynasties, astride the Atlantic with a foot in the Caribbean and a foot in Britain, were mostly from the old empire. Britain also had 4 crown colonies in the slave empire: British Guiana, Trinidad, St. Lucia, and the Indian Ocean slave colony of Mauritius, taken from France in 1815. Even as Cuba became a formidable foreign competitor for the old colonies, the crown colonies posed their own kind of threat. They were administered by crown-appointed executives, not elected assemblies, and so were more open to abolitionist pressure. They also tended to have more heterogeneous populations of slaveholders, with few loyalties to the old empire. Trinidad's planters, for example, included former French and Spanish subjects, and a substantial, prosperous community of people of mixed European and African descent. The crown colonies also had less exhausted soil and more open land. By 1830, about 30% of sugar, 38% of rum, 60% of cacao and 60% of cotton imported from the colonies into Britain came from these new colonies, especially from British Guiana. 6 The crown colonies enjoyed the same duties that protected sugar, rum, and other products produced in Jamaica or Barbados, but they could produce sugar in greater quantity at less expense. Demand for sugar in Britain kept growing, but the price kept falling, by 25% between 1815 and 1825, and by another 25% between 1835 and 1850. Comparative advantage favored sugar producers who could meet the demand with massive imports at the lowest possible cost of production. 7 Throughout the 1820s, delegations of slaveholders made repeated requests for loans from Parliament to cover their losses. The vulnerability of sugar planters to the falling price of sugar reinvigorated the leaders of the anti-slavery movement. They hoped that indirect economic forces could be put to work to accelerate the process of amelioration where direct legislation such as the Registry Bill had failed. In 1821, James Cropper, a wealthy Quaker merchant in Liverpool and a committed abolitionist, published a series of open letters to William Wilberforce. In his letters, Cropper argued that wage labor was cheaper than enslaved labor. He had invested in new sugar plantations in India, worked by paid laborers, after the East India Company had lost its monopoly on trade with the Indian subcontinent in 1813. Now that India was open to speculation, the Indian sugar industry, on land many times larger than the Caribbean archipelago and with what seemed like a limitless supply of labor, could outcompete the slave empire and compel not only British but also Cuban and Brazilian slave holders to give up the slave trade. But Cropper went further still. Cheap wage labor, he argued, could end slavery. Adam Hodgson, a fellow merchant and abolitionist, agreed. In a public letter to the economist John Baptiste Say, Hodgson remarked that he had seen enslaved people in Virginia earn far more in wages than they were required to turn over to slave holders when they were hired out. In Pennsylvania, however, he found able-bodied white men willing to work for their food only. Hodgson and Cropper reimagined Adam Smith's ideas about the civilizing power of commercial life. In a series of lectures given at the University of Glasgow in 1763, Smith celebrated commerce in general, but noted with concern that the most successful wool and cotton manufacturers in Britain paid the lowest wages, that the people who clothe the whole world are in rags themselves. Smith worried that low wages might slowly erode British power. The new generation of anti-slavery political economists argued, in contrast, that low wages were a powerful tool for civilizing the poor, at home and abroad. 8. On the opening of the East India trade, Cropper wrote, "I believed that a great experiment was to be tried, a competition between free and enslaved labor. 9 The idea that profit margins could detect and record the immorality of slavery recalled earlier abolitionist fascinations with trade and foreshadowed descriptions of emancipation, when it finally arrived, as the mighty experiment." Cropper was certain that free labor sugar would be less expensive to buy and cheaper to produce. As a bonus, he noted that competition with free labor sugar would also drive down British prices, showing that abolitionists were also attuned to the struggles of British workers. 10. Here in Cropper's description was a seed for a new approach to amelioration that relied not on the regulation of the colonies themselves but the regulation of import and export duties, and the transformation of enslaved laborers into workers willing to accept the lowest wages that the market could support. Around the same time that Cropper wrote, the young MP Thomas Fowell Buxton condemned the African institution's passivity. William Wilberforce had taken notice of Buxton, who was related to the Gurney family, Quaker stalwarts in Norwich. He saw the young man's religious conviction, earnest desire for reform and conservative, deliberate instincts. Wilberforce was spending less time in Parliament, he was going blind and in overall poor health. He hoped to pass the leadership of the anti-slavery cause in Parliament to a successor. Wilberforce visited Buxton on February 2, 1821. He was, Buxton wrote, warm to excess. Over and over again he thanked me for the boldness and openness of my remarks. 11 On May 24, 1821, Wilberforce wrote to Buxton, "I have been longing to bring forward that great subject, the condition of the Negro slaves in our transatlantic colonies, and the best means of providing for their moral and social improvement, and ultimately for their advancement to the rank of a free peasantry." Wilberforce wanted to push for a resolution on gradual emancipation in Parliament, and he thought that Buxton would be an eligible leader in this holy enterprise. 12 Buxton accepted. Soon after Wilberforce anointed his successor in Parliament, a new anti-slavery organization formed, to shape public opinion and the legislative agenda. In 1823, the Society for the Mitigation and Gradual Abolition of Slavery throughout the British Dominions, the Anti-Slavery Society, was founded in London. Its primary leaders included Zachary Macaulay, James Cropper, Thomas Clarkson, and William Allen, apart from Cropper, all veterans of the campaign against the slave trade. Wilberforce remained as a figurehead, while Buxton took a more visible role. The society argued for emancipation as the explicit goal of amelioration. As Clarkson wrote in a pamphlet published by the society, the abolitionists had learned their lesson from 1816. Clarkson admitted that he had believed that by effecting the abolition of the slave trade, the axe would be laid to the root of slavery itself, but he now understood that emancipation would require a preparation of the persons who are to be the subjects of so great a change, principally through legal reform. 13 In the new version of amelioration, the path from slavery to freedom would be written in laws that would incrementally add to the civil rights of enslaved British subjects. While it advocated for these reforms, the Anti-Slavery Society resolved also to lobby for the end of preferential duties that protected British slaveholders from competition in the domestic market. The Society anticipated that the combination of new legal rights, amplified by the pressure of competition with wage laborers, would lead, in time, to the end of plantation slavery. In May 1823, the Foreign Secretary and leader of the Commons in Lord Liverpool's Tory government, George Canning, permitted Buxton to introduce the motion, that the state of slavery is repugnant to the principles of the British Constitution and of the Christian religion, and that it ought to be gradually abolished throughout the British dominions, with as much expedition as may be consistent with a due regard to the well-being of the parties concerned. Canning was cautious. He opposed slavery in the same vague and non-committal terms as his first political boss, Pitt the Younger. Canning and his more liberal allies among the Tories supported free trade, and the end of the ban on Catholics in British public life. And yet, he recognized that a powerful wing of the party would rather resign their seats than abandon either Protestantism or the landlords who benefited most from the protections of the Corn Laws. A gradual emancipation motion would signal to the colonies that the end of protective duties on sugar was on the agenda, a stalking horse for further reforms. Buxton, rising to his great height, began the debate. Although he claimed that he held no ill will towards British slaveholders, he emphasized that amelioration needed to be directed from London. He described scenes from Dominica in 1817, a teenage boy weighed down by nearly 25 pounds of chains, two 12-year-old girls, scarred from cart whippings, manacled together at the neck. 14 Slavery was dangerous to public safety, he argued, and only gradual abolition could prevent a slave rebellion. This was a new spin on Buss's rebellion. Before 1816, anti-slavery organizations stressed that amelioration would prevent rebellion as conditions for enslaved workers improved. In consequence, the Barbados Rebellion was a blow to anti-slavery confidence. But now Buxton made a clever move, reversing the anti-slavery position on the meaning of slave rebellions. Unless Parliament acted to impose more regulations on the slave empire, he implied, another Barbados was inevitable. And rather than counting against the anti-slavery cause, Buxton insisted that recalcitrant slaveholders would be to blame for any future outbreaks of violence, because they had refused to accept an expanded, centralist amelioration policy. Buxton reassured the House that he wasn't proposing the sudden emancipation of the Negro. Instead, emancipation would come in a course of years, first fitting and qualifying the slave for the enjoyment of freedom. Nothing rash, nothing rapid, nothing abrupt. He urged legislators to remember that gradual emancipation had been effective in winding down slavery in New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. We are far from meaning to attempt to cut down slavery in the maturity of its vigor, he continued. We rather shall leave it gently to decay, slowly, silently, almost imperceptibly, to die away, and to be forgotten. He cited Simon Bolivar's policies in the new Republic of Gran Colombia, where laws freeing children born to enslaved women and careful schemes for manumission of adults had resulted in a degree of docility on the part of the blacks as well as a degree of confidence and security on the part of the whites. 15. Slavery was Britain's broadest and blackest national sin, Buxton concluded. 16. It had made the colonies into playgrounds for sadists. There was no such thing as a good master, even the best-intentioned slaveholders became numb and violent. Moreover, the British slave trade had debauched West Africa. Gradual emancipation, he insisted, would heal both Britain and the Empire. Christian missionaries and British merchants would transform emancipated people into upright wage workers. West Africa would be remade in the image of civilization. If his motion carried, Buxton had plans for an array of new bills to establish a framework for gradual emancipation, nearly all of which required overruling the legislatures of the slave colonies. But Canning tripped up Buxton, a less experienced MP. The Tory leader had no intention of provoking a constitutional crisis. He rose and gently scolded Buxton for excessive zeal and made a plea for moderation. Yes, Canning admitted, Britain's laws were in principle hostile to slavery, but Parliament had spent more than 2 centuries tolerating and even encouraging a system of colonial establishment of which it well knew slavery to be the foundation. 17 Atonement for Christians had come in an instant at Calvary, but atonement for the British Empire would be a long process, and ideally one that began in the colonies themselves. Canning proposed 3 new, more anodyne resolutions. First, that it is expedient to adopt effectual and decisive measures for ameliorating the condition of the slave population in His Majesty's colonies. Second, that, through a determined and persevering, but at the same time judicious and temperate enforcement of such measures, this House looks forward to a progressive improvement in the character of the slave population, such as may prepare them for a participation in those civil rights and privileges which are enjoyed by other classes of His Majesty's subjects. Third, that this House is anxious for the accomplishment of this purpose at the earliest period that shall be compatible with the well-being of the slaves themselves, with the safety of the colonies, and with a fair and equitable consideration of the interests of private property. Buxton was crestfallen. Then Wilberforce rose to second the resolutions. He reaffirmed his hope that the conversion of the slaves into a free peasantry should rather be the gradual effect of the operation of moral causes than the result of an act of Parliament. Wilberforce and Canning had known one another for decades. Wilberforce had reliably supported Canning in foreign policy. Wilberforce seems to have erred on the side of his old ally, rather than his new protégé. "It was an awkward situation," he wrote, "but I could not learn what our friends thought, and I never got up so utterly unprepared." Wilberforce was convinced that under Buxton's motion we certainly could not have divided well. A defeat in the Commons for the original motion would have been a humiliation and, in Wilberforce's view, having Canning on board was a coup. 18. Charles Ellis, later Baron Seaford, rose. The owner of Montpelier Plantation in Jamaica, which less than 10 years later would be set on fire by enslaved rebels, Ellis told the House that he did not want to be considered the champion of slavery. Instead, he begged the House to remember that the responsibility for plantation slavery fell on the government who framed the system, and upon the parliaments which have repeatedly sanctioned it. He cited Jamaica's 1801, 1807, 1809 and 1816 revised slave codes as evidence of good faith. He supported the motion. Freedom was a good thing, but, he concluded, if it were given to the Negroes before they are fitted to receive it, would only confirm and aggravate the evil. In reply, Henry Brougham pointed out that revised motions could easily be dismissed if it suited the government. There was nothing specific, nothing practical in them. Brougham, a member of the Anti-Slavery Society, was outside the inner circle of the old evangelical abolitionists. A gifted lawyer and administrator, he was famous for his mastery of the granular details of government policy. As William Hazlitt wrote, "Scarce a ship clears out its cargo." But he has a notice of the bill of lading. Hazlitt, whose sketch of Brougham in Spirit of the Age is both admiring and nasty, described Brougham on the floor of the House, speaking in a loud and unmitigated tone of voice, sometimes almost approaching to a scream. He is fluent, rapid, vehement, full of his subject. 19 Brougham distinguished between landowners in Britain and the Caribbean. British landowners, Brougham insisted, were long-term investors in land and a stable political foundation for the commons. In contrast, absentee slaveholders, some of whom had seats in Parliament, were speculators and gamblers. Men in these circumstances, it is obvious, have no permanent interest in the soil, Brougham remarked. Their object is to make the most they can in the shortest time. Some were honorable and committed to amelioration, but the welfare of the enslaved and the safety of the colonies could not be entrusted to chance and individual goodwill. Alexander Baring, later Lord Ashburton, a partner in his family's firm, Baring Brothers & Co. Later Baring's Bank, represented many prominent British and American slaveholders. His family, after all, had helped to make the Louisiana Purchase by raising loans from Britain on behalf of the American government. He pointed out a logical conclusion of Canning's resolutions. The motions tacitly accepted emancipation as British policy. They also affirmed that British slaveholders had held people as property legally. He observed that, in consequence, any emancipation policy would have to include compensation for slaveholders. As the merchant and slaveholder John Gladstone wrote, in a public letter, in the question of compensation, the slave is no party, that is between the proprietor and the legislature only. The law must, at least, be binding on those that made it 20. Although the issue of compensation would nearly tear it apart a decade later, in 1823 the leaders of the Anti-Slavery Society agreed. In a transcript on the debates published by the Society, the editor noted Britain's clear and indisputable duty completely to reform our present colonial system, even if it should require a large pecuniary sacrifice to accomplish that object. 21 The motions passed unanimously, without a division in the House. As later generations of British abolitionists pointed out, this ought to have been an ominous sign. George Stephen remembered that Buxton would anathematize the resolutions in a tone that used to make me challenge his Quaker descent. 22. Although sympathetic to anti-slavery, George Canning wanted to avoid a confrontation with the planters in the legislative colonies. Instead, the government proposed a series of reforms to enact the resolutions, which would be issued as orders in council to the Crown colonies and suggested to the legislative colonies. These reforms included providing religious instruction and Christian education to enslaved people, the abolition of Sunday markets, to give enslaved people the time to attend church services, the admission of the testimony of enslaved people in the courts, the formalization of enslaved marriages, the protection of enslaved property, the right of enslaved people to purchase their own manumission, the prevention of family separation by sale, the abolition of corporal punishment of women, the abolition of the whip as a form of coercion, and the establishment of savings banks for enslaved people. These policies made the leaders of the anti-slavery movement uneasy. They imagined amelioration as a unified policy, imposed from London upon the entire empire. They also preferred to maintain control over the process, to measure and document its progress independently. Abolitionists might have had misgivings and disappointments about the policies. Once again, though, enslaved rebels took amelioration seriously. Britain had annexed Demerara, along with Berbice and Essequibo, 3 large, contiguous plantation colonies on the South American mainland, from the Netherlands in 1814. The 3 colonies were united as British Guiana, but they remained substantially independent. Guyana was vast in comparison to the rest of the British slave empire. Demerara extended into the Amazon, but its plantations were mostly concentrated in a 25-mile strip east of the Demerara River, near the coast. The new colonies attracted a new kind of slaveholder. Unlike the older colonies of the slave empire, where a caste of slaveholders had struck it rich and then returned to Britain as absentees, many investors in Guianese plantations never lived there to begin with. John Gladstone, the father of future Prime Minister William Ewart Gladstone, was an early investor in Demerara. Gladstone, a successful merchant, shipowner, and insurer, trusted in slavery. He feared the boom and bust of the business cycle and felt his capital was more secure when sunk into a sugar plantation. 23 In the booming new colonies, enslaved people were especially vulnerable to frequent sales and forced relocations. The Guyana colonies were known for the corps of hard men who ran the plantations, and for a tradition of fierce resistance by maroon communities and indigenous people. 24. Several missionary societies were active in Demerara, including the Methodist Wesleyan Missionary Society and the Independent London Missionary Society. Because the colony was governed by the Crown, local planters could not prevent missionary activity in the way that legislative colonies could. The booming profits of the colony, though, were at odds with many of the demands made by missionary societies. For example, every British missionary society hoped to end work for enslaved people on Sundays, including provision ground labor. Keeping the Sabbath, however, required that planters provide the enslaved with additional days to work their own grounds, which would eat into sugar production. The planters could not act directly against the missions, so they began a campaign of official and unofficial harassment. In May 1823, the Colonial Council passed a regulation requiring enslaved Christians to obtain a written pass from their overseer or from a resident proprietor every time they left their plantation to go to chapel. The enslaved were compelled to work harder than usual, forced to work on days reserved for provision grounds, threatened with cuts to their rations. In July, Canning's resolutions arrived in the colony. The governor, Lieutenant General John Murray, received the resolutions and spoke openly with his adjutants and trusted planters about how to implement them without either inflaming the enslaved population or losing the confidence of the planters. One or more of Murray's enslaved servants overheard this conversation, or perhaps read the resolutions. Whatever the case, the enslaved population began to wait for the news that they had been freed. As in Barbados 7 years before, many enslaved people in Demerara were convinced that the resolutions had granted them freedom and that white colonists had refused to carry them out. On August 18, 1823, as many as 10,000 enslaved people in Demerara rose in rebellion. According to a report published by the Guyana Chronicle, an enslaved spy tipped off the planters that the rebellion would begin at a plantation called El Souvenir, where a missionary from the London Missionary Society, John Smith, ministered to a large congregation of enslaved worshippers as pastor of the Bethel Chapel. Murray immediately summoned the makeshift cavalry of the planter militia, 14 men mostly recruited from among the clerks and lawyers who happened to have their horses tied up at the colonial courthouse in the capital, Georgetown. The cavalry rode out to confront the rebels. Murray also sent an officer to gather the militia. While riding back through a plantation called Success along the central road running between the cane fields and the sugar works, the officer was forced to flee a large group of armed rebels. In the swampy, leveed ground of Demerara, plantations were often set apart from one another by bridges or dikes, or by channels filled by diverted water. Governor Murray stopped his horse by the side of one of these channels and demanded to know what the enslaved wanted. "Our rights," they replied. He told them that London had instituted new reforms. He promised, however, to revoke them all if the rebellion did not end immediately. A few, according to reports, seemed as if they were desirous to avail themselves of His Excellency's condescension, but others immediately called out, "No, no," and a blowing of shells followed. 25 The white officers rode to meet the militia. The fighting lasted for about 2 days. On the first night, the rebels had the advantage. At Nabakli Plantation, at 9:30 p.m., a planter named Walrond and his wife were going to bed when the manager of the estate next to Nabakli ran into the great house. The manager recommended that all the arms and ammunition at the plantation, which were usually locked up in the logi, local slang for the plantation manager's quarters, be moved into the great house. Walrond ran to the distillery, where the overseers slept, and roused them. They ran to the logi and took out 4 muskets. Walrond took his fowling rifle off the rack and strapped on his pistols. For all 8 weapons, the whites had 60 rounds of ammunition. 2 of the men went to either side of the gallery door leading to the front door and the outside walk. 2 others stood at the hall door, set back from the gallery, so that the men firing through the gallery door could fall back to the hall to reload while the men standing in the hall ran forward to cover the entrance. At 4 in the morning, one of the whites called out, "Mr. Walrond, they are at hand." Walrond ran to the hall door. His gun jammed. He ran back into the corner and took one of the muskets from Billy, an enslaved servant, and attached the bayonet. The colonial press that reported on the scene gives the impression that the whites were alone. But Billy was there, and the great house was probably full of enslaved servants. What was Billy thinking as he helped Walrond to fix his bayonet? Before Walrond could move into the gallery, one of his overseers, Forbes, was shot through the back and fell into an armchair. The other overseer, Reed, led Walrond up the stairs towards the upper gallery of the house, saying, "It is of no use, we too are opposed to numbers." The rebels broke through the door and ran into the gallery. Walrond fired his pistols, wounding 2 of the enslaved. The rebels caught him and dragged him down the steps by the collar of his shirt. He begged for his life. He imagined that one of the rebels was a man he claimed to own, named Prince. He said, "Prince, will you murder me in this barbarous manner?" The man replied, in Walrond's recollection, "I am not Prince, but I am your friend. You are a good man, love God, and have not debarred your Negroes from having their meetings." Walrond was hauled back into the house, and locked inside an upper room. While Mr. Walrond was outside the house, his wife had run to the window, and pleaded with the rebels not to kill her husband. She was shot twice, in the hand and the arm. Billy rescued Mrs. Walrond, picking her up around the waist, carrying her on his shoulder and locking her in another room in the house. He then fled into the night. When the rebels got to the door and broke it down, one of the men asked her if she knew him. She said no, and as she remembered it later, the man said that his name was Sandy, head carpenter at Nonpareil. "We intend you no harm, we are only determined to have our freedom." She, her husband and the dying overseer Forbes were then brought into the plantation hospital and locked there, until the militia found them more than a day later. 26. The rebels moved from one plantation to the next, burning the trash houses and works and imprisoning the whites. The fighting happened at very close range. The guns on the plantations were often old, and generally in poor condition. Even new firearms in the 1820s were tricky and often inaccurate. Most of the fighting was hand-to-hand, with edged weapons and fists. At one plantation, Bachelor's Adventure, the head bookkeeper was slammed into the floor of the manager's office with so much force that the boards splintered beneath him. 27. At another, Newton Zewell, the manager, a man named Shanks, was surprised while drinking coffee with his gouty feet up on the window-sill of the gallery of the great house. Shanks took a massive dose of opium, choosing suicide over death in combat. Neither came to pass. An enslaved woman, sister to Shanks's enslaved footman, Daniel, forced enough milk, fresh from the cow, into his mouth that he vomited up the drug. 28. Billy, Daniel, and Daniel's sister, unnamed in the records, all enslaved servants, were courageous under pressure, and showed human decency to people who did not deserve it. Within 48 hours, the rebellion was over. Captured rebels and informers testified that the leaders of the rising had planned to imprison all the whites. After that, the rebels planned to seize all the weapons they could find, destroy the bridges across the swampy ground between the plantations and then march on the capital. About 40 plantations had been damaged, either when the rebels set the fields and works on fire or in skirmishes with the militia. The colonial militia, reinforced by the colonial garrison, which included enslaved black troops from the 1st West India Regiment, overwhelmed the rebels. On August 19, the governor declared martial law. At least 100 rebels, and almost certainly more, were killed in the fighting. 29. At one of the final confrontations between the enslaved and the military, Colonel Leahy of the militia asked the rebels what they wanted. They said, they wanted their freedom, that the king had sent it out, and that they would be free, according to the journal of an officer. He asked if any of the rebels could read. A man named Jack Gladstone produced a paper, which he claimed was signed by many of the whites imprisoned by rebels, confirming that they had been well treated. Jack and his father, Quamina, lived on Success Estate, owned by John Gladstone. If there had been any truth to the planters' vision of themselves as fathers to the enslaved, then Jack and Quamina would have been brothers to William Ewart Gladstone, John Gladstone's son, the future Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. On August 22, 1823, the governor offered a pardon to all the rebels, except the ringleaders, in exchange for their weapons. By August 26, the first enslaved people tried by court-martial, Natty and Lewis of Plaisance Plantation, were executed by firing squad at the parade grounds of the colonial garrison. The executions had the flavor of a military parade, with a procession of enslaved people carrying empty coffins, followed by the condemned and their guards. At many of the kangaroo courts that followed, an interpreter was appointed to communicate with the prisoners in the Negro dialect. One of the condemned, the records don't say who, was asked, "You do so, or you no do so?" The answer was, "No, me no ben do em." The court entered a plea of not guilty, but hanged the man anyway. 30 Some of the leaders were sentenced to flogging, rather than execution. In January 1824, Lewis of Porter's Hope, Jess Emmon, of Success, and Field, of Clonebrook, each received 1,000 lashes. Other prisoners received from 200 to 700 lashes. 3145 rebels were condemned to die, and 27 sentences were carried out. Quamina and Jack fled into the jungle. Quamina was shot through the temple by one of the indigenous hunters hired by the Demerara planters as trackers. His corpse was enclosed in a gibbet and left to be eaten by birds and insects. It didn't matter. Quamina had already crossed the ocean. Jack Gladstone was captured and tried in September. He explained that a man named Cato had told Quamina that Canning's resolutions had arrived in the colony by the mail packet. Cato, Quamina, Active and another man named Dumfries had gone to Jack's house to discuss the rumors. A man named Joe Simpson summoned the men and told them that they could have freedom, if they weren't too cowardly to take it. "We received an answer from Joe Simpson in writing," Gladstone said, "that we were to be freed, by what he had seen in his master's papers, whether he meant newspapers or letters, I cannot tell, that Mr. Wilberforce was doing his best for us, and that if we would wait a little, a new governor was expected very soon." 32 Like the rebels led by Bussa in Barbados, the conspirators made a plan to incapacitate the whites in the colony in order to claim the freedom that they were sure had been granted to them by the imperial government. Gladstone also incriminated John Smith, the missionary. Gladstone told the court-martial that tried him that Smith's church on the grounds of El Souvenir plantation had been the cradle of the rebellion. Every deacon and member of the church knew about the plan, he insisted. Parson Smith knew, Gladstone continued, although he admitted that Smith had pleaded with the conspirators to remain calm. And yet, Gladstone reflected, Smith had encouraged the rebellion, indirectly. Smith, Gladstone told the court, had given a half sort of instructions through his selection of Bible passages to preach from, and the promises held out therein were, as we imagined, fit to be applied to our situation, and served to make us dissatisfied. 33 Jack was a compliant witness. He told the court exactly what it needed to hear, that while enslaved Christians had planned the rebellion, the idea of a rebellion had been introduced into their community by an unscrupulous white missionary. Gladstone understood the people who thought they owned him. He understood that they would be eager for an explanation of the rebellion that was not slavery itself, or the anger of the enslaved. Gladstone may have calculated that he would be spared torture and execution if he could tell the planters' court a reassuring narrative of enslaved Christians led astray, rather than the more discomfiting narrative of enslaved people embracing revolutionary liberation. He also had a reputation among the Mission Chapel community as a hothead. Maybe he had feuded with Smith and hoped to bring the missionary down with him. 34 Jack was not executed. Instead, he was sold and transported to St. Lucia. Jack Gladstone's testimony turned the colonial courts in Demerara away from their investigation of the roots of the rebellion among the enslaved and towards a neurotic search through John Smith's papers and letters. Perhaps that had been Jack's intention. In the courtroom, magistrates pored over Smith's diaries. The colonial council extended martial law long after the violence ended in order to keep the court-martial at work. The evidence they assembled out of his diaries was piecemeal at best. Indeed, Smith seems to have been careful to avoid any mention of slavery or freedom when he preached. For example, on August 8, 1817, Smith had preached from Genesis, but omitted from his reading the deliverance of the Israelites from the land of Canaan. He wrote in his diary that he did not want the enslaved to put such a construction upon it as I would not wish. On August 30, 1817, he noted that some of the enslaved laborers at Success Plantation had complained to him about overwork. Smith noted that he had gone to the plantation to plead with the overseer for their relief. The court, however, latched on to his observation, jotted in 1819, that his enslaved congregation might ere long resent the injuries done to them. 35. As Smith languished in a colonial jail, the court stitched him up. In 1823, shortly after the Canning resolutions arrived in the Crown colonies, a plantation manager named Hamilton came to visit Smith. He was incensed that the resolutions forbade beating enslaved women as punishment. Hamilton, who seems to have taken pleasure in the missionaries' discomfort, promised that he would starve anyone he was not allowed to beat. The project of Mr. Canning, Hamilton said, will never be carried into effect. Smith wrote in his diary that he agreed. The rigors of Negro slavery, he wrote, I believe, can never be mitigated. The system must be abolished. 36. When another overseer, named McWad, challenged Smith to compare the treatment of the enslaved to the treatment of the English poor, Smith responded that the enslaved would not better their situation, until something took place, such as had been done in St. Domingo. Smith never voiced these opinions to his congregation, but in the courthouse, it was easy to make them seem like conspiracy. The structure of the missionary church was portrayed as a revolutionary cell. One enslaved witness, Azor, perhaps named after the Portuguese islands, explained that the deacons of the church were the confirmed heads of the community. The deacons met twice on the first Sunday of each month, and included Quamina, of Success, 1, Bristol, of Chateau Margaux, 2, Seaton, of Success, 3, Jason, of Better Hope, 4, He is Free. Jack Gladstone was not a deacon, but a class teacher, the next level down in the hierarchy of the congregation. Azor told the court that M.R. Smith makes them teachers, he communicates with them, to know whether they teach is good or not. They meet upon their own estates, teachers do not meet in the same manner as the deacons. Azor told the court that he had heard Smith say that this country was a very wicked country, in England they were all free, and they all kept the Sabbath day. 37. Ironically, John Smith loathed the rebellion as much as the planters did, but for different reasons. Unlike the planters, Smith was willing to admit why the enslaved might want to kill their masters. But Smith had come to Demerara in the name of amelioration. He believed he was there to guide his congregation not only towards Christian belief but also towards British culture. The model of a good Christian, for Smith, was an idealized British bourgeois, a man who obeyed his government, worked for his money and didn't rely either on rents or on charity, who gave to philanthropic causes and led family prayers, and who lived in a household where women were masters of the home and men of public life. The enslaved had their own politics and their own uses for Christianity that ran against the interests of both white slaveholders and white missionaries. As in many other slave rebellions of the 18th and 19th centuries, the goals of the Demerara rebels are sparse in the archives of court testimony and the feverish colonial press. The rebels had their own understanding of their faith, filtered through their own experiences and inflected by their own cultural traditions. As in Barbados, both planters' talk and reports in the colonial press made it clear that something had come from England related to emancipation. And, as in Barbados, the concept of freedom as something to be earned through acceptance of the civilizing mission would have made little sense to enslaved people who imagined freedom as the end of white control. Smith tried to convince the court that rebellions were an inevitable feature of plantation life, regardless of the religious convictions of the rebels. The rebels' plans to imprison, rather than to kill, any whites who could not escape was evidence that Christianity made rebellions less, rather than more, likely. It wasn't much of a defense but, then again, the outcome of the case had never been in doubt. Smith was found guilty of corresponding with Quamina on the eve of the revolt, of knowing that the rebellion was going to occur without advising the authorities, and of permitting Quamina to escape. He was sentenced to death, with a plea for a pardon. The colonial government did not want to execute Smith. Instead, they wanted a judgment with which they could expel Smith and every other missionary from Demerara. The colonial government sent a representative to England to secure the pardon. Smith caught a fever and died in prison. His wife was also imprisoned, for 13 weeks, before she was able to flee Demerara and return to England, smuggling many of his papers with her. When news of the rebellion first reached Britain, leaders of the anti-slavery movement were weary and defensive. In one letter to Wilberforce, Zachary Macaulay complained that Canning wanted to blame the rebellion on Wilberforce, Buxton, and Co. Macaulay was dismayed that the orders in council had gone out too quickly, and had imposed direct interference between master and slave rather than a slow evolution of colonial policy. 38. Wilberforce prepared to accuse Canning of causing the violence. News of Smith's death, however, and the Demerara planters' extravagant efforts to pin the blame on him, changed the equation. Smith's papers, and an account of his trial, published by the Anti-Slavery Society, became fodder for a counter-narrative of an innocent priest murdered by heathen slaveholders. Slaveholders in other colonies helped the anti-slavery cause by responding to the rebellion in Demerara with their own persecutions of suspected conspiracies. In 1823 and 1824, Jamaican authorities claimed to have foiled a serious plot to overthrow the white government. According to reports that made their way to the House of Commons, a young enslaved butcher's assistant, named William, answered a rebuke from his master with a "Massa, you will have bad Christmas." The butcher demanded to know whether William knew something that he did not, whether the enslaved planned to kill all the buckras, and whether they were meeting at night to plan their assault. The boy, a teenager, might have felt a thrill of transgression when he told his master to get on board a ship as soon as he could, as the Negroes were going to rise, and walk all about and murder everybody. William was arrested. Under interrogation, he implicated his father and 6 other men. Jamaican planters were ferocious in punishing the trumped-up conspiracy. All 8 of the alleged conspirators were swiftly tried and executed. The only evidence was self-contradictory hearsay based on a teenager's boasts. The executions disgusted abolitionists, and even absentee slaveholders understood that their colonial counterparts had bolstered the case for imperial regulation of the slave colonies. Thomas Denman, MP for Nottingham, demanded a review. Justice, he argued, was impossible for an enslaved defendant in a court composed entirely of slaveholders. He cited another conspiracy case, where the accused was known to be mentally ill, and was punished for raving about King Wilberforce. He moved for censure, and the House of Commons passed a slightly amended version of the motion. 39 The planters' paranoia was wearing thin in London, even among their supporters. Where the Barbados Rebellion had made it more difficult for abolitionists to reform the colonies, the backlash against the Demerara Rebellion made it easier. It began to turn public opinion towards support for more centralist regulation of the slave empire, and even towards emancipation. In 1824, new orders in council were handed down to the Crown colonies. The orders banned the use of the whip in the fields, required record-keeping of punishments administered to enslaved people outside the fields, limited the work week to 6 days, with 18 hours of rest between sunset Saturday and sunrise Monday, permitted the testimony of enslaved people in court, with the sanction of a minister, and introduced new manumission guidelines. In the first era of amelioration, after 1807, abolitionists had hoped that nature would take its course and dissolve plantation slavery. Now, the Colonial Office intervened directly in the colonies to try to create the natural conditions that would impel enslaved people and slaveholders towards emancipation. After 1827, the Colonial Office, dominated by James Stephen, the son of the great anti-slavery lawyer, and Henry Taylor, received new powers to investigate malfeasance in the colonies related to slavery. 40. Even as the House of Commons and Downing Street became more activist, however, British politicians remained certain that emancipation would have to be gradual. In the same 1824 speech in which he framed his plans for further regulation, leading to gradual emancipation, Canning compared black freedom to Frankenstein's monster, the splendid fiction of a recent romance, a creature possessing the form and strength of a man, but the intellect only of a child. 41 Leaders of the Anti-Slavery Society would not have put it quite so floridly, but they agreed in principle. Now that Britain had resolved to abolish slavery, it seemed even more crucial to abolitionists to ensure that their appointed representatives, especially missionaries, oversaw the process, and not colonists or government ministers unaffiliated with the cause. In 1825, the Anti-Slavery Society began to publish the Anti-Slavery Monthly Reporter, a magazine with reporting from around the empire and the world. Edited by Zachary Macaulay, the reporter took advantage of abolitionists' growing access to information from across the empire, transmitted both from the friendly colonial office and by a growing network of missionaries. The elected assemblies of the slave empire refused to take any action. Many filed official protests, claiming that they had already ameliorated the lives of the enslaved and that Parliament had no constitutional right to meddle in their affairs. At the second general meeting of the Anti-Slavery Society in April 1825, Lord Calthorpe noted that planters had denounced the new amelioration measures in a fierce and uncompromising spirit, although the measures themselves were conceived of in the mildest spirit of innovation. 42 Zachary Macaulay picked through the slave codes and published reports of all the slave colonies, pointing out all the subtle ways that local legislatures had evaded the rules. A universal policy, he wrote, would solve the want of uniformity and consistency in the colonies. Unlike colonists, Britons could afford disinterest. Civilization would have to come from the center, not from the colonies. Macaulay was confident that after slavery, at some distant point in the future, freed people would be ready to elect their own legislators. However, slavery had so debased the enslaved that Britons would need to hold their civil rights in escrow. 43. In 1826, the Anti-Slavery Society activated its network of provincial chapters, and produced another round of petitions. The result was impressive. The theater of heavy rolls of signatures thumped onto parliamentary desks was an evergreen tactic for anti-slavery leaders. Seldom, the Annual Register commented, had the tables of both houses been covered at one time with so many applications on the same subject. By 1831, in the Crown Colonies, new orders in council had created the Office of Protector of Slaves, an official intermediary between the enslaved and the courts. But the legislative colonies stayed in a holding pattern, and few legislatures adopted any of the orders in council into their own laws, save Dominica in 1826, Tobago in 1829, St. Vincent in 1830 and, in part, Jamaica in 1831.44. Reports from the protectors of slaves shocked the abolitionists. The protectors made liberal use of whippings and other corporal punishments. What has humanity gained by the change? John Jeremy, a former judge in both St. Lucia and Mauritius, asked. 45. The regular use of petitions and other campaigns to pressure Parliament into imposing stricter regulations on the slave colonies was half of the new Anti-Slavery Society's campaign. With new regulations, the necessary conditions for the natural process of amelioration could be established. But abolitionists understood that as long as duties kept the profits of colonial sugar steady, British slaveholders would have a secure base in the House of Commons. Stephen Lushington estimated that at least 56 MPs were deeply and personally interested in slavery and would vote in a bloc against any anti-slavery bill. 46 To undermine the unified bloc of slaveholders and their clients, the anti-slavery lobby began to push for the equalization of duties on sugar grown by wage laborers in the territories of the East India Company. Not coincidentally, several of the leaders of the Anti-Slavery Society, notably Zachary Macaulay, had invested in East Indian sugar plantations. Macaulay found a ready ally in David Ricardo, the economist, member of Parliament, and advocate for free trade. The society called for a new wave of anti-slavery sugar boycotts. During the campaign for the abolition of the slave trade, anti-Saccharides had abjured all sugar. In the 1820s the society urged abolition-minded consumers to buy free labor sugar instead of West India sugar. Many served it from sugar bowls printed with abolitionist slogans. The British Museum holds in its collections a good example of the style, a blue glass sugar bowl, prominently printed with gilt letters, East India sugar, not made by slaves. Of course, refined sugar looks the same no matter who made it. Warnings published in the Anti-Slavery Reporter suggest that some sugar wholesalers and retailers tried to take advantage of the public by marketing sugar from Mauritius, Britain's slave colony in the Indian Ocean, as free labor sugar. 47. Free trade fitted uneasily into the anti-slavery program. In general, anti-slavery leaders tended to support lower duties and tariffs, partly because many were merchants or manufacturers who stood to benefit from lower costs and partly because nearly all believed that commerce was inherently civilizing. But some worried that, without universal emancipation, free produce grown by wage workers might not be competitive with produce grown by enslaved labor. The leaders of the anti-slavery society were persuaded that free labor sugar cost less and would outcompete slave labor sugar in a free market. The leadership, however, was divided on free trade in other goods, especially corn, because of its importance to some of the wealthiest and most powerful men in Parliament. Consequently, the society walked a narrow line in its official policy. The Corn Laws preserved public order in Britain, the Anti-Slavery Reporter told its readers. The laws, which protected domestic producers, were intended to uphold a useful and influential class of men in their proper station. The difference, the reporter explained, was that corn duties encouraged Britain to feed itself, protecting it from economic shocks, while sugar duties made it unprofitable for the sugar colonies to grow anything but sugar, exposing planters to ruin whenever the market sagged. More bluntly, British landowners were the good ruling class, sugar planters were the bad one. If free trade in sugar forced British slaveholders to abandon their absentee lifestyles, return to the islands and begin to emulate England's broad-acred landlords, it would be a bonus. Even this tentative, qualified support for free trade won the anti-slavery cause powerful allies. In 1827, more than 400 cotton manufacturers in Manchester signed a petition complaining about duties imposed on imported raw materials that in turn had made other countries, formerly our best customers, lay duties on imported finished goods. They reminded Parliament that many other European countries, as well as the US, enjoyed free trade with the East India Company territories in India, and by obtaining the produce of these countries in exchange for their own, become carriers of it to other parts of the world. They urged the equalization of duties between the East and West Indies, to lower prices and relieve the heavy burden on the people. 48. As the anti-slavery society grew, slavery in the United States became more troubling. No member of the society supported slavery in America. And yet, American slavery seemed to evince some of the features that Britons had identified as evidence of a successful amelioration of slavery. Enslaved black Americans lived longer, had more children, and were more likely to belong to a church than enslaved British subjects. The principle of amelioration suggested that American slavery ought to be fading away into freedom. But it wasn't. The cotton boom in the American South, which relied on enslaved labor, fed growing markets in the North, in Britain, and in Western Europe. Rather than disappearing, improved slavery was growing bigger and stronger in the United States. In the 1820s, British abolitionists also looked around the rest of the world for successful emancipations. Haiti remained a touchstone. Although Henry Christophe's kingdom fell after he died by suicide in 1820 and the country reunified as a republic under Jean-Pierre Boyer, Haiti's strict code of laws governing peasant farmers remained in place. In 1827, the Anti-Slavery Monthly Reporter published selections from the revised 1826 Code Rural in response to claims that the code promoted forced labor. It is true, the reporter admitted, that all, who have no other visible means of subsistence must, in Haiti as in England, devote themselves to agricultural labor. Like in England, Haitians could still choose their work, and their employer, and like in England, in the courts all ranks, stand on an equal footing. Soup rad to the absence of the cart whip, and to its substitution, for its stimulus, of self-interest as the spring of action, and of industrious effort. 49. In the 1820s, the anti-slavery lobby in Britain struggled with the same problem as earlier generations of British abolitionists. Like Adam Smith looking with optimism at the world of the 1770s, advocates for the cause argued that slavery, a founding institution of the imperial economy, was and had always been dead weight. Convinced that British society represented the highest achievements of humankind, anti-slavery leaders projected British constitutional and economic history onto the rest of the world as universal stages of political and commercial development. They imagined that by reenacting British history abroad, the empire would civilize the world. And yet, all the while anti-slavery leaders self-consciously overlooked the role of slavery in shaping the British history that they yearned to make universal. The abolitionist emphasis, in the 1820s, on the cheapness of wage labor and the power of markets to create a newly moral British Empire opened a space for new defenses of slavery. In 1825, James Hakewill published a collection of aquatints of scenes of Jamaican life, a picturesque tour of the island of Jamaica. Hakewill, a commercial illustrator who had previously published tourist books on Italy and Windsor Forest, had spent most of 1820 and 1821 in the colony. He dedicated the book to the planters and merchants in the West India trade. Although he insisted that he did not want to be considered a defender of slavery, he also claimed that for the enslaved people of Jamaica, circumstances are ordinarily easy, and frequently affluent, equal or superior to the generality of the working classes in Britain. 50. Hakewill's plantation scenes include the sugar works at Holland Estate in St. Thomas in the East Parish, a facility owned by G.W. Taylor, an MP, an absentee slave holder. In the image the works are freshly painted but also bucolic, with cattle fording a stream and a man fishing in the foreground. In another image, monument of the late Thomas Hibbert, a white man in a top hat, carrying a long riding crop, his dogs nipping at his heels, points to a massive urn on a marble pedestal. An enslaved groom looks on, holding a horse's reins. In the background, the Oguawalta River opens into the Caribbean Sea. The images convey rural peace presided over by wealthy, benevolent men, so devoted to the islands and to the enslaved that they chose to watch over their estates even in death. 51 But the timelessness in the image was an illusion. The Hibberts were modern businessmen, not homespun squires. Slaveholders also took advantage of the anti-slavery society's enthusiasm for economic theory. In many publications and speeches, anti-slavery was portrayed as the work of well-meaning but impractical bleeding hearts. As one defender of slaveholders wrote, "The West Indians are practical men, while the emancipatists are hard students, sitting in the midst of their books, and particularly those of registry and of information from all parts of the world and of all ages." 52 Of course, sugar barons were precisely the same kind of hard students, experts on global markets in the commodities they produced and keenly interested in developments in agriculture and botany. The practical slaveholders, in this fantasy, were the opposite of the moony, spendthrift abolitionists. While English workers suffered, enslaved workers were a free and well-regulated class of civilized agriculturists. 53 Slavery, a growing number of slaveholders argued, might be a greater force for civilization than emancipation could ever be. The British public was also losing patience with the abolitionists, if not necessarily with their cause. The Saints were a mirthless bunch. Wilberforce, Thomas Babington, Lord Calthorpe, Zachary Macaulay, and the missionary leader J.S. Pratt were also members of the Society for the Suppression of Vice. The society, founded in 1802, had flourished in the last days of the Napoleonic Wars. Like the anti-slavery cause, it had wavered after 1815 but, also like anti-slavery, renewed itself in the 1820s. In 1825, as the Anti-Slavery Society pushed to end Sunday markets in the Caribbean, the Vice Society renewed its campaigns against the profanation of the Lord's Day, blasphemous and obscene books and publications, brothels, and fortune-tellers. The Vice Society sent volunteers into working-class districts of London, looking for evidence of disorder. If they found any, they posted printed notices promising that they would return with the magistrates and prosecute anyone they caught. They were especially interested in prosecuting publishers of joke books and pornography, pestilent articles that had been circulating even in the seminaries of education for boys, and even into boarding schools for young ladies. 54 Wilberforce was the Vice Society's most prominent public supporter. Furthermore, abolitionists had not, yet, broadened their campaign for amelioration or gradual emancipation to the people who reformers were beginning to call factory slaves. For generations, slaveholders had made comparisons in bad faith between enslaved people and poor Britons, but according to the economic theory that inspired Macaulay and other anti-slavery strategists, wage labor was a bright line. White workers earned wages, and so ought to have the perspicacity to save their money. If they did not, that was a moral failing, not an injustice. The starkness of the message was not lost on politically active working-class Britons, or on their advocates in the public and Parliament. William Cobbett, the writer, politician, and self-appointed People's Tribune, became a gadfly to abolitionists generally and to Wilberforce specifically. 55. The anti-slavery devotion to reform abroad in the face of suffering at home, the phenomenon that Dickens would parody in Bleak House, 1853, as telescopic philanthropy, became a common theme in critiques of anti-slavery. In an anti-clerical magazine's address to Street Wilberforce, one writer complained that Wilberforce was a political sanctioner of hypocrisy. If a disavowal of his celebrated trash about the atonement would ensure him a place in the high consideration of ministers, he would turn his back upon Jesus Christ, and face the devil for mammon's sake. 56. Working-class reformers began to see justice as a zero-sum game, where anything enslaved people won became something that white workers lost. As one publication put it, Wilberforce, for niggers, felons, and jailbirds, has a large stock of compassion. He will preach up liberty among the blacks, where they do not want it, nor know that use of it, and slavery among the whites. This was unfair to Wilberforce. First, he had little sympathy for jailbirds. Second, Wilberforce was not interested in offering meaningful liberty to the enslaved for a very long time. He would have been content with an emancipation measured in generations, rather than months or years. 57. However, accusing abolitionists of revolutionary intent was a good strategy for defenders of slavery. In the political ferment of the late 1810s and early 1820s, revolutionists, radicals, and conspirators seemed to lurk in every tavern and slum. In 1820, the discovery of the Cato Street Conspiracy, a plan to murder Lord Liverpool and his entire cabinet, seemed to confirm the Tories' worst fears. Anti-slavery, for all the colonial controversy it provoked, could be a deeply conservative reform movement. Ending slavery was a revolutionary objective, but the methods proposed by the Anti-Slavery Society and broadly accepted by the Liverpool and later Canning ministries were based on slow, incremental change, emphasizing both white power and leadership and the preservation of the plantation economy. The ethos of anti-slavery, a desire for the end of plantation slavery in the British Empire, was radical for its time. The politics of anti-slavery leaders were conservative and worked on three levels, emphasizing rigid social hierarchy, deference from the lower classes, and acceptance by enslaved people of the superior judgment of white leaders. Most amelioration and emancipation policies were more conservative still, emphasizing both very slow and gradual emancipation that would preserve white leadership and protect the productivity of sugar plantations. Still, even as gradualism congealed into official policy, some Britons insisted that emancipation had to be immediate to be meaningful. Robert Wedderburn, an agrarian socialist and Unitarian minister, was born in 1762 in Jamaica, the free son of an enslaved woman, Rosanna. His father, he claimed, was James Wedderburn, a slaveholder and physician. Wedderburn arrived in England in 1779 and fell into the underground movement led by Thomas Spence. Spence was known for his belief, heretical to 18th-century Whigs, that the original sin of British politics was private land ownership. 58 As Wedderburn wrote in his self-published newspaper, the axe laid to the root, to be a landlord was to be a tyrant, a robber, and a murderer. Upon this fraudulent principle society is constructed. 59 Wedderburn's childhood among enslaved people in Jamaica combined with his revolutionary convictions and led him to an indelible conclusion: slavery had to end, it had to end immediately, and emancipation had to include the abolition of private property. Some historians have made much of the fact that Wedderburn, during one of his many prison sentences, was visited by William Wilberforce, who prayed with him and begged him to abandon what Wilberforce saw as Wedderburn's perverse hostility to property, as well as his, perhaps even more perverse, Unitarian theology. Wedderburn dedicated his brief memoir, Horrors of Slavery, to Wilberforce. Wedderburn's vision of emancipation, however, laid out in a patchwork of speeches and pamphlets, could not have been further from the anti-slavery mainstream that Wilberforce exemplified. Wedderburn directed some of his writing directly to the enslaved. He urged them not to use violence, but to withhold their labor in something like a wildcat strike. If every enslaved person acted as one, and put down their tools, the universality will strike terror to your oppressors. This contradicted the mainstream anti-slavery argument that industry among the enslaved was a key indicator of readiness for emancipation. Wedderburn also abhorred petitioning, a favorite anti-slavery tactic. "Do not petition," he wrote, "for it is degrading to human nature to petition your oppressors." Wedderburn also drew connections between the fates of the enslaved and of poor landless workers in Europe. After emancipation, he urged the enslaved, keep your land, or else landlords would force you to commit crimes in order to obtain subsistence, as the landholders in Europe are serving those that are dispossessed. The prisons are full. 60 In another pamphlet, The Forlorn Hope, Wedderburn proposed radical democracy after emancipation, with one delegate elected for every 2,000 people each year. 61 In 1819, Wedderburn opened a chapel in Soho, which became a center for revolutionary activity. He was imprisoned in 1831 for brothel keeping and then left for New York, where he died. 62. Closer to the center of political power was a growing movement of middle-class women who would tend to push the anti-slavery movement in the coming decades towards more radical positions. In the 1820s, Elizabeth Hayrick, a wealthy Quaker activist and one of the founding members of the Anti-Slavery Society, publicly rejected gradualism even as the society officially embraced it. "We are all guilty," Hayrick wrote, "the whole nation must now divide itself into the active supporters, and the active opposers of slavery." 63 Hayrick argued that gradualism had been a plot hatched by slaveholders to delay emancipation, the very masterpiece of satanic policy. But Hayrick, unlike Wedderburn, trusted in the law, perhaps because she had never been in prison. She argued that the end of slavery required a rigid criminal law to prevent disorder, such that the same laws which restrain and punish crime in the white population, would still restrain and punish crime in the black population. In this, she broadly agreed with the rest of the anti-slavery society's leadership. But Hayrick rejected the principle of compensation to slaveholders, arguing that compensation ought to be first made to the slave, for his long years of uncompensated labor, degradation, and suffering. 64 Hayrick was dumbstruck that men such as Thomas Hodgson, who agreed with her about the essential sinfulness of slavery, could possibly agree to compensation to slaveholders for any reason. This sensitive fellow feeling with slaveholders of education and liberal attainment, Hayrick wrote, is no offspring of Christian charity. She extends her sympathy to the oppressed, rather than the oppressor. The indulgence with which slaveholders were treated in the era of amelioration, she wrote, tears the bandage from the eyes of human justice. 65. By the end of the 1820s, Hayrick's stalwart opposition to the principle of gradual emancipation was gaining popularity among the anti-slavery society's large membership, even as its leadership remained skeptical. In a way, their public education campaigns and many publications had been too successful. The anti-slavery reading public was coming to its own conclusions, unencumbered by the task of passing legislation in a parliament stocked with slaveholders and their allies. On May 15, 1830, at Freemasons' Hall on Great Queen Street in London, the Anti-Slavery Society held its general meeting, convening the leaders of its many provincial affiliate societies. Buxton moved that no proper or practicable means should be left unattempted for effecting at the earliest period the entire abolition of slavery throughout the British dominions. An amendment was offered to resolutions that from and after the 1st of January 1830, every slave born within the King's dominions shall be free. George Stephen remembered the room as crammed and suffocating, with at least 2,000 people in attendance. Without amplification, it must have been nearly impossible to hear clearly what had been moved. In the din, the prevarications of gradualism, its nudges, tweaks, and compromises, were swept away. Buxton deprecated, Stephen wrote, Brougham interposed, Wilberforce waved his hand for silence, but all was pantomime and dumb show. 66 The Anti-Slavery Society was committed to immediate emancipation. Future crises in the slave empire would show that the new immediatism of the Anti-Slavery Society had not resolved the tensions between the more conservative leaders of the anti-slavery movement and its increasingly activist membership. And the resolutions had not clarified what, exactly, immediate emancipation meant, or how freedom would be shaped and limited by British laws. Most British supporters of immediate emancipation did not believe that immediate freedom would mean immediate civil rights, or even an immediate end to coerced labor after the end of slavery. What they wanted was to begin the process of gradual emancipation as soon as possible. The rebels in Demerara had told planters what they wanted, their rights, their freedom. But the leaders of the Anti-Slavery Society were not particularly interested in what enslaved people thought were their rights. Enslavement, they argued, had made it impossible for the enslaved to understand their own interests. As Elizabeth Hayrick wrote, Britain owed something to the enslaved after emancipation. We owe them, she wrote, guardianship, protection, and provision, where necessary, as well as liberty. 67 In other words, even if freedom happened quickly, Britons would still have the obligation to civilis. 7. Emancipation. Abolitionists had watched with interest developments after the 1807 Slave Trade Act, which established that any enslaved people found on captured slave ships were declared to be captured Negroes or liberated Africans and repatriated to British colonies. Most went to Sierra Leone, but some went to Trinidad, Tortola in the Virgin Islands, the Cape Colony in South Africa and elsewhere. Abolitionists wanted to see if people who had been enslaved could work for wages. In 1814 and 1815, over 1,300 captured Negroes arrived in the small plantation colony of Tortola. From 1815, colonial officials experimented with indenturing the former captives to colonists. In 1821 Parliament appointed two commissioners, Thomas Moody and John Dugan, to audit the project. Dugan's report was positive. Many captured Negroes, he observed, were now working for wages. Dugan, like many progressive Britons in the 1820s, believed that free labor, augmented by Christian conversion, was a powerful force for reform. He had noticed an advance in civilization. 1. Moody, a mathematician and officer in the Royal Engineers who had worked in Demerara, Barbados, and Tortola, disagreed. 2. He sent in a separate report, arguing that Dugan had been misled by Methodist missionaries, but then went far beyond his original mandate. His report, which eventually ran to 2 volumes in the parliamentary papers, argued that without slavery, labor in the colonies would collapse. He remarked that his research proved that the tiny minority of freed people in the colonies preferred occasional higher wage work, a few days of labor during crop, for example, to lower paid daily plantation work. He calculated that if the population of freed people grew, the labor market in non-plantation work would become crowded, and wages would fall. According to Moody, slavery had become a necessary precondition for any wage work in the sugar colonies. It could not be abolished. Moody's report captured British slaveholders' anxieties. The report, loaded with statistics and calculations, seemed to rebut the indictment of slavery as economically backward. Here was evidence, it seemed, that without slavery, wage work was impossible in the slave empire. Abolitionists dismissed the report. The African Institution published a point-by-point refutation. But Moody had hit a tender nerve. What Moody called steady work, meaning regular work for low wages, did seem to many anti-slavery leaders to be an important marker of civilization. In England, Moody commented, steady work was readily given for a sum, very little exceeding the expense of ordinary subsistence. 3 But for workers of African descent, especially in the colonies, he posited that the pleasure of repose after obtaining basic subsistence was too powerful to resist. 4. Thomas Babington Macaulay, the brilliant son of the abolitionist leader Zachary Macaulay, shredded Moody's arguments in the Edinburgh Review. Macaulay offered a bracing defense of the universal, equal capacities of all human beings. Wage labor would act on freed people just as it acted on white British industrial workers. The first generation of freed plantation workers might be satisfied with subsistence. But wants would increase over time, as the luxuries of one generation became the necessaries of the next. 5 Labor, he argued, followed a universal law: all will work extremely hard rather than miss the comforts to which they have been habituated, and all, when they find it possible to obtain their accustomed comforts with less than their accustomed labor, will not work so hard as they formerly worked, merely to increase them. 6 It followed that emancipation would inevitably encourage civilization, provided it were properly designed. Emancipation would need to provide freed people enough money to reach for luxuries, but never so much, so quickly, as to make them easy to obtain. Moody's report, Macaulay concluded, was the worst state paper that we ever saw. And yet, he commented, the books of the Major have been added to the political canon of Downing Street. 7 The clarity of liberalism was a tonic for some British politicians, but it was difficult to relinquish the certainties of the colonial system, a fountainhead of power and wealth for 200 years. The racist pessimism of Moody's report and the liberal certainties of Macaulay's refutation collided in the 1820s, and reappeared, together and rearranged, a decade later in the Emancipation Act. Was civilization, a very vague concept, but in the roughest practical terms, free labor and free market capitalism, a prerequisite for emancipation? Or was civilization only possible after freedom? The Emancipation Act attempted to resolve this ambiguity about how Britain ought to govern its empire. The law called for further coerced labor to compel formerly enslaved people to work, echoing Moody's crude characterization of Africans. The Act's provisions to replace slaveholders with magistrates and its confidence in free labor also showed the rising influence of Macaulay's belief in the power of liberal British institutions. The 1833 Slavery Abolition Act, commonly known as the Emancipation Act, ended slavery in Britain's colonies in the Caribbean, as well as in the Cape Colony in South Africa and the Indian Ocean sugar island of Mauritius, effective August 1, 1834. Support for emancipation had grown through the 1820s, but enslaved workers in Jamaica finally pushed abolition onto the legislative agenda. Over Christmas 1831, led by the Baptist deacon Samuel Sharp, tens of thousands of enslaved Jamaicans refused to return to work without wages. After the militia retaliated, a smaller number of enslaved people took up arms. The fighting continued until early in 1832. After the rebellion, Jamaican slaveholders terrorized white Baptist missionaries and their congregations. The violence of the rebellion and the shocking reprisals of the colonists pushed Parliament to a tipping point, and a new government, led by Earl Grey, put emancipation on the agenda. The 1833 Emancipation Act did not reflect the desires of many British abolitionists, especially outside of Parliament. It began the process of converting enslaved labor into wage labor but did not liberate freed people from plantations. The Act compensated slaveholders for the loss of their property with a £20 million gift, raised at the expense of British taxpayers. It also established a new institution, apprenticeship, as a middle ground between slavery and freedom. After August 1, 1834, all enslaved people who had worked on plantations were required to work for 6 more years for the people who had once claimed to own them. They owed more than 40 hours of unpaid labor to their former masters each week. Enslaved domestic servants and other enslaved laborers who worked outside the plantations were bound for 4 years. To enforce the new laws, and to educate both former slaves and former slave owners in the niceties of wage work, the Emancipation Act called for a corps of magistrates, who would be sent from Britain. Unlike most magistrates across Britain and the Empire, who were usually local gentry volunteers, the new special magistrates would be paid a salary to ensure their impartiality. The Emancipation Act was made by both slaveholders and abolitionists. Slaveholders wanted to preserve their estates, or at least find willing buyers to take them off their hands. But many opponents of slavery also hoped to preserve plantation labor. Plantations were profitable, and they also seemed like useful tools for concentrating the population, making it easier for missionaries to operate and for colonial officials to encourage wage labor. Generations of political economists and Enlightenment theorists agreed that regular, sustained labor was one of the causes of Europe's conquest of the world. If freed people fled sugar plantations after emancipation, many British abolitionists feared that their indolence would discredit the anti-slavery movement. The leaders of the anti-slavery cause in Parliament in 1833 were the tall, stentorian industrialist Thomas Fowell Buxton and the brilliant, moody, scolding lawyer Stephen Lushington. Neither man became an icon like Wilberforce in 1807. Most of the older generation of abolitionists were already dead. Henry Thornton died in 1815, the elder James Stephen in 1832, Wilberforce in 1833. Zachary Macaulay lived until 1838, but he had always been a man behind the scenes, not a figurehead. Thomas Clarkson lived until 1846, but by 1833 he was an activist emeritus, not a leader. The division also widened, as compared to 1807, between parliamentary representatives of the anti-slavery cause and activists in local associations. When Buxton compromised in Parliament, an entire wing of the anti-slavery society rose in revolt. The public mood turned definitively against slavery. The national heart seemed on fire. An Antiguan slaveholder remembered Point 8, but it was fire in Jamaica that finally set emancipation in motion. White Britons presumed that white missionaries would be midwives to emancipation. As plans for the slow, deliberate transformation of the lives of the enslaved took shape in Britain, however, Black American Baptists had been working in the Caribbean for decades. In 1783, the black loyalist George Lill, monument during the American Revolution, arrived in Jamaica as a missionary. Lill was a Baptist, part of a growing community in the United States. In 1787, Lill baptized Moses Baker, another free black loyalist. Baker opened a barbershop in Kingston, cutting hair, pulling teeth, and lancing boils. Soon, he rented a farm from another American emigrant to Jamaica, a white Quaker named Isaac Lascelles Wynn. Wynn, a slaveholder interested in amelioration, wanted to encourage Christianity among the people he claimed to own. He hired Baker to preach on his plantation near Montego Bay. When Wynn died, Baker found a new patron, Samuel Vaughan, another amelioration-minded slaveholder. 9 Baker, a plain, homespun man, rugged as a honeycomb rock, wore a bandana to cover an eye and ear mutilated by an overseer in America. 10 In 1806, the Jamaica Assembly passed a law banning preaching outside of designated chapels. There were men, one white missionary wrote, who would kill Baker had they had him in their hands, but God had him in his. 11. Moses Baker and George Lill were founders of the native or spiritual Baptist community in Jamaica. Baker's congregation met at Crooked Spring, a chapel built near a ravine in the back country of Flamstead, Samuel Vaughan's plantation in St. James Parish. Baker corresponded with American and British Baptists. When the British Baptist Missionary Society sent John Rowe to Jamaica in 1814 as a missionary, he preached one of his first sermons at Crooked Spring. Some 500 attended, but Baker told Rowe, "Had I full liberty to call all my congregation together, I speak within bounds when I say I could call 2,000,12. The White Baptist Mission in Jamaica rested on the foundation laid by native Baptists. In the early 1820s, when Thomas Burchell founded new missions in the north of the island, he built one in the town of Montego Bay and another near Crooked Spring. By April 1831, the Baptist missions counted 10,838 fully Baptistized members, with the largest churches in Kingston, Spanish Town, and Montego Bay. 13 The congregation in Montego Bay included more than 1,500 people, mostly enslaved. The entire population of the town was a little over 4,000 people, of whom about 2,230 were enslaved. 14 On some Sundays in Montego Bay, it must have appeared to slaveholders that every enslaved person in the town was Baptist. Baptist missions were led by white preachers, but enslaved and free deacons and class leaders had autonomy and influence. Deacons had many responsibilities, including identifying impoverished families in need of charity, visiting the sick, collecting money for church and missionary causes, and giving private instruction to explain what the preacher has publicly taught. Class leaders were responsible for summoning the congregation to hear preaching, and for ensuring that converts did not backslide from the rules of the community. 15 The egalitarianism of baptism appealed to enslaved people. The flexibility of Baptist liturgy allowed enslaved Christians and converts to practice their own style of worship. By 1831, when Crooked Spring Chapel moved to nearby Salters Hill, Jamaica had 3 overlapping Baptist congregations. One was led by white missionaries and met at chapels built in the larger towns or on the estates of ameliorationist slaveholders. The second was led by enslaved and free deacons and class leaders. The third were the heirs to George Lill and Moses Baker, who held services independent of the missionary society. The lines between the 3 Baptist churches were blurry, and an enslaved Baptist might have had a stake in all 3 parts of the community. An enslaved deacon, for example, might attend church with a white missionary on Sunday morning, lead a planter-sanctioned Bible study on Sunday afternoon, and preach on an estate after dark. In 1831, Thomas Burchell left for England. Correspondence between missionaries and their patrons in Britain, when added to a stream of anti-slavery news from Britain, convinced some enslaved Baptists that Burchell would return to Jamaica with a free paper from the king. The colonial press hummed with threats that the colony would join the United States. In the Jamaica Courant, for example, assemblymen were urged to go to Spanish Town not as legislators, but as delegates, let them take possession of the House of Assembly, and form themselves into a colonial union or else face the deaths of their wives and children, and the destruction of their fields and sugar works. 16 As enslaved and free people read and heard these reports, and as angry table talk in the great houses drifted into fields and villages, some enslaved people were convinced that Britain had already granted them freedom. The colonists, it seemed, were willing to join the United States to reverse emancipation. 17 Salt Spring, also in St. James Parish, was owned by John Henry DeFell, an absentee who would claim more than £29,000 in compensation after 1833. The sugar plantation was managed by William Stanford Grignon, who had lived in Jamaica since 1798. Grignon did not own land, but he would eventually claim compensation for 54 enslaved people, some of whom lived in Montego Bay. He earned his income from hiring out his jobbing gang to estates that needed a quick supply of labor, and by managing estates for absentees. The slave empire bought Grignon a better life for his 4 children, all born in Jamaica but sent to live in England. One son, William Jr., graduated from Trinity College, Cambridge, and after a long career as a headmaster, retired to a village in Gloucester, where he died in 1907. On December 16, 1831, about a year after William Jr. sailed for England, William Sr. horrifically beat a woman whom he accused of stealing sugar cane. He dragged her back to Salt Spring and demanded that the driver whip her in front of the assembled gangs. The woman was married to the driver. Grignon might not have known, or he might have wanted to humiliate both husband and wife. The driver refused. 18 Grignon raged at the workers, cursing the abolitionists, and promising to kill all the enslaved workers before he would see them free. Soon, at least 4 men, including George Guthrie, Samuel Sharp, Gardner, and Dove, met at Guthrie's home on Cunningham's Hill, a landmark between 2 cattle pens called Ramble and Retrieve that were also managed by Grignon. Word had passed from Salt Spring to Ramble and Retrieve about Grignon's attempt to humiliate the Salt Spring driver, and his threats to kill all the enslaved if they were emancipated. Grignon was also a colonel in the militia. If any overseer had access to weapons and men enough to commit mass murder, the men reasoned, it would be a militia officer. The conspirators were all among the enslaved elite. Samuel Sharp was also a Baptist deacon, respected for his wisdom and skill as a preacher. Guthrie toasted the idea of Grignon, whom he mocked as Little Britches, dead and buried. Guthrie said, according to testimony, that he had heard Grignon say, "The king going to give us black people free, but he hoped that all his friends will be of his mind, and spill our blood first." Samuel Sharp was the alleged property of a slaveholder also named Samuel Sharp. Sharp, the slaveholder, owned a livestock pen called Cooper's Hill, outside Montego Bay. Samuel Sharp, the preacher, worked as a ranger, ferrying supplies, cattle, and messages. He was literate and had grown up in the Sharp household. Sharp proposed that enslaved workers refuse to return to the fields after Christmas unless they received wages. As the missionary William Knibb later reported, they intended what would be called in England a turnout. The conspirators settled on a minimum wage, the 2s.60 that colonists paid for the rental of a day's labor from an enslaved convict in a parish workhouse. 19 Enslaved workers often acted as a collective to negotiate what concessions they could from slaveholders under dangerous conditions. Sharp proposed protest on an unprecedented scale, but not an unprecedented kind of protest. 20 Another rebel leader, a driver from Retrieve named John Stone, agreed with Sharp when he learned of the plan. John Stone knew that the overseer would grab his gun and ride to Montego Bay. "I will say to him," John Stone said, "Busha, we don't rebel, but we won't work without some satisfaction. We work long enough for nothing." 21 The men agreed that after Christmas, if the free paper had not arrived, they would strike. And if the militia attacked, they would fight back and set fire to the estates. White Baptist missionaries heard the rumors. As the Christmas holiday approached, they pleaded for calm. On Christmas Eve, an enslaved man named Stephen James told missionary Knibb that people in and around Montego Bay and Falmouth were saying free paper was come out, and they would not work after Christmas. 22 After the Christmas holiday, at dawn on December 27, the people at Salt Spring put down their tools. So did other enslaved people across the northern parishes. As many as 60,000 enslaved people refused to work. A secret oath, taken only a few weeks before, had led to a work stoppage on a scale that staggered slaveholders and white missionaries. Knibb rode to the chapel at Salters Hill on the morning of December 27. One of his deacons, Samuel James Vaughan, the namesake of the late owner of the land on which the chapel stood, rode with him. Knibb begged the congregation, "If you have any love to Jesus Christ," he said, "to religion, to your ministers, to those kind friends in England who have given money to help you build this chapel, be not led away by wicked men." The congregation was not interested. Some accused Knibb of taking bribes from the planters. 23. That night the militia gathered, and rebels set fires to the buildings and works of Kensington Estate. On December 28, Grignon led 250 militiamen to an estate called Old Montpelier. Rebels blew conch shells and attacked the estate in 2 groups. According to testimony, the 400 to 500 rebel fighters present that evening had only about 50 guns between them, mostly old pistols and hunting rifles. But the sound of conches blowing in the darkness terrified the militia and they retreated to Montego Bay. The rebels set fire to the great house and sugar works. 1 white man was killed in the fighting. Militiamen had knocked together a rough coffin for his body, but when the militia fled, they left corpse and coffin behind. The rebels tossed the body onto the flames, and buried one of their leaders, a man known as Colonel Johnson, in the coffin instead. 24. The fighting spread through northern parishes. Whites fled to Montego Bay and Falmouth. Lord Belmore, the governor, declared martial law. Many rebels holed up in the mountains, some in the remains of maroon towns abandoned since the 1790s. The militia responded with a savage campaign, shooting enslaved people on sight, and torching houses and provision grounds. Benjamin McMahon, a former plantation bookkeeper, recalled that most of the enslaved people his unit shot were unarmed and had fled the estates to avoid being murdered. 25 McMahon's officers were out of their minds with drink and fear. At Golden Grove Plantation, he remembered with shame the drunken freaks he committed with the militia, lost in the dark, firing on the unarmed and unresisting Negroes, men and women, old and young, indiscriminately. 26. At least 200 enslaved people and 14 militiamen died in combat in the Baptist War. More than 220 properties were damaged. The Jamaican government spent more than £175,000 on military operations and claimed that the rebels did more than £1.1 million in damage. The battle at Old Montpelier was exceptional in that it had two clearly defined fighting forces, facing off for control of a landmark. Most of the fighting happened in chance encounters on the roads and in the estates, across more than 700 square miles. The rebels, like Buss's followers in Barbados in 1816, were confident that the British Army would assist them in defeating the colonists. Soon, the commander of the forces in Jamaica, Sir Willoughby Cotton, a veteran of the gritty Iberian campaign of the Napoleonic Wars, arrived at Montego Bay on HMS Sparrowhawk, with reinforcements from the 77th and 84th Regiments. Cotton's troops carried a proclamation offering amnesty to all rebels except ringleaders and arsonists. But according to reports, the militiamen charged with reading the proclamations on the estates never carried out the order. Consequently, when the redcoats arrived in the country, they opened fire on enslaved rebels who did not know they had the choice to surrender. Plantations, many in flames, fell into chaos. The assembly offered cash rewards to maroon warriors for the ears of dead rebels. 27. The rebellion was over by January 4, 1832. As many as 2,000 enslaved people, beyond the people killed in combat, had been shot by the militia or the army. After the rebellion, courts-martial convened in January and February of 1832 indicted 427 enslaved people and condemned 250 to death. Of these sentences, 232 were carried out. Historian Michael Cratton analyzed the records of the indicted and found a high proportion of elite laborers, drivers, rangers, and craftspeople, among them. 28 The militia had also attacked Baptist churches. Salters Hill Chapel was burned to the ground, so was Burchell's house in Hanover Parish. In Montego Bay, a mob tore down the Baptist chapel. 29. The courts-martial convicted and executed with speed and fury. Captured rebels were arraigned on the open ground at sugar and coffee plantations. "Didn't Burchell say that you must fight for free?" a militia officer screamed at a prisoner. The man said he did not know anyone named Burchell. Militiamen tied his arms behind him, threw his jacket over his head, and shot him. Another militiaman grabbed an enslaved man who was standing nearby and forced his fingers into the bullet holes in the dead man's flesh. "You want freedom, do you?" he yelled. "Come here and put your finger where mine is, and see how you like it." 30 Henry Bilby remembered an enslaved man, conscripted as executioner, leaning against the gallows where several rebels swung, eating a bowl of plantains and salt fish. When another batch of rebels were sentenced, he put down his lunch and coolly cut the ropes to prepare for the next hangings. The corpses flopped onto a pile of bodies below the drop. 31. As in other slave rebellions in Britain's empire, there are multiple narratives of the Baptist War in the records. The first, written by slaveholders, blamed white missionaries, and by extension the anti-slavery societies that supported them, for the rebellion. The second version, written by missionaries, strained to honor the grievances of the rebels without incriminating the missions. William Knibb wrote that two rebels had told him, "Minister, we feel for you and Mr. Burchell and the other ministers, you left your mother to teach us, and now when Negro do wrong, they put it on you." 32 Some of the most quoted and richest sources on the rebellion have obvious shortcomings. For example, the missionary Henry Bilby published his detailed memoir of the rebellion, Death Struggles of Slavery, in 1866. He invented, embroidered, and forgot events. And so, the third narrative, the story of the rebellion as told by the rebels, appears only in flashes. Samuel Sharp's legend shows how these narratives clashed. By striking work, Sharp hoped to win emancipation without violence. But testimony from captured rebels suggests that Sharp agreed some of the strikers would need to fight or die if the militia arrived. The British missionary press, eager to find an enslaved leader who would embody the white missionary commitment to gradual emancipation and amelioration, probably exaggerated Sharp's pacifism. Bilby, for example, was convinced that Sharp's privilege made his anti-slavery purer. Sharp had never worked as a cane field laborer. To Bilby this meant that he had never felt anything of the bitterness of slavery. Other leaders of the revolt, in contrast, had raw, personal grievances against Grignon and other slaveholders. Bilby argued revenge clouded their motives. A few years before the American Civil War, an audience in Abington, Massachusetts, interrupted Bilby's speech with applause when he said that Sharp only intended to act upon the principle of passive resistance. Like Christ, in Bilby's memory, Sharp sacrificed himself, in order that the rest may be free. 33. Samuel Sharp was a hero. But in the missionary press, he was portrayed as nearly superhuman and a perfect model man, saintly, handsome, brilliant, and charismatic. Nearly, or perhaps overtly, erotic depictions of Sharp recalled early anti-slavery works of the 18th century that focused on exceptional, often noble or royal, enslaved people taken by misadventure to the Americas, like Afrabenz Orunico, a man so handsome that the most famous statuary could not form the figure of a man more admirably turned from head to foot. 34 The Samuel Sharp presented by white activists to the British public urged nonviolence, exemplified the values of missionary Christianity, and forgave both his white persecutors for their cruelty and his fellow rebels for their inability to control the enslaved masses. This version of Samuel Sharp allowed missionaries to transform an enslaved rebel, anathema to anti-slavery leaders in Britain, into a personification of the need for emancipation. Sharp could prove to Britons that he had deserved freedom. At the same time, the Sharp Britons met in the missionary press was also meant to stake a claim for gradual emancipation. This fantasy of Sharp was the exception that proved the rule, possibly the only enslaved rebel in Jamaica who met the standards set by white missionaries to merit immediate, unsupervised freedom. William Knibb told an audience in Britain that at the gallows on May 23, 1832, Sharp admitted that he had sinned against the laws of my country, and by those laws I ought to die, but I cannot see that I have sinned against my God. All that I wished was to be free. To enjoy that liberty which I find in the Bible is the birthright of every man. Before the bottom dropped from underneath his feet, Knibb claimed that Sharp beseeched the crowd to follow the white minister who came out to teach you. 35 And yet, Sharp and his fellow conspirators had achieved a spectacular feat of organization, coordinating thousands of enslaved workers over great distances to strike at once. This feat, and the loyalty and reverence Sharp inspired among the enslaved, show that Sharp was much more complex, and much more threatening to white power, than the Christ-like figure he became for British missionaries. After the rebellion, slaveholders honored the 14 whites who died in the fighting as martyrs, wildly embellishing their deaths. One militia officer named Pearce, who had been shot in an ambush while he walked home alone, was not only killed in gallant action, according to legend, but brutally mutilated, his mouth stuffed with his own bowels and his wife and daughters raped in front of him. When his alleged killers were executed, militiamen tied scraps of Pierce's bloody uniform to their necks like sacred relics. 36 The Jamaica Assembly passed an indemnity to shield the militia from prosecution for acts committed during martial law. The Assembly blamed the revolt on an evil excitement created in the minds of our slaves generally by the unceasing and unconstitutional interference of His Majesty's ministers with our local legislature, exacerbated by the Anti-Slavery Society. The report also blamed the Baptist churches for empowering their deacons and leaders to preach independently. 37 White Baptists now became a target. Rumors circulated that a Bible had been found on a rebel leader's person, dog-eared at Old Testament passages on the emancipation of Israel. Others blamed the missionaries for shaking the hands of enslaved worshippers after church services, a gesture of equality that they believed had led to violence. 38 A group of planters vowed to drive the Baptists from the island by force. In northern parishes the Colonial Church Union was founded, ostensibly to support the Anglican Church in Jamaica. Union thugs set Baptist, Methodist, and other missionary churches on fire, unmasked and in daylight. They beat, tarred, and feathered missionaries. To Britons, slave rebellion was shocking, but far from unprecedented. The campaign against missionaries, however, was intolerable. Although missionaries had faced hostility and threats of violence or prosecution after the 1816 and 1823 rebellions, the arson campaign and broad daylight assaults of the Colonial Church Union were unprecedented. Absentee slaveholders in Britain were mortified and rushed to repudiate the attacks. The new governor of the colony, Lord Mulgrave, arrived in July 1832, intent on subduing the riots. He must have soon realized that it would not be easy. On a visit to Savannah-la-Mar, Mulgrave found the flags of the Union flying from the walls of the jail, its doors broken open. White prisoners who had been held for rioting had been freed by a mob. 39 William Knibb returned to Britain and published an account of the rebellion. When Knibb's pamphlet was criticized as partisan, the Anti-Slavery Society looked for a picture fresh from the spot, an account by a newcomer to Jamaica that would show the public the state of the colony. 40 They found one in the memoirs of a young man named Henry Whiteley, a Methodist from Yorkshire. His short pamphlet, 3 Months in Jamaica, was printed by the Society and sold for 1p per copy, with steep discounts for bulk purchases of 100 or 1,000. The pamphlet was also excerpted widely in both missionary and general interest magazines. Whiteley had visited a Jamaica perilous not only to the enslaved, but to any white supporter of anti-slavery. He met a young overseer who told him that flogging enslaved people was not a pleasant duty certainly, but it was an indispensable one. He described the workhouse in St. Anne Parish, where men and women were chained together by the neck as punishment for petty theft. He learned that 3 of the convicts had been arrested for praying. Another overseer told him that if Buxton and Lushington were in Jamaica, he would chain them and put them to work in the gang. We would be all right, the man added, if these devils would but let us alone. 41 Two thugs from the Colonial Church Union accused Whiteley of preaching sedition and threatened to tar and feather him. Planters intercepted his mail as it was put aboard packet boats. An overseer named Dickon threw Whiteley against a wall, choked him and cocked his pistol, promising to kill him if he spoke to the enslaved. Finally, Whiteley was removed from the island by the authorities. 42 The aftermath of the Baptist War in 1832 forced Earl Grey's government to put emancipation on their agenda. The figure of Samuel Sharp, transformed in the press by Knibb and others into precisely the kind of hero least threatening to mainstream British anti-slavery, coupled with the Colonial Church Union's terrorism, allowed abolitionists in Britain to turn what might have been considered another blow to the cause of emancipation into leverage. A legislative path opened for the leaders of the anti-slavery movement, but white liberals and black rebels still had very different ideas of what freedom for the enslaved ought to mean. Vincent Brown, in his work on Tacky's Revolt, the rebellion that threatened the slave-holding government of Jamaica in 1761, points out that historians often overlook the ways that enslaved people channeled slave revolt across generations. 43 Enslaved people in Jamaica knew about previous revolts in Barbados and Guyana, They knew about the Haitian Revolution, they remembered the history of their parents and grandparents. But white Britons, slaveholders and abolitionists both, were backfooted by a large-scale slave revolt led by literate Christians asking for a fixed wage, organized on a massive scale. They did not imagine slave rebellions as part of a generations-long campaign rooted in the collective memory of the enslaved across the slave empire, but rather as individual and highly local protests against poor working conditions or excessive punishment. Mass protest in Jamaica occurred concomitantly with mass protest in Britain, France, and the United States. In 1830 and 1831, rioters in the southeast of England set fire to fields and smashed farm equipment. In France in 1830, the July Revolution overthrew the restored Bourbon monarchy and raised the populist nobleman Louis Philippe to the throne. In the United States in 1829, the hard-bitten soldier and slaveholder Andrew Jackson became president. Jackson signed into law the genocidal 1830 Indian Removal Act, which drove Native Americans out of the Southeast by force. Jackson's policies opened land to poor whites. He was re-elected by an overwhelming margin in 1832. In Britain, news of the July Revolution led to mass protest and demands for the removal of the Prime Minister, the Duke of Wellington, who rejected reform on principle. The Duke was forced to resign and the Whig leader Charles Grey, 2nd Earl Grey, formed a new government. The Reform Act of 1832 remodeled parliamentary representation. It closed rotten boroughs, granted new seats to the new towns and cities of the industrial North, and regularized property qualifications for voting. The electorate grew, modestly in England but rather dramatically in Scotland and Ireland. Parliament remained the home of the wealthy and well-born. The Reform Act did not make Britain a democracy, but the law did acknowledge and expand the public's voice in government. By closing rotten boroughs, the Reform Act eroded the power of slaveholders in Parliament. 44 The new political map, coupled with the shock of the Baptist War, gave anti-slavery a new urgency. More radical elements within the movement found their voices amplified. Women's groups, such as the Birmingham Ladies' Society for the Relief of Negro Slaves, had always been more progressive than official anti-slavery. Now, women's groups were joined by men, especially those without landed wealth, who had little patience for slaveholders' claims. As George Mortimer, a Newcastle schoolmaster, wrote, "If the planters are not wary and intelligent, they deserve to suffer." 45. The History of Mary Prince, published in 1831, was one of the first books published in the British Empire substantially produced by an enslaved woman, and one of the most famous publications of the Anti-Slavery Society. It epitomizes the new tone of the anti-slavery movement. Abolitionists, it seemed, were through with seeking compromise with slaveholders. Mary Prince was born in Bermuda in 1788. Because her mother was enslaved, Mary was also enslaved at birth. She and her mother were purchased by a merchant captain, and Mary was given as a gift to his granddaughter, Betsy Williams. She grew up in the Williams household and feared the master of the house, Captain Williams, who sailed a regular route between Bermuda, the United States and the British Caribbean. She claimed, however, to love Betsy's mother, the captain's wife, next to my own mother, better than any creature in the world. 46 Whatever her personal feelings, she was sold to another merchant captain when the family fell on hard times and separated from her mother and siblings. In the new household, Mary witnessed her master whipping a woman named Hetty until Hetty screamed that she would die. Her master's wife beat Mary and other enslaved children in the household whenever it suited her. To strip me naked, Mary remembered, to hang me up by my wrists and lay my flesh open with the cow skin, was an ordinary punishment for even a slight offense. Later, Hetty, who had taken Mary under her wing, was beaten while heavily pregnant. She went into labor early, and died shortly after the birth. Her body and limbs swelled to a great size, till the water burst out of her body and she died. 47 A few years later, Mary was sold again, to a new master, who relished forcing her to wash him in a wide pewter tub. "This was worse to me than all the licks," she said, but if she refused, she was beaten. She begged a man headed for Antigua to purchase her. While in Antigua, she was imprisoned in the cage, a dungeon in her master's house, and then flogged the next morning. Even as she suffered, she was quietly earning money, selling yams and coffee. I did not sit still idling during the absence of my owners, she said, for I wanted, by all honest means, to earn money to buy my freedom. She would also buy pigs from ships in the harbor and sell them at a profit on shore. 48 later, she joined a Moravian missionary church, where she met her husband, Daniel James, a cooper and carpenter, who had purchased his own freedom. She was flogged again for marrying without permission. When the family that owned her went to London, she escaped into the city and found refuge with sympathetic abolitionists. Because the people who claimed to own her refused again and again to allow her to buy her own freedom, she could not return to her husband on pain of re-enslavement. "No slaves here," Prince said of England. "No punishment, except for wicked people. Let them work ever so hard in England, they are far better off than slaves. They have their liberty. That's just what we want." 49. Like many slave narratives published by the anti-slavery movement, the history of Mary Prince was heavily edited by white activists. As Thomas Pringle, secretary of the society, noted in his preface, it had been written out fully as Mary Prince told it, with the dictation taken by an unnamed woman. The first draft included all the narrator's repetitions and prolixities and had been pruned into its present shape. 50 The bitterness of Prince's enslavement is raw and evident in the narrative, but so are the desires of white abolitionists to find in Mary Prince a perfect victim of slavery, a married mother, chaste and Christian, who had resolved to earn enough money to buy, rather than take, her own freedom. In 1831, more radical elements in the anti-slavery society formed a splinter group with the society, called the Agency Committee. The committee raised a fund, partly from large individual donations from wealthy Quakers, such as the grain importer Joseph Sturge and the merchant and railway investor James Cropper, to hire skilled lecturers to travel the country. 51 Other than a gift for oratory, the main qualification for an agency speaker was a fervent belief in the sinfulness of slavery and the necessity of immediate abolition. William Knibb and George Thompson, the latter would become a well-known anti-slavery speaker in the United States as well, were among the most effective barnstormers in the abolitionist cause. Thompson vibrated with righteous anger. Knibb was known for brandishing an iron collar, ringed with 10-inch spikes, that he had collected in Jamaica. 52. In the elections for the first Reformed Parliament, agency committee speakers urged voters to demand that candidates make a pledge to vote for emancipation. Thomas Fowell Buxton often repeated a yarn about a candidate on the hustings in the fens of rural Lincolnshire, who met a newly enfranchised voter. The bumpkin asked, "Be you a candidate for the Lords or Commons?" To which the candidate answered, "For the Commons to be sure, my friend, there are no elections for the Lords." The voter replied, perhaps hitching his breeches, "Well, Sir William, I know nothing about that, but which votes against slavery? Lords or Commons, he shall have my vote, and not the king himself if he don't." 53 The franchise had not expanded that much. Voters, even in the fens, remained men of property, certain to know who the Lords and Commons were. But Buxton's enthusiasm for his tall tale shows that leading abolitionists had confidence in the support of a solid base of voters, prosperous but not necessarily rich, who rejected slavery. The Baptist War provoked a crisis. The Reformed Parliament had a mandate to resolve it. In December 1832, Buxton wrote to Zachary Macaulay, "Immediate and total emancipation is our right." But Buxton also understood that immediate emancipation was unlikely to make it through the House. He allowed that if abolitionists compromised, it must be, not for the sake of the planter, nor for the sake of the government, but for the benefit of the Negro. 54 Historian Thomas Holt argues that by 1832 most British abolitionists offered two related arguments for emancipation. First, the abolition of the slave trade had made emancipation inevitable. Second, Although amelioration had led to emancipation, it had raised the expectations of the enslaved to the point where it would be unsafe to end plantation slavery without rigid regulation. 55 Even the most radical partisan of immediate freedom expected that freed people would be subject to strict laws after emancipation. George Stephen, the brother of Sir James Stephen, the Undersecretary of the Colonial Office, and son of the abolitionist lawyer James Stephen, wrote, "There is a broad line to be drawn between emancipation from all control and an immediate substitution of judicial for private and irresponsible authority." 56 As Buxton put it, the enslaved were to be the clients of their abolitionist patrons. Enslaved people would owe something in exchange for freedom. The question facing British activists and legislators was what that debt would look like, and how and when it would be repaid. Over the decades, amelioration policy and liberal political economy had generated many schemes for emancipation. Most featured some combination of continued forced work for freed people, restrictions on the price of land, regulations to keep wages low, new and well-enforced laws against vagrancy, and Christian preaching. For example, one former colonist, T.S. Wynne, proposed new laws to enforce due order and obedience, and that all children over 7 remain attached to the estates they worked on, for life if necessary. 57 Wynne was also likely the first person to use the phrase white supremacy in print. In an 1824 pamphlet, Emancipation, Wynne warned colonists that the next slave revolt might be too vast to quell under white supremacy, or even among themselves. 58 In an 1825 pamphlet, A Speedy End to Slavery, Wynne praised Haiti for its success in knowledge, civilization, and prosperity without any white supremacy or superintendence, a disadvantage our West India colonies need not be subjected to. 59 Wynne voiced the consensus among white abolitionists: slavery was a sin, but white supremacy could be a force for good, provided it empowered the right kind of white people. Many proposals for emancipation featured a civilizing mission, led by whites. Many others enticed slaveholders with the low wages that free workers would earn. In an influential pamphlet, Wages, or the Whip, Josiah Condor praised cheap labor in Venezuela, where Simon Bolivar had abolished plantation slavery. He argued that slaveholders were enslaved by debt. Because a planter had to grow sugar, Condor wrote, he must have slaves, and because he has slaves, he must grow sugar. His ideas and arguments move round, spellbound, or rather mortgage-bound. 60 Emancipation would free the colonial economy as much as it freed the enslaved. But that freedom, Condor emphasized, required laws to prevent emancipated people from leaving the estates. 61 James Cropper agreed. Slaveholders, he wrote, labor under a severe bondage to their mortgages, from which they must be emancipated by a large and liberal loan. 62 Most anti-slavery writers agreed that enslaved people would be incapable of understanding their own interests, or of appreciating their freedom. In spring 1832, Parliament convened a select committee on the extinction of slavery to interview British missionaries, slaveholders, and plantation staff, as well as witnesses from Haiti, Mexico, the Mid-Atlantic United States, and other societies that had abolished slavery, either gradually or immediately. The committee worried about precisely the problem that Colonel Moody had raised in 1821: would freed people continue to work after emancipation? In the records of the Select Committee, the point of comparison for the capacities of enslaved and free workers of African descent was nearly always English, Irish, and Scots rural laborers. After weeks of testimony, the committee came to 2 conclusions. First, the slaves, if emancipated, would be industrious and disposed to acquire property by labor, provided regulations did not allow them to acquire land at too low a price, or to earn wages that were too far above the bare minimum for survival. Second, after 3 major slave rebellions in 15 years, and after the mortifying behavior of the colonial church union, it was safer to abolish slavery than to continue it. 63. As the Select Committee concluded its inquiry, the Colonial Office began to plan. A political appointee, the Viscount Howick, the Prime Minister's son, led the office as Colonial Undersecretary. The permanent staff included James Stephen, son of the abolitionist James Stephen, and the poet and bureaucrat Henry Taylor. Taylor preferred ending slavery with a system of manumission earlier used in the Spanish slave empire. If enslaved workers received some time off from labor each week to earn money, Taylor calculated that it would take roughly 3 years for every enslaved person in the empire to manumit themselves. In contrast, Stephen and Howick wanted immediate emancipation, enforced with laws forbidding freed people from leaving sugar estates and high taxes on land to deter subsistence farming. Stephen also proposed a £15 million loan to planters to bridge the gap between slavery and freedom. The colonial secretary, Edward Smith Stanley, preferred a plan that combined Taylor's longer horizon for freedom with strict laws and loans to planters. Stanley's plan extended Taylor's 3 years of divided enslaved and free labor to a 12-year period of apprenticeship. Stanley proposed a £15 million loan, which he calculated would be roughly equal to a quarter of the amount of British capital invested in the bodies and labor power of enslaved people in the colonies. Based on these calculations, Stanley argued that freed people would owe 75% of their time to their former masters and would earn the balance of their value in the rest of their time. 64. The Anti-Slavery Society mobilized. It presented to Parliament more than 5,000 anti-slavery petitions with more than 1.3 million signatures, including 1,953 petitions with 229,426 signatures from Methodist congregations alone. 65 By April 1833, shortly before a scheduled debate on the government plan, it was clear that emancipation would include compensation for slaveholders. Some influential abolitionists, such as Josiah Conder and James Cropper, guardedly favored compensation, to buy a clean break from slavery. Buxton was disappointed, but willing to compromise. Although he firmly believed that in a moral sense enslaved people had never belonged to slaveholders, Buxton thought compensation had some virtues. He was especially anxious about another rebellion and reasoned that a bonus to the planters might be the only way of obtaining emancipation with safety to all parties. After all. 66 On April 2, 1833, the Anti-Slavery Society passed a resolution in favor of compensation, but many delegates opposed it. People's principles are the greatest nuisances in life, Buxton joked when he returned from a meeting with more than 300 angry society members. 67 Buxton's son and biographer Charles Buxton wrote that, by 1831, Buxton was convinced that there was no hope of the Negroes being raised to a fitness for liberty, while they were still slaves. 68 If compensation were the price of an emancipation that would secure the civilizing mission, so be it. On May 14, 1833, Stanley introduced the government's plans for emancipation as a series of resolutions. Buxton brought with him to the debate a petition signed by 187,000 British women. He boasted that it had taken fewer than 10 days to gather the signatures and bind them into thick piles, held together with paste and tape, that were said to resemble featherbed mattresses. 69 Despite the impressive petitions, Stanley was in control. He explained that as enslaved people passed into freedom they would come to own property, give testimony in court, and pursue civil and criminal actions. Corporal punishment would end, marriages and family life among former slaves would no longer be vulnerable to the catastrophe of the slave market and the bankruptcy court. In short, he concluded, a free person would enjoy every right and every privilege of a free man, subject to this restriction, and this restriction only, that he shall, for a certain time, remain under contract to labor industriously in the service of his present owner, but his then employer. 70. Stanley's solution to the problem of how to end slavery without risking the collapse of the sugar industry was to prolong forced labor for freed people and transform by degrees their murderers into their employers. Stanley invited the House to reject what he called wild though benevolent theories for emancipation. Immediate freedom, economic autonomy, and civil rights for freed people were out of the question. Stanley told the House to get to work, to put into practical and safe operation an experiment which, without exaggeration, I may say is more mighty than any experiment ever attempted to be carried into effect by any nation in any period of the history of the world. 71 Stanley's florid speech gathered many ideas about slavery and free labor that had percolated in the empire since the first British anti-slavery campaigns. He took his listeners on a tour of gradual emancipation in other parts of the world, including the new republics of Latin America. Haiti, for example, had continued to produce commodities thanks to the strict laws, long admired by white anti-slavery leaders, that regulated the movement and wages of farm laborers. Stanley warned that slavery had formed the idea among the enslaved that the greatest of human curses is labor, so the height of human bliss and enjoyment is the relaxation from labor. Consequently, the government's plan would ensure that enslaved people would not leave the plantations and recur to the primitive habits of savage life. 72. Apprenticeship, Stanley argued, would both honor the right to property and teach apprentices how to work steadily, and to accept the low wages that emancipation would deliver to a sugar industry revived by steady, inexpensive free labor. During the transition, the Crown would recruit and pay a group of magistrates to adjudicate disputes between masters and apprentices. Emancipation would cost something. One thing is clear, Stanley concluded, the repayment must be borne either by the produce of the Negro labor, or by the revenues of this country, for it cannot, in justice or fairness, be borne by the planters. 73 Viscount Howick objected immediately. Apprenticeship, he argued, would continue slavery. Apprentices would not choose their own masters, a basic condition of free labor. Thomas Fowell Buxton rose next, in opposition to the principle that the enslaved would need to pay for their own freedom. The slaves do not belong to the planters in justice or right, and they never did, Buxton declared, but he, along with the anti-slavery society's leaders, was resigned to compensation, and agreed that a loan or a gift to the sugar planters was necessary. Richard Godson, who would receive £5,018 in compensation, defended the government. Godson, a prominent lawyer, had married into a slave-holding family in 1825. While standing for election for Kidderminster, a seat created under the 1832 Reform Act, Godson, like many candidates, had promised emancipation. The best emancipator, he had said on the stump, is the man who is willing to sacrifice his own interests. But on May 14, Godson, who had also been a strong supporter of the Reform Act, complained about the good care taken, at the last election, to exclude from Parliament those connected with the West Indies. His interests had caught up with him, and he complained that not a word has yet been said on behalf of that body whose lives and fortunes are now at stake. 74 The debate went late into the night and was eventually suspended early in the morning. A few days later, before debate resumed, Buxton met with Stanley. He brought along 33 other MPs who had taken anti-slavery pledges, and demanded that apprenticeship be removed from the legislation, or at least dramatically shortened. According to George Stephen, who was present, Stanley told the abolitionists, "I cannot reduce it by a single year, not by a day. I am pledged to the West Indians, they regard it as the best part of the bill, and I cannot abate an hour." Buxton and James Stephen warned Stanley that they would raise petitions and public meetings to embarrass the government. Stanley reportedly sighed, and said, "There is no help for it, the apprenticeship must stand, or the bill must go with it." 75. Buxton feared calling the government's bluff. If the ministers withdrew the bill, it might take a long time before emancipation returned to the parliamentary agenda. He was also having second thoughts on compensation. The agency committee condemned even accepting compensation in principle. Buxton told himself he had made the only possible choice. He told his sister, "I would do the same again. I did it to save bloodshed, that was my motive, and I am glad I did it." 76 In a letter, he reflected, "The good of the Negroes ought to be our sole guide, and I cannot believe, if they could judge, they would wish us to throw out this bill." Note Buxton's phrase, "if they could judge." The gap between the politics of liberation that Samuel Sharp represented for enslaved people in Jamaica and the politics of imperial emancipation yawned just as widely for Buxton as Stanley. Both Buxton and his critics felt that they were acting for the good of the Negroes, and both assumed that enslaved people were incapable of understanding their own interests. On May 31, the House convened again, debating the resolutions until late into the night. A consensus formed around a government plan. The 12-year apprenticeship remained on the books, but the government amended its proposal to stipulate 7.5 hours of apprenticed work per day, and to ensure that food, clothing, and provision grounds would continue to be provided until the end of apprenticeship. Stanley backed down from the idea that apprentices would receive no wages at all during the time they were assigned to work on their own account. He also accepted that apprentices would be paid for their free labor. On May 31, Richard Godson rose to speak again. He mourned that the Anti-Slavery Society, that very influential, but not unprejudiced party, had taken over the law. 77 He proposed an amendment to the government's proposals. A £15 million loan was not enough, he argued. The loan should be raised from £15 to £20 million and converted from a loan into a compensation fund. 78. West Indian merchants and slaveholders convened their own mass meeting, in the great room of the City of London Tavern, Bishopsgate, which held 1,500 people. The room was full on May 31, in the early afternoon. The Earl of Harewood, the Marquis of Sligo, the Earl St. Vincent and other noblemen sat on the platform. Harewood began the meeting by pleading that he spoke with no desire of impeding the progress of emancipation, provided it was accompanied with that justice which a British subject had a right to expect. Centuries of British law, he declared, had affirmed that slavery was lawful, and the present proprietors had been compelled by law to become the possessors of slave property, with an equally perfect right to dispose of it. The assembly cheered. Harewood, a mild-looking man with full lips and dense, mobile eyebrows, told the crowd that abolitionists had duped Britons, sending pre-printed petitions to be signed by dense provincials. Abolitionists, he insisted, wanted to destroy the Caribbean colonies, which had ever been considered the right arm of this country. The rest of the afternoon was nostalgic. Elderly Royal Navy officers and ultra-Tory friends of the Duke of Wellington rose to compare abolitionists to the French revolutionaries of the 1790s, to hearty applause. Debate resumed on June 3. Dudley Ryder, who was the Viscount Sandon and a son of the Earl of Harrowby, proposed new amendments. He reintroduced Godson's plan of raising the compensation fund to £20 million and added amendments that would make free all children born after the passing of the Act. 79 The respected Tory leader and future Prime Minister Robert Peel argued that compensation was so obvious as to be the least important part of the bill. Instead, he framed emancipation as a challenge for legislators, to amalgamate two distinct and separate races, to discover a new stimulus to induce the Negro to labor. Emancipation, he continued, would require remaking the psychology of the enslaved, to train them into a taste for the comforts and even for the luxuries of existence, to accustom them, in that manner, to the habits of honest industry. 80 Whatever the Emancipation Act looked like, Peel argued, it would need to keep freed people at work. Abolitionists in the House had reconciled themselves to compensation. On June 7 Stephen Lushington asked, "Why, sir, is it possible that any nation can have carried on slave trade for 200 years, without having a great debt to pay?" 81 Meanwhile, Buxton scrambled either to reduce or eliminate the term of apprenticeship, but many less committed anti-slavery Whigs had already accepted the idea. For example, the MP for Shrewsbury, Robert Slaney, wondered aloud what made British workers work beyond bare subsistence. The habits of the class in which he moves, he speculated, and a desire to compete with those who entertain the same feelings, with regard to these little luxuries and comforts, as himself. Apprentices, he reasoned, would raise their condition in civilization by the same mechanisms. It is not freedom alone which we should give the slave, Slaney reflected, we should endeavor to teach him, also, the true value of the freedom he is to enjoy. He agreed with Buxton, though, that 12 years was too long, and proposed that apprenticeship could, perhaps, be shortened to 8 or 10 or 7 years. 82. Late that night, Stanley rose again, and reminded the House that there would be a huge number of people in Britain and the colonies, who might be eligible to claim compensation, but that the old West India interests were but in a small degree represented in the House, and that the persons who have claims upon such property are amongst the most helpless classes of the community. In this, Stanley was repeating a claim that had been hammered home at the City of London Tavern a few days earlier, namely, that many British widows and orphans depended on income from plantations to survive. Stanley stressed that £15 million was the minimum loss to the planters that emancipation would cause, and that every one connected with West India property, without, I believe, one exception, had declared even £15 million inadequate, but had agreed to lend their full concurrence and cooperation in this country, as well as their influence in the colonies, provided that compensation were raised to £20 million. 83. The resolution passed. The final motions called for the immediate and entire abolition of slavery, under such provisions for regulating the condition of the Negroes as may combine their welfare with the interests of the proprietors. Children under 6 would be immediately free, but subject to such temporary restrictions as may be deemed necessary for their support and maintenance. All enslaved people would be registered as apprenticed laborers, with the rights of free people, subject to the restriction of laboring, under conditions and for a time to be fixed by Parliament, for their present owners. Parliament would grant a sum of £20 million to slaveholders and would resolve to pay for both a stipendiary magistracy and for the religious and moral education of the Negro population to be emancipated. To the landed men of Parliament, for whom property was the root of British liberty, there seemed to be no alternative to compensation for emancipation. Enslaved people might not have been chattel in any moral sense, although that was far from the consensus view in the House, but they had legally been property for centuries. The final £20 million figure that Parliament settled on was a mind-boggling sum. Calculated according to inflation, it was roughly equal to £1.9 billion in today's money. But government budgets and services were far more modest in 1833 than 2020. If compensation were offered in 2020, in proportion to UK's total budget, it would equal roughly £200 billion or more. Many rank-and-file abolitionists were disgusted. Meanwhile, leaders of the anti-slavery society worked to spin the fund as Britain's sacrifice. The Emancipation Act permitted the Treasury to raise the money from private lenders, who would receive annual returns of interest capped at a modest premium on top of the market rate for other government debt, such as bonds. In July 1835, Thomas Spring Rice, the Chancellor, convened a meeting of leading British banks to bid on the loan for compensation. Within 2 days, the House of Rothschild was the last bank with a standing bid on the table. Most of the other leading banks withdrew their bids, perhaps after private and separate negotiations for future trade and considerations with the Rothschilds. The government substantially sweetened the deal with discounts on smaller annuities, and a 2% discount on the entire principal for providing cash up front. The bank was able to buy £15 million in initial bonds for £14.7 million. Over generations, the bonds were often refinanced and divided. Eventually, there were some 11,098 holders of compensation debt, who earned a total final redemption value of more than £218 million in 2015, when David Cameron's Conservative government redeemed 9 so-called perpetual bonds, paying down the balance of bundles of consolidated government debt dating as far back as 1700.84. In 1838, the liberal academic, journalist, and public intellectual John Ramsay McCulloch, who, like his mentor the economist and politician David Ricardo, was a passionate advocate for free trade and laissez-faire economic policy, summarized what had become conventional wisdom on the abolition of slavery. McCulloch argued that the £20 million paid to compensate slaveholders had demonstrated all of Britain's finest national characteristics. Compensation had been the greatest sacrifice ever voluntarily made by any nation in vindication of the right of property. Britain had proved itself worthy of both its vaunted tradition of liberty and its growing empire. The measure, Macaulay concluded, in fact, reflects quite as much credit on the wisdom and honesty, as on the generosity, of the British nation. 85 Emancipation announced what generations of landowners had insisted, that the right to property was sacred, even if the property claimed was a human being. Compensation was a fantastic deal for lenders, and a massive transfer of wealth from the public purse to the private sector, perhaps the largest, in proportion to the size of the government's budget, in British history. Investors could be very confident that the British government would not default. At the same time, the loans would deepen the government's relationship with lenders, and open new channels for borrowing. The expense of compensation could be used to justify austerity in fiscal policy while increasing the government's influence over financial markets and enriching banks and wealthy private investors. On June 25, the Lords debated the resolutions. The Earl of Ripon, a former Prime Minister, was ill when he opened the debate and kept sitting down to avoid collapsing. He celebrated what had become a central tenet of the anti-slavery program, the universality of the power of wage labor to civilize the people who undertook it. The motive which induces people to work is want, Ripon explained. Labor they must, or they cannot support life, and the same motive which impels men to exertion in civilized life would, if applied in the West Indies, compel the Negro to labor. 86 The Duke of Wellington, predictably, rose in opposition. He declared that amelioration had failed. Instead, Wellington inveighed, a man in the tropics works only for his food. He thinks of nothing save the luxury of reposing in listless idleness beneath the shade. Wellington concluded with a scowl, I look upon the whole transaction, he said, with less of confidence than I have ever viewed any measure that, in my experience, has been submitted to Parliament. 87 The Lords approved the resolutions. The 1833 Abolition of Slavery Bill was returned to the House and read on July 5, 1833. It came up for a second reading on July 22, and the House of Commons broke into committee to debate it. 88 The Haitian Code Rural, Ralph Bernal, the MP for Rochester, argued, would be a good model for colonial laws after emancipation. Those honorable gentlemen who have not seen this code, he noted happily, cannot form an idea of its severity. Freedom, he told the House, would require a code of the most severe kind. 89 Both compensation and strict new laws were now the consensus, but the House had grown uncomfortable with the 12-year apprenticeship. On the day of the second reading of the bill, abolitionists arranged for a public meeting at Exeter Hall, a grand new space in the Strand whose largest auditorium could hold 4,000 people. After the public outcry, the bill's second reading passed by only 5 votes. Stanley, aware that a defeat in the Commons would require his resignation, compromised with a term of 6 years apprenticeship for field workers and 4 years for skilled workers. But the Viscount Althorp, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, warned the House, there is a limit at which His Majesty's ministers, as long as they continue ministers, must stop. 90 This was a threat. If the more strident anti-slavery MPs embarrassed the government again, Grey and Althorp would resign, the government would fall, and the bill would die. On July 29, 1833, William Wilberforce died. By this time, Thomas Fowell Buxton had talked himself into supporting compensation, based on the notion that if emancipation be not given, more than £20 million will be spent in military preparations to fight against new rebellions in the slave empire. As for the British poor, he was certain that the people would suffer a little more hardship, rather than lose all the benefits of the bill. The public would not think £20 million, or, indeed, any sum, too great a sacrifice for the achievement of such mighty objects as these. 91 On July 31, 1833, Fowell Buxton told the House that it had been Wilberforce's dying wish to see the day England consented to give £20 million for the abolition of slavery. 92 The bill passed its reading and went to the Lords, who amended the legislation to begin emancipation on August 1, 1834, rather than January 1, since August 1 was, traditionally, the first day of the sugar planting season. On August 12, 1833, the Emancipation Bill passed the House. On August 20, despite a formal protest signed by the Duke of Wellington, Earl St. Vincent and 2 other lords, the bill was read for a third time, and on August 22, 1833, it received royal assent. What had happened? British liberty was built on the security of property first. In 1833, the landed men who served in Parliament had confirmed that even the end of something as vicious as colonial slavery could not violate this principle. And although Wilberforce had devoted his life to ending slavery, Buxton was correct that Wilberforce would have been happy with the final act. It embodied the old abolitionists' regard for the way property seemed to anchor society and protect hierarchy, as well as his belief in slow, gradual increments of freedom. It honored absentee slaveholders whom Wilberforce sometimes considered silent allies in amelioration, and whose good example as members of the upper classes he hoped would lead to the moral reform of all British society. Absentees received more than 2/3 of all claims over £500, and as much as 60% of all compensation. 93. The £20 million in compensation raised after the abolition of colonial slavery was reinvested across Britain and the British world. Generations of anti-slavery leaders had told the British public that the slave empire was set apart from Britain, that reforming the empire meant teaching the colonies to march to London's civilizing tune. However, as absentee slaveholders claimed a share of compensation disproportionate to their numbers, the unity of the slave empire, the commercial, cultural, and political connections between the colonies and Britain that nurtured slavery for more than 2 centuries, had never been more obvious. And yet, the idea that compensation meant Britain's sins were forgiven made it easy to forget how central slavery had been to British imperialism. The Legacies of British Slave Ownership project, run by University College London, has recently begun to chase down how and where compensation money was spent. William Alexander Mackinnon offers one example. He was the descendant of a long line of slaveholders. His ancestor, Daniel Mackinnon, had arrived in Antigua as the surgeon on board a merchant ship in 1688, received a grant of land in 1693, and eventually became a member of both the Assembly and the Council of the colony. The chieftain of the Mackinnon clan, like many Scots, had carved out a place for himself in the empire. Daniel Mackinnon's son, William, was wealthy enough to send his children, William and Elizabeth, back to Britain. William Hogarth painted their portrait in 1747. In the portrait, the children admire a butterfly that has settled on a sunflower. They wear adult clothing, William breeches and a frock coat, Elizabeth a pinch-waisted gown. In the background of the painting, held at the National Gallery of Ireland, a grand Georgian house looms in the murk. The painting evokes both the 18th century fascination with childhood but also its brevity. The house, and all the responsibility and power it represents, rushes up to meet the end of childhood. By the late 18th century, the family, now styled Mackinnon, was well established in Britain and Antigua. The manor house that threw a shadow over the Mackinnon children was built with the profits of colonial slavery, but it also represented the consummation of the dream of colonial slaveholding, wealth and power at home. William Alexander Mackinnon was the grandson and heir of the boy in Hogarth's portrait. He served for more than 4 decades in Parliament and died in 1870. At 86.94 he also received £3,942 in compensation for the 276 enslaved people he claimed to have owned in Antigua, on Mackinnon's estate. Mackinnon became a colonisation commissioner for the new colony of South Australia and an investor in the West India Agriculture Company, a firm that hoped to render available the fertile sources opened for the advantageous investment of capital by the effects of the Act for Negro Emancipation in British Guyana. 95. The compensation fund turned what abolitionists called a national sacrifice in the name of freedom into a new financial opportunity for the slaveholding class. Public money became seed capital that former slaveholders invested in an assortment of new ventures, including mines, banks, railroads, manufacturing firms and land speculations. Other awardees bought fine art for private and public collections or subscribed to civic and philanthropic causes. Compensation was also distributed around the empire, both to absentees and slaveholders who chose to emigrate after slavery. Some reinvested in trade in the Caribbean, for example, Alexander Bailey, who received part of a claim worth £9,979 as the trustee for the Philadelphia estate in Berbice, British Guiana, and became a partner in the firm of Bailey, Kerr & Co. of Moorgate Street in London, which traded in West India goods, mostly sugar and rum. Others moved their businesses east, for example, Russell Ellis, an absentee who made claims on enslaved people in Grenada, British Honduras, Trinidad, and Tobago. He received more than £8,120 in compensation money and reinvested it into a number of ventures, including the Perth and Inverness Railway, and several merchant firms. Ellis was also one of at least 15 recipients of compensation funds who invested in the British American Land Company, which bought more than 340,000 hectares of Crown land in the eastern townships of Lower Canada, now Quebec, in 1834. In 1836, the Bristol Cotton Twist and Power Loom Company published a prospectus, offering 4,000 shares priced at £20 each to raise £200,000 in capital. Renamed the Great Western Cotton Company, the firm had at least 10 investors who had made claims for compensation. 96. Britain, for much of the 19th century, prided itself on its empire of free trade and free enterprise. Emancipation, for many British liberals, was a clean break between an overburdened, antiquated empire of slavery and a sleeker, nimbler empire of free markets. Compensation, however, did not wash Britain's hands or disinfect British capital. An enormous amount of work needs to be done precisely to excavate how compensation stimulated and financed other sectors of the British economy, and to reconstruct the webs of family ties to the slave empire that actually expanded and became more dispersed after the Emancipation Act. Slaveholders did not invest in or focus on one single industry. Instead, claimants tended to focus their investments on sectors of the economy that happened to be booming when they received their compensation. In the 1830s, when investors generally flocked to railways and colonial land speculations, claimants did as well. In other words, many former slaveholders invested in railroads in the 1830s and 1840s not because of any connection between slavery and mass transportation, but because that was the sector of greatest interest to most Britons with money to invest. For many British capitalists, compensation was a financial windfall. Individuals and institutions with many investments spread across a wide range of industries profited most. For example, 46 British banks collectively received £1.14 million in compensation, more than a half of all the compensation money awarded to businesses. Of the 14 governors of the Bank of England who served in the office between 1807 and 1834, 9 received compensation money. Merchants from Glasgow, who were overwhelmingly invested in the newer, less exhausted soil of colonies such as Trinidad and British Guiana, claimed at least £400,000 and 97 pence compensation had bought the consent of many slaveholders in Britain, and it proved useful in the West Indies, where it buoyed up the plantation economy. Indebted planters were able to pay off their creditors. Some then sold their land while others began to borrow again. The Emancipation Act did not look much like what most activists in the anti-slavery society had hoped. Apprenticeship was especially disappointing. In February 1834, the Agency Society split off from the Anti-Slavery Society, forming the British and Foreign Society for the Universal Abolition of Negro Slavery and the Slave Trade. Among other goals, the Society wanted an early end to apprenticeship. 98 During the debates, Buxton had talked himself into approving of the act. He regretted the length of apprenticeship, and was sorry that compensation needed to be paid, but he was able to rationalize compensation as a sacrifice by Britain and apprenticeship as a prelude to civilization. Stephen Lushington was more cynical. In a speech during the debates, he praised the government for the risks they had taken in raising £20 million to pay off slaveholders while Britons rioted in the streets against the high price of bread. Lushington knew apprenticeship would effectively prolong slavery for nearly another decade. Why did he support it, then? My answer, he said, is direct and straight, because I cannot help it. 99. And yet, both supporters and opponents of the specific shape of the Emancipation Act agreed that its purpose would be to civilize freed people. As Stanley declared, there is a class of Negroes more qualified, and a class less qualified, for freedom. 100 enslaved craftspeople were more qualified for freedom, Stanley claimed, because they had already earned wages in addition to their required plantation work. Civilization is a notoriously slippery concept, but in the era of the Baptist War and the Emancipation Act it often meant steady labor for low wages. And regardless of the specific shape of emancipation, it was a mighty experiment to prove that the laws of free labor were universal, and that enslaved people were capable of civilization. Some historians emphasize the divide between the policies embodied in the Emancipation Act and the desires of the people in the anti-slavery society who packed into Exeter Hall to protest compensation and apprenticeship. There was indeed a divide. The anti-slavery public was right that compensation was owed to enslaved people, not to slaveholders, and that apprenticeship would look a lot like slavery. And yet, it would be disingenuous to divide the British anti-slavery movement into a majority of true abolitionists in the streets and meeting halls and a minority of false, self-dealing abolitionists in Parliament. Yes, the leaders of the anti-slavery movement within the government had flinched under pressure. They chose to support a flawed Emancipation Act out of the fear that if they refused to compromise, they would squander an opportunity that might never present itself again. And yes, most of the anti-slavery movement protested what they saw as a betrayal of their cause by its leadership. And yet, while the anti-slavery movement and its leaders disagreed about compensation, and were bitterly divided by the apprenticeship scheme, they were united by a common faith in the power of civilization, represented by free labor and free markets, to transform the slave empire after emancipation. They were united by a common faith in the power of the better kind of white supremacy, the white power of missionaries and impartial administrators, rather than overseers and slaveholders, to remake the lives of freed people in Britain's image. The freedom that Jamaican rebels hoped for 1831 was not the freedom that enslaved people would receive, nor was it the kind of freedom that British liberals would ever consent to grant. Emancipation was to be an experiment, where people who had once been enslaved would prove, with the influence of wages and a civilizing mission, that slavery was not only evil and immoral, but also against the basic principles of capitalism. As the abolitionist Joseph Gurney wrote in a public letter to Henry Clay, the powerful U.S. Senator from Kentucky, we must prove that free labor is more economical and productive than slave labor. 101. But what if it wasn't? 8. Apprenticeship. Before the Baptist War, Robert Wedderburn, the son of an enslaved woman and a Scots slaveholder, established himself as a radical advocate for immediate emancipation in the doldrums of the amelioration era. But in 1831, in a new pamphlet, addressed to Lord Brougham, Wedderburn announced that he had changed his mind. 1. Instead of immediate freedom for the enslaved, he argued for compensation to slaveholders and gradual emancipation. Slavery, Wedderburn contended, had some marginal advantages in comparison with wage labor. For example, enslaved laborers could not be taxed into poverty or imprisoned for debt. Wedderburn had met several enslaved people in England, all of whom could have sued for freedom. And yet, he claimed, all preferred Caribbean slavery to British wage work. One of the enslaved workers was a nursemaid to the elderly man who claimed to own her. In 1804, while visiting England, she had been offered £30 a year to stay on as a free domestic servant. Wedderburn wrote, she very naturally asked the proposer, where would be her salary, was she to fall sick, or be sent to the workhouse, or give offence and be discharged? To which no answer was given. To better to be enslaved, Wedderburn argued, and have some protection from the squalor of industrial capitalism. Wedderburn was also suspicious of white missionaries in his native Jamaica. He accused Methodists of extorting money from the slaves, under pretense of directing them to heaven. When the anti-slavery MP Daniel O'Connell, the Dean of the Irish delegation in Parliament and the leader of the campaign for Catholic civil rights in Britain, proposed that all children born to enslaved parents be free at birth, Wedderburn told him to mind his own business. "Let this wonderful champion," he wrote, "look to Ireland, where the peasantry are without food, clothing, or lodging. Not so with the slaves. Charity ought to begin at home." 3. All these accusations would have been familiar to any British reader interested in the slavery debate. They were rote arguments offered by slaveholders in defense of slavery. So why was Robert Wedderburn, a radical abolitionist, repeating them? Wedderburn had chosen what he thought was the lesser of two evils. He hated slavery, and he hated the impoverishing, alienating industrial labor that the profits of colonial slavery nourished in Britain. But he also recognized, as he watched imperial emancipation policies come into focus on the eve of the Baptist War, that whether emancipation came immediately or gradually, its shape would be dictated by white officials, and it would leave freed people poor, landless, and politically powerless. He also understood that many white abolitionists wanted it that way. Civilization in the British Empire after slavery required exploitative, low-wage work for the emancipated. The law would replace the whip. Slaveholders would become landlords. Freed people would be paid the same low wages as British workers, or worse. Wedderburn lived on the edge of poverty himself. He wrote his address from prison, where he was serving a year-long sentence for public nuisance. 4. He understood how the powerful could wield law as a weapon. Following his mentor, the agrarian socialist Thomas Spence, Wedderburn considered the private ownership of land to be the root of all social problems. By 1831, Wedderburn had concluded that a gradual emancipation that allowed the enslaved to keep the land they had made profitable would, on balance, be a better deal than immediate, landless freedom. The provision grounds worked by enslaved families for generations had been held collectively and relatively securely under slavery. Compensation to slaveholders, Wedderburn argued, would be worthwhile if the money were spent on buying out the claims of white colonists to colonial land. Slaveholders, Wedderburn imagined, could earn a profit selling plantations to the enslaved, after which their land would be held in common by the enslaved community. With more land, enslaved people would raise more provisions. When they sold their surplus, they would earn money to buy both land and freedom. Even if emancipation took generations under the system, Wedderburn imagined that at the end of the process freed people would finally escape white domination. 5. If freed people held land in common, then no missionaries could hector, no landlords could gouge, no police could overawe. On July 31, 1834, Britain counted among its imperial subjects more than 800,000 enslaved people, from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean. On August 1, 1834, there were none. Enslaved people had become apprentices. Britain's mighty experiment had begun, and its early years bore out some of Wedderburn's fears. The Emancipation Act did not empower freed people to break free from the plantation economy. Instead, through apprenticeship, it demanded as many as 6 more years of forced labor. In contrast to Wedderburn's vision of common land, solidarity, and self-help for freed people, the missionaries and magistrates sent to abet emancipation also targeted the interstitial spaces within the plantation economy where enslaved people had been able to have some privacy and autonomy, places that whites by custom rarely visited, such as the provision grounds and villages. Opponents and supporters of apprenticeship disagreed about how to achieve civilization in the former slave empire, but not about what civilization ought to look like. Anti-slavery activists in Britain presumed that to understand freedom, freed people would need to want to work for wages. To prevent freed people from buying land before they had internalized an ethic of steady labor, and to protect the colonial sugar industry, that work needed to be cheap. The question of an apprenticeship for freed people had dominated the debate over emancipation but was something of an afterthought in the act itself. Scheduled to last 6 years, apprenticeship had ended by August 1, 1838. Although brief, the era of apprenticeship was a microcosm of the ambitions, values, contradictions, and failures of the new liberal British Empire. Freed people were no longer enslaved, but they were not much closer to liberation. In Parliament, ministers claimed apprenticeship was necessary for the well-being of the enslaved. Edward Stanley, the colonial secretary, delivered several speeches in which he argued that, without training, freed people would not appreciate their freedom. But outside of the House, Stanley admitted to Thomas Fowell Buxton that apprenticeship was mostly pragmatic. It would entice slaveholders to buy in. The question of who apprenticeship was for depended on who was asking. According to liberal theories of civilization and constitutional development, British freedom was the fruit of a long struggle between Crown and Parliament. According to theorists of civilization, Britain had followed, and then transcended, a path to power set by the Roman Empire. In this hierarchy of civilizations, enslaved people existed in the present but lived in the past. To join Britain in the modern era, they would need to be ushered through stages of development that would normally take generations, or centuries. The Emancipation Act reflected this pseudo-historical thinking, dividing freed people into predial and non-predial workers. The idea that enslaved plantation workers were predial workers combined ideas about both Roman and Anglo-Saxon law and history. It was intended to designate apprentices with a label appropriate to their place in the scheme of historical development. The Latin word predium, for farm or estate, was associated with slavery. It was derived from pres, for bondsman. In England and Scotland, predial was in common use in Norman and early medieval law. In his influential History of England, David Hume explained that before the Norman conquest, there were two kinds of enslaved laborers in England: household slaves, after the manner of the ancients, and predial or rustic, after the manner of the Germans. Hume likened predial slaves to serfs in Russia, Poland, and Denmark, people bound to the land but protected by the law. 6 The rise of anti-slavery revived the idea of predial labor in the British Empire. Britons cautious about the prospect of emancipation hoped that it might be a way station between slavery and freedom. In 1792, for example, Henry Dundas had proposed a slow transition from slavery to a predial rather than a personal service for the West Indies. 7. Apprenticeship also drew on a very selective understanding of emancipation in Haiti, fusing concepts inspired by Haitian law, as detailed in previous chapters, with experiments undertaken by British slaveholders. In an 1823 pamphlet, for example, Thomas Clarkson had praised Haitian lawmakers for their attempts to maintain a just subordination on plantations after emancipation. Haitian laws, or rather the curated and translated excerpts that circulated in Britain, stipulated different rights for landlords and peasants. Clarkson approved. The laws were unequal, in order to preserve the plantation economy, but they were equally applied, without invading the liberty of individuals, and subjecting them to individual tyranny. 8 Once again, British abolitionists found in Haiti not an example of black freedom but a model of legal control that they imagined could be improved in an empire that would be free, but white supremacist. Clarkson also praised Joshua Steele, a Barbados planter and member of the Royal Society who had experimented on his plantation with a scheme to convert enslaved laborers into semi-indentured tenants. Steele banned the use of the whip and bragged that he had created a magistracy out of the Negroes themselves. In 1789 Steele declared that enslaved people on his plantation to be copyhold bond slaves, a category he resurrected from Anglo-Saxon law. 9 The plans for Steele's system were published in 1814, long after his death, in a collection of edited public letters, addressed to Clarkson. Toussaint and Steele, a hero of history's greatest slave revolution and an obscure British slaveholder, were, Clarkson wrote, two great men, quite unknown to each other, one of whom, Mr. Steele, was concerned in preparing Negro slaves for freedom, and the other, Toussaint, in devising the best mode of managing them after they had been suddenly made free. 10 to Clarkson, both were lawgivers. 10 years later, this same confidence in the power of the law helped to persuade many British abolitionists that apprenticeship was unnecessary. Why have a transitional period between slavery and freedom when a combination of British law and missionary Christianity seemed so transformative? Apprenticeship, under the Emancipation Act, was optional. Colonies could choose to skip the apprenticeship period entirely and offer full legal freedom immediately. Only Antigua, Barbuda, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, however, chose emancipation over apprenticeship. Of these colonies, Antigua was the only classic plantation colony, with most of its land given over to sugar and coffee plantations. Antigua is small and densely populated. In 1834, there were roughly 37,000 people living on the island, including 30,000 enslaved people, 2,500 Europeans, and 4,500 free people of color. For context, the population of Antigua and Barbuda today is roughly 80,000. Antiguan slaveholders trusted that population pressure would make work on the sugar plantations a necessity, rather than a choice. The Antigua legislature wrote strict new laws restricting wages and tightened laws on vagrancy. People who could be prosecuted for vagrancy would now include free workers moving too far from their home plantations. Unable to leave the estates without being imprisoned for going begging, freed people in Antigua faced what historian Natasha Lightfoot calls a troubling freedom. 11 Abolitionists, however, praised Antigua and its planters' accumulation of talent, intelligence, and refinement. 12. Shortly before August 1, 1834, Edward Stanley sent a circular to the colonial governors of the slave empire. Apprenticeship, he explained, was a temporary provision for the continued cultivation of the soil, and good order of society, until all classes should gradually fall into the relations of a state of freedom. 13 The protection of people and property after emancipation required only appropriate wages and well-crafted laws, he believed. Apprenticeship would be enough to persuade freed people that working on the plantations was in their best interests. The military power of the slave empire was called into action to enforce apprenticeship. On August 4, 1834, more than 100 apprentices at Shaw Park, a sugar plantation overlooking Ocho Rios Bay in St. Ann Parish in northern Jamaica, refused to work. The overseer at the plantation confronted them. They told him that King William IV had given them free and that they would only go back to the fields for wages. In the era of slavery, the overseer would have threatened to summon the militia. Under slavery, the threat of violence might have forced enslaved strikers back to work outright, or else served as leverage to negotiate with the gangs from a position of strength. But slavery had been abolished. A messenger rode hard to Spanish Town to inform the governor, the Earl of Sligo. Sligo ordered Sir Henry MacLeod, Lieutenant Colonel of the 39th Regiment and Honorary Lieutenant General of the Colonial Militia, to Shaw Park. 14. When she visited in the early 1870s, the British biologist and artist Mary Ann North would call Shaw Park, set on a hill more than 800 feet above the sea, the very gem of all Jamaica. Behind her was a valley of allspice and orange orchards. In front of her, a river tumbled past the house and over the hillside in endless cascades. 15 In 1832, the estate was home to 145 enslaved people, who worked a sugar plantation. Enslaved drovers switched oxen and donkeys loaded with sugar canes up the road to the great house and sugar works. The high vantage and waterfalls that would charm North 40 years later were useful for sluicing syrup through the boilers and for grinding sugar cane with the kinetic power of gravity and fast-flowing water. The hilltop estate was also haunted by the earliest wars to claim Jamaica for England. In 1655, when Oliver Cromwell's New Model Army took the colony from the Spanish Empire, the retreating Spanish governor, Don Christopher Arnaldo Sussy, had camped on the land that became the estate. English soldiers, guided and assisted by rebels who had been enslaved by the Spanish, pursued Sussy and his troops up to the high ground. Cannonballs and other ordnance the English fired at the Spanish remained buried in the ground at Shaw Park until at least the late 19th century. 16 The first Shaw to be buried on the grounds died in 1794.17. In 1834, Shaw Park belonged to James Walker, the husband of Elizabeth Olivia Leslie Shaw. Walker was furious that the apprentices had threatened him with their own law, and shown the most insubordinate spirit. 18. Sir Henry MacLeod and 2 companies of the 39th Regiment boarded a steamboat sailing out of Kingston. The journey took 36 hours and the troops disembarked just before dawn. The soldiers were joined by William Ramsay, Special Magistrate and Inspector General of the Jamaican Police. Ramsay tried to explain the Emancipation Act to the apprentices, who were certain they had been tricked. They told Ramsay that the previous governor, Lord Mulgrave, had granted them emancipation. They believed that apprenticeship had been invented by the new governor, the Earl of Sligo, who, unlike Mulgrave, had been a slaveholder, to defraud them. Ramsay and MacLeod read a copy of the Emancipation Act aloud and showed the leaders of the strike Mulgrave's signature. When the apprentices still refused to work, Ramsay had the leaders of the strike flogged. The strikers, faced with ranks of armed redcoats, returned to work, and MacLeod left behind one of his 2 companies to maintain order. He also asked Maroon warriors from Accompong Town and Scots Hall, the descendants of the people who had guided Cromwell's soldiers to the Spanish camp in the 17th century, to watch the estate's borders for runaways. 19. In Guyana, Trinity Parish, created in 1826, was a spur of mostly uncleared land along the Atlantic coast, from a creek near the Essequibo River east to the more narrow Pomeroon, running parallel to the ocean before twisting inland to its source at the edge of the Amazon. 20 From 2 to August 4, 1834, the senior special magistrate in Trinity Parish, Thomas Coleman, toured Richmond, La Belle Alliance and Lima, 3 large plantations on the more densely settled eastern part of the parish. At one of the plantations, Coleman spent more than 2 hours explaining the law to incredulous apprentices. Like William Ramsay, he showed the apprentices a copy of the Emancipation Act, to prove to them that it was the King's law. 21 Soon, several apprentices from La Belle Alliance, convinced Coleman had lied to them, visited John Duke, the young parish rector. Duke explained the Emancipation Act again. Later, colonial authorities accused Duke of having told the apprentices that the £20 million was the whole price of their manumission. 22 The money, after all, had not really purchased freedom. Apprenticeship was also a form of compensation, and both aspects of emancipation were meant to secure property in a time of upheaval. In his sermon on the Sunday of the week of Emancipation, John Duke had preached from the book of John, chapter 8, "If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed." 23 Duke meant to convey that real freedom was spiritual, yet the people who listened to the sermon may have heard a different message. At Coffee Grove, another plantation in the parish, apprentices told Coleman that they would only work for wages. If they were forced into apprenticeship, they insisted that they would work without pay for at most 2 hours a day. They calculated that the value of 2 hours' labor would pay for provisions from the plantation stores and cover any rent for their houses and vegetable gardens. 24. Richmond Plantation was owned by Charles Bean, who, like James Walker, was a resident planter. During the amelioration era, leading anti-slavery activists and more progressive slaveholders touted resident planters as good masters willing to co-opt some anti-slavery policies, and increase their profits by improving conditions for enslaved workers. But under apprenticeship, resident planters may have struggled more than plantation managers with the transition from slavery to freedom. Perhaps men such as Charles Bean and James Walker, fed, bathed, nursed, and watched by enslaved people their entire lives, had begun to believe that they really were stern but loving fathers to the people they claimed to own. Perhaps seeing the apprentices act like angry employees rather than grateful children after August 1 was too much to bear. Bean refused to negotiate and demanded that the apprentices return to the fields. On August 9, 1834, Damon, an apprentice from Richmond, raised a flag at Trinity Churchyard. The flag was white, with a black St. Andrew's cross, a wide black X across a white field. 25 Apprentices gathered in the churchyard. They demanded to see the governor. When being visited, one of the apprentices shook his fist at him, threatening me, saying that I had made the law to injure them, to cut them. I think the expression was. 26 By Sunday morning, the preacher John Duke guessed that there were at least 500 and as many as 1,000 people packed into the churchyard at any given time. Duke, Bean, and the magistrates pleaded, then demanded, that the apprentices disperse. Bean led a delegation of planters to Georgetown to ask the governor, Sir James Carmichael Smith, to impose martial law. A declaration of martial law would require summoning the militia, something Carmichael Smith guessed would only make the situation worse. Instead, he rallied a group of British regulars from the colonial garrison. Carmichael Smith personally led the detachment to Trinity Churchyard. He explained that apprenticeship was not a planter's trick, but imperial law. 27 Faced with the redcoats, the apprentices dispersed. Damon was executed. 4 other apprentices were exiled. In the era of slavery, enslaved people convicted of a capital crime sometimes had their sentences commuted to transportation for life. The convict would be sold to another slave colony, and slaveholders would pocket the proceeds. We don't know where the transported apprentices were sent, but they may have been sold into slavery outside British territory, in Brazil, or in a French or Spanish colony. 28 32 more were sentenced to be flogged or imprisoned, but Carmichael Smith offered them a pardon. Enough apprentices had joined the protest that public whippings would likely spark a riot. At sentencing, the Chief Justice of Demerara and Essequibo declared the apprentices were guilty of having illegally declared and asserted and insisted that they were free. 29 The judge harangued the defendants for assuming that freedom meant that they were liberated and exempted from being restrained and compelled by law to the performance of the work and labor which by the law they were bound to do and perform. This outcome pleased Thomas Spring Rice, who had succeeded Stanley as colonial secretary. He wrote to Carmichael Smith of his sincere satisfaction that the quantum of labor required by law is now regularly performed by the laborers all over the colony. He noted, though, that the many wealthy former slave owners in Britain were anxious to hear about Damon's occupation of the churchyard. The mode, Spring Rice wrote, adopted of making signals in order to bring the Negro population into combined action, exhibit a very formidable state of concert, and should on conviction be followed by severe punishments. 30 Charles Bean would later claim more than £16,800 from the Slave Compensation Commission. 31 Similar confrontations between apprentices and the military occurred across the former slave empire. In Montserrat and Nevis, troops were called to maintain order. In St. Kitts, riots were large enough that a naval force arrived from Antigua to suppress them. 32 Once it was clear that the army would break strikes, apprentices retreated to slowdowns and small-scale resistance, old weapons from the days of slavery. Apprenticeship was meant to be an education, a balance between slavery and freedom that would protect the plantation economy and train up freed people into wage workers and former slaveholders into employers. To strike this balance, Britain deployed special magistrates. Across all of Britain and the Empire, magistrates were the front line of the British legal system. Most British subjects who found themselves in court were judged by volunteer magistrates recruited from among local landowners. The new colonial magistrates were special because they were paid and because most were sent from Britain. Unlike other magistrates in the Empire, the specials were not supposed to have financial or familial attachments to the colonies where they worked. They were required to live in the districts that they administered, and to hold court at least once a week. They were also required to visit every plantation in their district with more than 10 apprentices living on it once every 2 weeks. Richard Madden, one of the special magistrates, arrived in Barbados a few months before emancipation. An Anglo-Irish soldier, Madden had a background typical of a special magistrate, many of whom were recruited from among the many military officers demobilised after Waterloo. When he arrived at the wharf, enslaved stevedores were loading and unloading ships. Among enslaved people, the magistrates might at first have seemed like allies. Madden remembered one of the stevedores waving and calling out, "Gar Almighty send us soon our own king's magistrates." 33 At first, planters treated the magistrates as enemies. When he arrived in Kingston, Madden and his fellow magistrates were mocked in the press as sleek, smooth-featured, stalwart, Irish parish priest-faced fellows, tolerably well-fed-looking wiglings, sent out expressly to live on the fat of the land. 34 Magistrates in Britain rarely kept records. They dispensed informal, summary justice within their own communities. Special magistrates, however, were charged with keeping journals in duplicate, sending one to the colonial government and one to the colonial office in London. In their journals, magistrates were expected to record the evidence and outcome in every case they heard. But like magistrates in Britain, special magistrates had discretion in resolving complaints. They could dismiss, order a compromise, or choose to punish one party or the other. Apprentices who made complaints that magistrates deemed groundless could be punished with 15 additional hours of unpaid work in any given week. Employers would be required to pay cash penalties of not less than 20 shillings, and not more than £5. A malicious complaint would put an apprentice in the parish workhouse for a month of hard labor or would cost an employer 40 shillings. The Emancipation Act had outlawed certain kinds of punishment and forbade local magistrates and colonial parish authorities from applying others. Men could receive up to 50 lashes, but women could not be flogged. Floggings could not be inflicted on plantations, except under the supervision of a special magistrate. Special magistrates could not extend the term of apprenticeship, except for runaways, who could be apprenticed for up to 7 more years. They could not require apprentices to work on Sundays and could impose a maximum of 15 hours of additional unpaid labor each week. 35 Although the punishments that special magistrates could hand down were more limited than those permitted under slavery, the number of formal offenses that apprentices could be accused of increased. During the apprenticeship era, many colonies would undermine the power of the special magistrates. Some passed laws requiring that they collaborate with local magistrates. Others shifted more authority from the magistracy, local and special, to parish authorities. For example, most Jamaican parishes already had workhouses by the 1820s. By passing laws to require punishment within workhouses after emancipation, colonial legislators could undercut the special magistrates. The new crimes on the books addressed the anxieties of British lawmakers over the capacity of apprentices for steady work. The guidance sent by the Colonial Office to the special magistrates marked the worst labor offences as 1. Indolence, 2. Neglect of work, 3. The improper performance of work, 4. Injury to the employer's property, 5. Insubordination and disobedience to the lawful commands of the employer. Apprentices could also be charged with offences against the state. The peace and good order of society will be endangered, regulations stipulated, by the apprenticed laborers considered as a distinct class, in one or other of the 5 following modes: 1st, by riot; 2nd, by marwanage; 3rd, by the desertion of helpless children; 4th, by settling upon land without any legal title; 5th, by the desertion of the colonies to which they belong. Special magistrates had wide discretion over these offences as well. A riot was defined as any 3 or more apprentices engaged in any activity that the magistrate considered a threat to public order. Rioters could be punished with a year of hard labor. Apprentices were also bound to stay in the districts where their estates were located and could only move outside of their districts to go to market, church or chapel. While on the roads, apprentices needed to carry a pass, signed either by their employers or by a special magistrate. Apprentices who established themselves in any part of the colony as a distinct community and ignored the demands of masters faced 6 months of labor, up to 40 lashes and the destruction of their homes. In the era of slavery, what counted as running away depended on the plantation and the season. Some slaveholders would brutally punish an enslaved person for 1 day's lost labor, but others would overlook days or even weeks of absence, especially for an elite enslaved worker or craftsperson outside of crop time. Under apprenticeship, anyone who was absent for 7.5 hours in a week became a deserter, 2 days of absence made a deserter a vagabond, and anyone missing for 6 days was a runaway. These categories all carried specific rules for punishment: a week of hard labor for deserters, 2 weeks and 15 lashes for vagabonds, and a month and 30 lashes for runaways. Indolence and carelessness at work, as well as disobedience, received 15 hours of additional labor in the first instance, and escalating terms of hard labor, as well as whipping. For further offenses, carelessness with fire received even harsher penalties. Drunks were punished with a week in prison with hard labor and 15 lashes. 36. Special magistrates had a great deal of power, but an overwhelming job. Initially, only 80 special magistrates were hired to administer the entire former slave empire, a complement that had only increased to 132 by 1838. Moreover, barely 60% of the magistrates had arrived in the colonies by August 1, 1834. Barbados had its full complement of 6, but in some colonies, such as Tobago and the Virgin Islands, no special magistrates had arrived in time for emancipation. Jamaica, the largest and most populous plantation colony, was initially allotted 33 magistrates to administer a population of more than 200,000 apprentices. Sprawling British Guiana was assigned only 13 magistrates, of whom only 5 had arrived for 1 August. 37 Attrition and exhaustion quickly depleted their ranks. In Jamaica in 1834 alone, 4 of the magistrates died and 4 others resigned. 38 The rules requiring magistrates to visit even smaller estates at least once every 2 weeks, in daily pursuit of litigation, as one magistrate put it, made the job effectively impossible. 39 In Jamaica, Lord Sligo bragged about the productivity of the magistrates, which he measured in the miles they covered while visiting estates. For example, he claimed that the 60-odd magistrates assigned to Jamaica had traveled 12,341 miles and made visits to 2,922 estates in June 1835 alone. 40. Because Jamaica had the most special magistrates, and because Sligo was especially enthusiastic about showing off their work to the Colonial Office, the colony contributed a wealth of detailed material about apprenticeship to Britain's archives. These archived records show through the eyes of special magistrates former slaveholders angling to preserve their power over apprentices and their laborers, and apprentices struggling within a system that preserved some elements of work under slavery and added to them the miseries of low-paying work. When they first visited an estate, special magistrates in Jamaica were expected to read aloud a proclamation Sligo had written: "You will, on the 1st day of August next," it began, "no longer be slaves, but from that day you will be apprenticed to your former owners for a few years, in order to fit you all for freedom." The special magistrate would warn apprentices that he had the power to prolong their apprenticeship if they did not comply. "Bear in mind that everyone is obliged to work," the proclamation concluded. "Some work with their hands, others with their heads. Your lot is to work with your hands." 41 The apprentices may have been bemused, or cynical. One magistrate overheard a driver joke that the people who worked with their hands were the cane hole diggers, while women balancing water jugs worked with their heads. 42. The enslaved had been declared emancipated and apprenticed in one proclamation. They were told that freedom meant compensation for their labor, so they pursued it, both as wages and through the preservation of customary provisions, what colonists often called indulgences. Before 1834, many enslaved workers had received very basic medical care, clothing, and rations from slaveholders. Over time, they had come to see these goods and services as something akin to payment, albeit inadequate, for their labor. Slaveholders, however, saw indulgences as patrician largesse. Most slaveholders also spent very little on customary goods and services for the enslaved. In Barbados and Jamaica, some colonial officials reckoned the annual cost of each enslaved worker's provisions at £1 per person per year, and at £2 with the cost of medical care and provision grounds added in. 43 After emancipation, apprentices expected that wages would augment their customary rations, former slaveholders expected to substitute wages for rationing entirely. Planters were eager to protect their bottom line. In the 1820s and early 1830s, leading abolitionists such as James Cropper had argued that wage labor was cheaper than enslaved labor. Cropper and others had pointed to poor wage earners in the United States, Mexico, and the Bolivarian republics of South America to prove workers paid a pittance would still return each morning to the fields or workshops. Suddenly, two elements of the experiment of freedom converged. When they accepted wages, apprentices proved that apprenticeship was working to teach the everyday discipline of wage work. But to prove that free labor was more profitable and efficient than enslaved labor, apprentices had to accept low wages, specifically. By and large, they would not, unless threatened by the military or magistrates. For example, Thomas McCornack, an overseer and attorney responsible for 2,600 apprentices in the parish of St. Thomas in the East in Jamaica, offered all the apprentices on the estates he managed access to customary provisions and 10d. for every 6 hours of work they performed. For reference, this was less than half of what Samuel Sharp and his fellow rebel leaders had demanded as a fair wage for a day's work at the outbreak of the 1831-2 rebellion. Sharp, to recall, had figured a fair price for a day of work based on what slaveholders paid for a day's labor from an enslaved workhouse convict hired out by the parish. The apprentices working for McCornack rejected the offer, and a frustrated McCornack appealed to the special magistrates for redress. Although he was able to force a low wage on the apprentices eventually, he was sure that apprenticeship would be the end of the plantations unless strong laws can be enacted to prevent vagrancy and secure industry. McCornack noted that some of the apprentices were selling as much as 50 pounds or 60 pounds of their surplus crops whenever they went to market, with virtually no overhead costs, more than 1,200 times what he had offered as an hourly wage. 44. Apprentices' capacity for collective action in pursuit of higher wages shocked other planters. One coffee planter, convinced that freed people were incapable of such sophisticated negotiation, felt sure that they had been organized by a more enlightened agency than they are capable of exerting, to act passively by performing no commensurate work within legal hours. 45. The punishments handed out by magistrates reflected assumptions about the relative civilization of white and black imperial subjects. Male apprentices could still be whipped. According to the law, they were emerging from the past of slavery and had not yet learned to respond to economic stimuli alone. Colonists, in contrast, were subject to fines or imprisonment. The Anti-Slavery Society, which published several long investigative reports on apprenticeship, collated what data it could secure from records sent back to Britain by the magistrates. They reported that in the first 2 years of apprenticeship, from August 1834 to July 1836, special magistrates had handed down at least 134,257 punishments on apprentices, meaning that roughly 1 in 4 apprentices was officially punished. The punishments included 28,952 floggings, for a total of 574,175 individual lashes of the cart whip or cat o' nine tails. Floggings, however, were a minority of the total punishments inflicted on apprentices. Most of the punishments, 104,165 individual judgments, according to the Anti-Slavery Society, were measured in time rather than in lashes. 46. An apprentice who refused, for example, to sell their free time to a planter for reasons that the special magistrate judged to be unfair might be punished by having 5 hours added to their week. Special magistrates also had the right to punish apprentices on the treadmill, which had first appeared in British prisons in 1818. The treadmill, adapted from earlier treadwheels used to grind grain, was a wheel of stairs with an iron bar above it. A prisoner punished with hours on the treadmill would climb the wheel until their sentence was completed. In Jamaica, most parishes had a treadmill in the workhouse before emancipation. Slaveholders, especially those not based on sugar estates, used workhouses to punish and control the enslaved, and colonists routinely hired out enslaved workhouse labor before 1834.47. The treadmill was designed when Britain was worried about the capacity of the poor for the sustained, low-paid labor that seemed necessary for industrial and commercial growth. Treadwheels made flour. Treadmills made nothing. British jurists and reformers worried that if a convict punished with hard labor was assigned to build a road, then that convict would refuse to work steadily for wages doing similar work after their sentence. Walking the treadmill, they reasoned, would not teach convicts an aversion to real hard labor. Two visitors to Jamaica saw the kind of torture that the treadmill could inflict. In St. Andrew Parish, they watched as the wheel scraped the skin from the torso of an exhausted 18-year-old apprentice, while he hung by the wrists, semi-conscious. 48 In Demerara, men and women punished by the treadmill were flogged as they climbed. The women's heads were shaved to further humiliate them. 49. In nearly all the former slave colonies, special magistrates handled a heavy caseload. For example, according to Special Magistrate Joseph Hamilton, planters in Barbados hauled apprentices to the courts for the smallest perceived slight. They either hoped that magistrates could replace the sudden and arbitrary punishments of the plantation, or else they hoped to prove the ineffectiveness of the magistracy by overwhelming it with cases. Apprentices appealed to the courts as well. Hamilton received 1,932 complaints in 1836 from among the roughly 12,700 apprentices living in his district. 50 Magistrates sided overwhelmingly with planters on alleged offenses and wage disputes. Historian Diana Payton has shown that Jamaican slave courts in the 18th century acquitted up to 25% of enslaved defendants. In contrast, two special magistrates in Jamaica who left behind especially detailed records acquitted 4% and 17% of accused apprentices, respectively. 51 In a session held by Barbados Special Magistrate John Colthurst, a former army officer who preferred to be addressed as Major, one apprentice was charged with absence from work. He had been given leave to attend his mother's funeral and had returned later than permitted. He was jailed. In the same session, Colthurst ordered a woman into solitary confinement for 6 days for singing and making disturbance in the field. Another man was imprisoned for not stoking the fires in the boiling house well enough. He protested that the cane trash used as fuel was wet and wouldn't burn, but he went to prison regardless. 52 Still, Colthurst considered the apprentices, whom he characterized as grown children, improvident and careless to a lamentable degree, to be more civilized than Irish peasants. 53 He deemed the punishments he meted appropriate to the civilization of the freed people of the new liberal empire. The special magistrates also had the power to allow apprentices to purchase an early release from their apprenticeship. Any apprentice who wished to be appraised could make an application, and the special magistrate, in a committee with 2 local magistrates, would set a price for the value of the rest of their apprenticed labor. The local magistrates, usually overseers or plantation attorneys from the parish, tended to drive up the price of appraisals. Former slaveholders were nevertheless convinced that apprentices routinely cheated them. 2 American visitors to the British Caribbean heard the story of a man who had been a driver on a large estate and deceived appraisers by growing out a beard, which gave his face a wrinkled and haggard appearance. The man, according to the story, faked a limp and complained of weak legs and misery all down his back. His apprenticeship was then valued at a relatively paltry £10. Once he left the courtroom, he straightened his back, shaved his beard, and found paid work as an estate manager at £30 per year. 54. This story echoes trickster legends from around the world, particularly stories told in West Africa and the Caribbean about the spider god Anansi, who defeats his rivals with smooth talk and dissimulation. Apprentices might have told it to encourage one another. Former slaveholders feared it was true, that their most valuable apprentices were slipping from their control. And yet, records of the many appraisals undertaken during the apprenticeship era tell a different story. Most appraisals were set high, and the system, weighted in favor of planters, did little more than strip the most prosperous apprentices of their savings. "There is one thing obvious at the first glance," complained a special magistrate, "there are 2 local magistrates, and one special justice, and it is evident the interests of the owner been most looked to in this arrangement. 55. The valuation of an apprentice, like so much of apprenticeship, was squeezed between the two forces that had pushed and pulled at the Emancipation Act itself. On the one hand, by giving former slaveholders a chance to drive up the value of any given apprentice, valuations were cynical exercises. On the other hand, because the prospect of buying out a term of apprenticeship was meant to encourage apprentices to work and save, the system also advertised the liberal conviction that a strong work ethic and steady application to wage labor was both civilizing and evidence of civilization. And though British abolitionists and slaveholders well knew that enslaved people saved money, the apprenticeship policy asserted that slavery had made enslaved workers wholly ignorant of the cash economy. In practice, valuation seems to have stripped apprentices of their savings. Jamaica compiled some of the most detailed valuation reports, particularly during the Earl of Sligo's tenure. From September 1 to December 31, 1835, Jamaican special magistrates conducted 478 valuations, of which 289 were paid. The 289 apprentices who bought out the final years of their term spent more than £10,124 for the privilege, or an average of about £35. A small majority of the claimants were non-predial apprentices, but predial claimants paid far higher rates. The highest priced valuation paid in the period was £155, 11s. 2d, paid by Thomas Kelly of Castle Daly in St. Anne Parish, who was listed as a head driver and distillery master. Other high valuations were made for the labor of coffee curers, head coopers and other apprentices with valuable skills. The highest valuation paid by a non-predial apprentice was the £72, 10s, paid by Henry Cruby, a servant to John Ray of St. Mary Parish. 56. There is still much research to be done on valuations. In the extensive manuscript and printed records of apprenticeship, there are strong hints that some skilled domestic workers and highly valued plantation workers had the price of their apprenticeship paid by other planters, missionaries, and merchants. If this is true, and I am nearly certain it is, there is a history of debt and finance underneath the market in apprenticeship. But even without a clear sense of who paid to end apprenticeship for highly valued apprenticed laborers, it remains obvious that the system of valuation was tipped in favor of planters. In the debates over the terms of emancipation, anti-slavery legislators conceded to slaveholders and their allies the power to designate enslaved workers as predial or non-predial. In practice, planters seem to have been able to use this power to designate the most skilled laborers they had once claimed to own, including craftspeople such as carpenters, coopers, blacksmiths and distillers, as predial workers, as long as they did most of their work on plantations. And yet, anti-slavery legislators had also touted craftspeople and other skilled workers as among the most civilized of the enslaved, and therefore the closest to freedom, and the least in need of apprenticeship. In effect, valuations were a tax on the highest earning apprentices. If a skilled apprentice sought a loan to pay a valuation fee, they put themselves in debt to a new master. On the other hand, if an apprentice paid out of their own pocket, then they likely exhausted their savings, the proof, for many anti-slavery Britons, of their greater civilization. Missionary Christianity did not always align neatly with the demands of colonial officials. The legacy of the slave empire was exploitation, and the legacy of anti-slavery was a sense of righteous superiority. Historian Catherine Hall characterizes the abolitionist dream as a society in which black men would become like white men, not the whites of the plantations but the whites of the abolitionist movement, responsible, industrious, independent, Christian, and in which black women would become like white women, not the decadent ladies of plantation society. But the white women of the English abolitionist imagination, occupying their small but satisfying separate sphere. 57. John Davy wrote in the early 1850s, "This condition of the women is every way injurious, to labor, to morals, and even to population. The rate of her wages renders her independent, her habits render her unfit to be the helpmate of man, the marriage tie is commonly a loose one, and often never made. In our own country we see the bad effects of such a system of labor. 58. At an adult school in Antigua in 1837, a group of about 30 free women gathered to learn from a white schoolmaster named Mr. Morrish. They had been emancipated for 3 years. As women, they would almost certainly have been in the lower ranks of the hierarchy of enslaved plantation laborers. Women did the same work as men on most sugar plantations under slavery, but, unlike men, they were rarely promoted to any kind of elite job or trade. Women worked in the cane fields, but not in the distillery. No women served as drivers and few women worked as craftspeople. On plantations, enslaved men in these roles were more likely to be literate than the gangs they commanded, and had more time to read or hear and gather news. According to 2 American missionaries who sat in on Mr. Morrish's lesson, these women had come from different plantations, some walking many miles to the schoolroom, in a building adjacent to a country church. The school was organized as an infant school, a school established for children, that is, rather than adults. Many of the women were just beginning to gain English literacy and struggled with basic arithmetic. They were incredibly ignorant, the missionaries wrote. When they first came to the school, they could not tell which was their right side, and they had scarcely mastered that secret. As the missionaries watched, the women were shown a dumb clock, a mock-up of a clock with swinging hands to teach children how to tell time. They were much pleased with the evolutions, the Americans wrote, but none could tell the time of day by it. Morrish asked the women to point to their cheeks, and many of them pointed to their chins. This delighted the white observers. Such is a specimen of the intelligence of the Antigua Negroes, they wrote. What the missionaries saw was a room full of people who seemed stupid, but whose apparent stupidity proved that the great experiment of emancipation had succeeded. After all, with the merest infantile state of intellect, the emancipated women prove the peaceable subjects of law. 59. Here was a room full of women who had worked in the fields all day long, and yet chose to spend their sparse free time learning to read and write in English and count in Arabic numerals. The women were skilled workers with ambitions, experts in the rhythms of plantation life and agriculture, in animal husbandry and in the management of a domestic economy and family life under obscenely straitened circumstances. But all that the white representatives of the American anti-slavery society could see was a room full of amusingly ignorant black people who obeyed the law and worked for wages. Under slavery, the family life of enslaved people had been vulnerable to instant destruction. In the era of freedom, missionaries traveled to the former slave empire with a different agenda. Amelioration laws that forbade family separation defined the family as a mother and her minor children. This definition of family carried over from slaveholders who had insisted for generations that enslaved fathers had little role in family life. This poisonous assertion made it easier to sell enslaved men. Some British slave codes, particularly in the later 18th century, placed limited restrictions on separating families through sale. In other colonies, there were unwritten rules against separating mothers from their children. The sale of an enslaved man, in contrast, could never be cancelled on compassionate grounds. After emancipation, missionaries redefined the family of freed people as the nuclear family, with a male head of household, a mirror image of the idealized British household, with a male breadwinner and a woman in command of the domestic space. Historians of gender have called this the phenomenon of separate spheres, the notion that men ruled the public space outside the home, and women ruled within it. Women had worked in the era of slavery, now they were expected to remain in the home. As the governor of Antigua explained to 2 American missionaries, after emancipation, freed people could assist each other, and mutual assistance was indispensable, but when they were slaves they were sure of a support, whether they were married or not. Those who live unmarried now were uniformly neglected and suffered great deprivation. 60. The criminal law became an instrument not only for protecting the safety of the public in the former slave empire, but also for measuring the relative civilization of former slaves and the relative fitness for freedom of formerly enslaved people. The blacks have a great respect for, and even fear of law, wrote to white abolitionists in 1837. Law is a kind of deity to them, and they regard it with great reverence and awe. 61. Led by the Birmingham-based Quaker businessman Joseph Sturge, who traveled throughout the Caribbean and wrote books attacking apprenticeship, British abolitionists rallied for an early end to the system. In the abolitionist press, reports of unrest, cheated apprentices, and women flogged and humiliated were reprinted nearly as soon as they arrived in London. The Anti-Slavery Society pointed out that rather than a single policy, apprenticeship differed from colony to colony. Some colonies imposed 6 to 8 hour shifts, others experimented with dividing apprenticed labor into discrete tasks. The society condemned apprenticeship as an anomalous and intrinsically defective system. Insofar as apprenticeship was an experiment, it now stands clear. Not only that the Negroes will work well for wages, but that they cannot be made to work so well without them. Industrious and obedient under a hard and unjust system. 62. Anti-slavery leaders led a publicity campaign against apprenticeship. In one widely read pamphlet published by the Anti-Slavery Society, an apprentice named James Williams related that I have been very ill-treated since the new law come in. Apprentices get a great deal more punishment now than they did when they was slaves, the master takes spite. Williams described the work of a 4 years or non-predial apprentice. Massa said I was only 4 years apprentice, and don't entitle to any time, that only 1 day in a fortnight due to me to work my ground and feed myself. 63. Williams was confined to the workhouse for disobeying a special magistrate's order, where he saw a woman with a wailing baby she was forbidden to nurse, and an elderly woman who had been beaten and flogged when she proved unable to walk on the treadmill. Williams also condemned the complicity between magistrates and planters. Some of them magistrate, he related, don't care what them do to apprentice, as long as them can get good eating and drinking with the massa and bushes. 64. Abolitionists argued, reasonably, that special magistrates had become dependent on the planters whom they were supposed to observe impartially. The wages paid to special magistrates, which averaged about £200 in sterling, were relatively high in Britain but low in the colonies, where the exchange rate from sterling to currency was high, and easy for merchants and bankers to manipulate. Housing, food, and the cost of buying and maintaining the horses they needed to ride their circuits left special magistrates in debt to colonial merchants. The famous hospitality of colonial whites to other white men relieved some of their relative poverty, and as more magistrates were fed, housed, and horsed at great houses, they certainly must have begun to identify even more with planters over apprentices. Joseph Sturge and Robert Harvey both complained that the mantle of the magistracy had become a cloak of oppression. 65. A special magistrate in Barbados concluded that for all their complaints against the abolitionists, in right judgment the slave owner was the greatest gainer after all. 66. Nevertheless, planters were frustrated, as they co-opted magistrates with money and hospitality. Legislatures passed regular acts in aid, colonial laws that complemented or enforced imperial legislation. Legislatures twisted these laws to empower local magistrates and parish vestries. In the first flush of triumph after 1833, the Jamaica Assembly passed a limited and truncated act in aid, and one that was scheduled to expire in 1835, rather than 1840. Stanley, the colonial secretary at the time, overlooked this provocation. He hoped that a gesture of imperial magnanimity would satisfy the planters and signed off on releasing Jamaica's share of the compensation fund. The second act in aid, passed in December 1834, was rejected by the new colonial secretary, Lord Aberdeen, because it removed many of the special magistrates' powers and put them in the hands of the courts of quarter session. 67. In 1837, after many complaints, Aberdeen's successor Lord Glenelg demanded a review of the legislation passed in the colonies. Glenelg wanted to ensure that it had honored what he took to be the Emancipation Act's spirit of universality and racial equality. Glenelg, however, also argued that the key to full emancipation was to limit apprentices' access to land. He recommended higher minimum pricing for Crown lands, mandatory sales of privately held land by auction to the highest bidder, and even more rigid regulations to keep apprentices from settling as squatters on unoccupied land. 68. To further boost the numbers of laborers available to the sugar industry, the Jamaica Assembly refused officially to make any lists of non-predial apprentices until March 1837. In British Guyana, planter-led commissions charged with registering apprentices were accused of deliberately reclassifying non-predial apprentices as predial. 69. In November 1837, Glenelg privately circulated a letter to the colonial governors. He professed his satisfaction with apprenticeship, suggesting that the system had already achieved its goals. The non-predial apprentices were due to receive full emancipation on August 1, 1838, and Parliament would need to pass new legislation to structure the final 2 years of exclusively predial apprenticeship. Many colonial legislatures heard the signal and passed laws to opt out of apprenticeship. For white colonists, the option was more legislation from Britain that would override what they felt was their ancient constitutional right to self-government, or emancipation, which, although unwelcome, would at least happen on their own terms. 70 Anti-slavery campaigns against apprenticeship made the institution notorious, but it was Parliament and the colonial legislature's common interest in avoiding a constitutional crisis that ended apprenticeship in 1838. The apprenticeship system that had punished apprentices and rewarded planters segued into a version of freedom defined by colonial legislatures. As Thomas Fowell Buxton's biographer put it, emancipation was an anomaly among revolutions that happened only after the political power that enforced the revolution was withdrawn. 71. Knowing that full emancipation was likely to occur on August 1, 1838, and that emancipation ultimately would be in the hands of planters, anti-slavery leaders in Parliament hastened to promote what was essentially a concession to obstructionist former slaveholders as a victory for the British public. Lord Brougham, no longer Lord Chancellor, rose in the House of Lords in 1838. Brougham gave a long address that became one of his most famous orations. Among other publications, it was quoted in full in the Public School Speaker and Reader, a textbook on rhetoric for the polished sons of the upper class, published in 1869.72. In his speech, Brougham emphasized that the end of apprenticeship was a triumph for the British public. Since the Reform Act, he exhorted, I have witnessed, the education of the people, unfettered by party or by sect. I watched over its cradle, I marked its growth, I rejoiced in its strength. Reform had accelerated and sanctified the rise of British power. Britain was no longer a violent, conquering slave empire, Brougham insisted. It had become an empire that proclaimed, that freedom is the birthright of man, that distinction of color gives no title to oppression, that the chains now loosened must be struck off. The experiment of apprenticeship had been a torment for apprentices but had proved their mettle. The slave has shown by 4 years' blameless behavior, and devotion to the pursuits of peaceful industry, that he is as fit for his freedom as any English peasant, I or any lord whom I now address. 73 abolitionists celebrated Brougham's speech, but one newspaper, reminding readers that Brougham had promoted apprenticeship as Lord Chancellor, noted dryly that there are slaves to liberate, or no slaves to liberate, as he happens to be in or out of office. 74. Brougham was right that something was different about the British Empire in 1838. The end of slavery, no matter how it happened, was a triumph for the new liberal empire. The champions of anti-slavery were eager to claim that the movement represented the British public. Brougham was not the only abolitionist who claimed that a new era had begun. The young Queen Victoria had ascended to the throne in 1837. Brougham saluted her in his speech. In Liverpool, an anti-slavery speaker declared, Britons, your decree is law. Senators, your fiat is resistless. Illustrious and amiable Queen, your mandate is invincible. 75 In Exeter Hall, at a packed anti-slavery meeting, the agency committee speaker George Thompson declared, to loud applause, that the genius of Great Britain at large was on the side of anti-slavery. He knew that from the starving peasant, who treads the quivering bog of Ireland, from the Scottish peasant, free, robust, and happy in his own mountain glens, worshipping his God, where his fathers fought and bled and died for freedom, from the miner of Cornwall and the collier of Newcastle, and the weaver of Huddersfield and Bradford to the peasant of Sussex and Devonshire, from every quarter, including the people of that vast metropolis who had poured out in thousands both yesterday and today, filling the vast area of that building, and sending hundreds away disappointed, that all were with them. 76. Thompson hoped his audience would celebrate 1838 in the same patriotic terms as the abolition of the slave trade in 1807, as the triumph of an entire nation. British liberals found slavery revolting, but they also believed in a hierarchy of human civilizations, and in a predictable and universal process of economic and social development for human societies, with Britain, and white Britons, at the top. Liberals rejected slavery but had confidence in the kinds of power that slavery had helped to make. The apprenticeship era was a last gasp for slavery, and the first breath of a new British world where white supremacy, framed as a benign, raceless ideal of human flourishing, justified new kinds of conquest and domination. Conclusion: Slave Empire, Liberal Empire. In June 1840, at Freemasons' Hall in Great Queen Street, London, the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society convened the First World Anti-Slavery Convention. Thomas Clarkson, now 80, sat as honorary chairman. He opened the conference by reminding delegates that their most dangerous enemies were the cotton and other planters in the southern parts of the United States. He knew that Britain depended on slave-grown American cotton. 1 Clarkson also knew that wage labor was morally superior to enslaved labor, and he believed it was also more dynamic, more efficient, and more profitable. If the convention could encourage free workers to grow cotton, slavery would fall. Slavery and waste are twin sisters, the Quaker abolitionist John Gurney had written, whereas freedom is married to economy too. Britain could end slavery, encourage Christianity, free itself from its dependence on American imports and civilize West Africa. Anti-slavery would sanctify the British Empire and turn a tidy profit. But the first day of the meeting cast a pall. Scandalous convention organizers learned that some of the Massachusetts societies invited to the convention had sent women as delegates. One complained, unless females are especially associated together, and announced as such, in the promotion of the objects in view, they do not become a part of the working committee. 3 This American presumptuousness infuriated Captain Wauchope, a Royal Navy officer and a delegate for Carlisle. Britain ought to be the senior partner in Anglo-American abolitionism. After all, he asked, have we not given £20 million of our money for the purpose of doing away with the abominations of slavery? For in the end, the convention barred women from participating in the debates, although not from attending the proceedings. Even some of the American delegates voted in favor. I have no objection to woman's being the neck to turn the head aright, said Elon Galusha of New York, but do not wish to see her assume the place of the head. 5. With women safely in the gallery, the convention met for 2 weeks. Some of the debates proposed extending the reach of British anti-slavery legislation. For example, the East India Company, which presided over territories with substantial populations of coerced and enslaved laborers, managed to have the company's territories excluded from the 1833 Emancipation Act. The company argued that since the regimes of forced labor in the company's territories had been devised by local rulers, it would be unwise to uproot them. The increasing pressure of the civilizing mission, however, strained the company's policies. At the World Anti-Slavery Convention, delegates discussed the use of slave labor in the East India Company's territories. The delegates also discussed ways to use laws against the British slave trade to clamp down on slavery in West Africa, strategies to curb plantation slavery in the United States, and the progress of emancipation movements in the French and Spanish empires. American abolitionists had a focused, national goal. In the United States, Black American activists, none of whom attended the convention, could be murdered or enslaved if they were caught. Runaways from plantations relied on the Underground Railroad, a secret network of safe houses operated by freedom fighters and trusted allies, to make their way north to British North America. White American activists also risked mob violence. Daniel O'Connell, the Irish MP, declared that in Britain, the abolitionists have nothing to complain of, but in America they are met with the Bowie knife and lynch law. Yes. In America you have had martyrs 6. That was the problem. The end of British colonial slavery had created what historian Richard Hussey gently calls anti-slavery pluralism. 7 The concerted campaigns of national and imperial atonement that led to the successes of 1807 and 1833 had fragmented into many commercial, moral and political causes. The World Anti-Slavery Convention was supposed to set a new agenda for British anti-slavery in the post-slavery empire, but British delegates could only seem to agree that women should be barred from leadership in their organizations. Some delegates, mostly from British North America, pushed for support and missionary work among the growing community of refugees from American slavery. Among British delegates, some hoped to renew the campaign against the slave trade. Between 1836 and 1845, at least 696,520 enslaved people from West Africa disembarked in the Americas, mostly in Cuba and Brazil. Others hoped that Britain would join forces with American abolitionists. In the United States, the 1840 census counted 2,487,355 enslaved people, nearly 7% of the entire population of the country. Still others hoped to harness the momentum of anti-slavery to encourage missionary work in the wider empire. To commemorate the convention, organizers commissioned a group portrait. John Beaumont, a pious Quaker and chair of the convention's publicity committee, approached the painter Benjamin Robert Hayden, notorious among early Victorian art critics for his massive canvas commemorating an 1837 dinner in celebration of the anniversary of the Reform Act. Wags teased Hayden's Reform banquet as amateurish and dull, a stack of rows and rows of men sitting in the gloom at long tables, each staring into his own middle distance. But Beaumont, like many Quakers, was suspicious of the visual arts. The Society of Friends considered plainness a mark of humility. Even the most beautiful painting was a sketch in comparison with God's creation. 8 Hayden had proved he could paint a large group portrait, with recognizable faces. If the result was unlovely, so much the better for God's creation. The Quakers also had ready money. "We will guarantee thee against loss for the sketch," Beaumont promised. 9 Hayden took the job. The portrait, which hangs in the National Portrait Gallery, London, includes 130 finished faces. Hayden sat in on the convention for nearly 5 days, sketching faces and heads, till my brain got dazzled. 10 His portrait focuses on Thomas Clarkson, at the left, surrounded by family. Clarkson raises a finger and leans over the audience. Joseph Sturge stands beneath his arm, resting his fingers on his cheek. Sturge's expression is meant to denote thoughtful reflection but looks very much like that of a man caught picking his nose. Henry Beckford, enslaved at birth, became a deacon after emancipation in Baptist missionary William Knibb's church in Falmouth, Jamaica. Beckford sits with his back to the viewer, his handsome face in profile. Next to him is John Scobell, one of the founders of the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society. When Scobell visited Hayden's studio to be sketched, the painter told the abolitionist that he planned to put him next to Beckford, one of only 4 non-white faces in the crowd. Scobell, Hayden remembered, sophisticated immediately on the propriety of placing the Negro in the distance, as it would have much greater effect. 11 Although Hayden noted Scobell's bigotry and did it just the same, the distance Scobell wanted to keep between white British abolitionists and the people on whose behalf they claimed to speak is obvious in the finished portrait, a sea of black frock coats and white faces. 12 When Hayden finished sketching his heads, he met again with John Beaumont to arrange them according to desert. William Lloyd Garrison, the famous American abolitionist, had also sat for Hayden. Unlike Scobell, Garrison asked that his portrait be placed as near to Henry Beckford's as possible. Beaumont told him to cut Garrison out of the portrait entirely. Garrison had arrived late and had protested the exclusion of women from the convention floor by sitting with them in the gallery. 13 Hayden had also planned to paint William Wilberforce, Granville Sharp, and Toussaint Louverture's names onto the curtains in the background of the portrait. Beaumont was furious. He wrote to Hayden, "They had nothing whatever to do with the convention and must come out." 14. The final painting, a canvas of more than 121 square feet, illustrated in thumbnail portraits the delegates whom the society felt deserved to be remembered. As a work of art, it was poorly received. The Morning Post called it a great abortion, its rows of heads, a congregation of clodhoppers. As monotonous as a pattern card of Birmingham buttons. 15 But to the society, the portrait was not intended to be pleasing. It was meant to draw a line between Wilberforce, Sharp, and Toussaint, the heroes of the past, and the new horizons of reform, whatever those horizons might be. 16. In the 18th century, Britain became the world's preeminent slave empire. Now, after 1838, it would become a self-appointed avenger of freedom and liberalism throughout the world. Free labor, free trade, and free markets became touchstones in foreign policy as the British Empire grew larger. But as apprenticeship revealed, free labor was not exactly free. Instead, Britain promoted wage labor for colonist people who would work in industries that suited Britain's commercial ambition, growing tea, rubber, palm oil, sugarcane, and other crops for low wages on plantations. Free trade and free markets were just as ambiguous as free labor. Debates over free trade in sugar tormented the anti-slavery movement. American cotton, grown by enslaved workers, was Britain's most vital import. The cotton trade was so vast and seemed so foundational to British industry that anti-slavery activists struggled to formulate a strategy to reform it. Free markets in theory became, in practice, markets that benefited British imports and exports. The liberal empire was built on the same greed that made the slave empire. Free labor was morally superior to slave labor, but wage labor had its own torments for the colonist. And the moral prestige of anti-slavery worked like a powerful drug to exonerate other coercive, unfree conditions of labor. In comparison with slavery, almost anything was acceptable. The end of slavery in the British Empire was not the end of the British slave empire. Long after the abolition of colonial slavery, Britain was still entangled in global slavery. British manufacturers purchased cotton grown by enslaved workers and stumped for free trade policies that enriched slaveholders, especially in the American South. When the duties on sugar produced outside the British Empire fell away, Cuba, Brazil, Louisiana and other slave-holding sugar bowls prospered. As London solidified its position as the financial capital of the 19th century, British investors financed infrastructure that carried enslaved people and the things they produced, and bought up the debt of slave-holding states. The end of apprenticeship left the Caribbean colonies in limbo. By 1846, sugar production in the British Caribbean was 35% or less than it had been in the last decade of slavery. 17 Free workers had little interest in working for sugar plantations, except for good wages, which planters argued they could not afford to pay. The last legal props of the old slave empire to survive emancipation were the protectionist laws that guaranteed West Indian planters a preferential rate on their crop in Britain and the other colonies. In the 1840s these sugar duties came under threat, but anti-slavery activists could not agree whether to welcome or to resist the end of protectionist trade in the most valuable, iconic crop of the 18th century Atlantic Empire. Support for protection put the anti-slavery movement in the pockets of West India planters and the supporters of the Corn Laws. Support for free trade, however, threatened public faith in the great experiment of emancipation. What would happen if enslaved workers in Cuba and Brazil really could outproduce free laborers in Jamaica and Guyana? In 1843, Freemasons Hall hosted a second general anti-slavery convention. This time, organizers made sure no women were invited. In the hall, Hayden's finished portrait hung on the wall, flanked by a portrait of Thomas Clarkson and a painting of slave ships at anchor on the West African coast. Clarkson had been invited to chair again, but was too ill to attend. The banker and philanthropist Samuel Gurney sat in his place. George Baxter, the inventor of a new color printing technique, sold high-quality reproductions of Haydn's painting, an elegant appendage to the drawing room of every abolitionist. 18 And yet, even without the woman question to embarrass the gentleman, the 1843 convention fractured, this time over free trade in sugar. In British politics, anti-slavery and free trade had some affinities. Both abolitionists and free traders believed, in general terms, that open markets led to better outcomes for all. The free trade movement also borrowed strategy from the abolitionists. The Anti-Corn Law League modeled their 1838 national campaign on anti-slavery campaigns, organizing mass meetings, hiring charismatic traveling speakers and churning out cheap, didactic publications for distribution by local societies. 19 The Anti-Corn Law League agitated for free trade in grain, frightening Britain's landowning elite, who enjoyed protection against cheap imports. Free trade in sugar was just as divisive and politically charged. Still, any change to the laws regulating trade in sugar, a commodity that Benjamin Disraeli called not merely commercial, but imperial, philanthropic, religious, was politically charged. 20 Sugar had helped to found the modern British Empire, turning struggling island colonies into mighty engines of capital and anchoring Britain's interests in the Atlantic. Sugar was associated with slavery and its downfall, but it was also a staple on the tables of both rich and poor. Above all, sugar was the stuff of the Great Experiment. If sugar duties fell and the imperial sugar industry collapsed, some abolitionists worried, where would that leave British civilization in the former slave empire? At the 1843 convention, the free trader Thomas Spencer moved that competition between sugar grown by enslaved workers in Cuba and Brazil, and imperial sugar is rendered necessary as an act of justice to the people of this country. 21 Spencer brandished the hefty published proceedings of the 1840 convention, including an official resolution that slave labor was less productive and less profitable than wage labor. Why not prove it once and for all? Spencer asked. 22 Edward North Buxton, Thomas Fowell Buxton's son, admitted that he preferred free trade in principle. He reminded the audience, however, the competition might not be fair. The experiment of emancipation had been intended to prove that free workers could produce sugar for Britain at the same rate as they had under slavery. International competition, Buxton insisted, would betray both freed people and planters. The more fertile British colonies, such as Trinidad and British Guyana, had too few laborers. The soil of the more populous colonies, such as Jamaica, was depleted. 23. Richard Cobden, a leader of the Anti-Corn Law League, had been nominated to the convention as a delegate for Manchester. He had not come, he protested, to convert the hall into a free trade meeting. 24 And yet, he pointed out, it was effectively impossible to avoid trade in sugar made by enslaved labor. Britain sent finished cotton to Brazil in exchange for sugar. To avoid sugar duties, merchants shipped it on to Hamburg, in exchange for the wool, he concluded, of which the coat is made which you wear on your backs. Britain was already trading in enslaved sugar, Cobden argued, but discreetly, and with higher overheads. Some of the audience shouted, "No." Cobden feigned surprise. Protection, he argued, cut Britain out from the global markets it ought to command. Is that the way, he asked, in which you think to civilize, humanize, and Christianize the world? All the American delegates, he continued, had likely traveled to Britain on ships loaded with slave-made cotton or tobacco. 25 Slavery tainted even the published proceedings of the convention, he pointed out. Grimy cotton sweepings, steam-cleaned and pulped, were recycled into paper. Britain was the world's leading paper exporter. Manchester was the center of paper production as well as the seat of cotton refining, cotton financing and cotton credit. 26. If abolitionists truly believed that global commerce and free labor were not only profitable, but moral, Cobden asked, How could they oppose free trade? In reply, Joseph Sturge admitted that he preferred free trade in most goods, but argued that since slavery was a form of theft from workers, lowering sugar duties would give privilege to stolen goods. In the sugar colonies, another delegate explained, we must put free labor upon the energies of free labor. The former slave colonies would need time to benefit from the application of machinery, the application of labor-saving processes. All these things which marked the advance of productive improvement, before they could compete with Brazil and Cuba. 27 The delegates could not arrive at a decision, and instead passed an anodyne resolution that rejected slave-made sugar in principle, but made no commitment to either protection or free trade. 28. Some British abolitionists felt that trade in sugar was free enough already. In the 1820s, abolitionists had invested in free labor sugar plantations in Bengal and Malaya. Lobbying on behalf of East India sugar finally succeeded in 1836, when the duties on free labor sugar from within the British Empire were equalized with duties on West Indian sugar. West Indian sugar planters protested. The preservation of the sugar duties, they claimed, had been a condition of emancipation. Robert Peel, the Tory leader of the opposition to Lord Melbourne's Whig government, presented a petition arguing that equalization would completely obstruct the progress of civilization amongst the emancipated population. 29. Free trade was also a fault line in British politics. The growing class of wealthy manufacturers, railway investors, and other professional capitalists tended to support the policy. For many working people, cheaper staples were more valuable than experiments in political economy. Throughout the 1840s, governments rose and fell on the fortunes of free trade. In 1841, facing falling treasury receipts, Melbourne's government introduced a bill to lower duties on sugar produced outside of Britain's colonies by nearly half, regardless of whether it was produced by enslaved or free labor. The bill also included lower duties on foreign timber and a fixed duty on foreign grain. This last provision was a substantial change to the corn laws, which had indexed the duties on foreign corn to the price of British corn. Melbourne had gambled. West Indian landowners were no longer the force in Parliament they had been, but the broad-acred British aristocracy was powerful. Anti-slavery activists were angry that the new bill did not differentiate between sugar produced by enslaved and free labor. The Whigs suddenly faced an unlikely coalition of former slaveholders, Tory landlords, and pious middle-class reformers. The bill failed. Melbourne resigned. Robert Peel became Prime Minister. Some abolitionists were angry that the anti-slavery party in Parliament seemed to have abandoned free trade. At the end of apprenticeship, men such as George Thompson had identified the genius of Great Britain at large as the motive force of abolitionism. 30 By these lights, anti-slavery transcended class. It was broad and patriotic. Now, in 1841, the anti-slavery cause in the House of Commons had betrayed poorer Britons to the malice and expensive bread of the Tories, the advocates of monopoly, and bloodshed, and death, according to the journalist James Ritchie. 31 Ritchie urged abolitionists to renew their faith in the great experiment. It remains for us to show, he wrote, that the labor of free men is more productive than that of slaves. As a gesture of goodwill to the anti-slavery cause, the new Peel government promised to increase the funding for the West Africa Squadron, which plied the West African coast in pursuit of slave ships. Ritchie noted the emptiness of the gesture. A blockade of Atlantic Africa would need to cover nearly 6,000 miles of coast. 32. In 1844, Peel, as Prime Minister, introduced legislation to lower duties on foreign sugar certified as the product of free labor. Peel hoped to stop there, placate anti-slavery liberals and preserve the Tory coalition. Good harvests in 1844 helped, as low bread prices muffled calls for an end to the corn laws. But in 1845, the potato crop failed in Ireland and millions starved. Irish peasants survived on potatoes, but many were tenant farmers in wheat and rye fields owned by absentee landlords. In consequence, the Irish dug for roots and ate insects and rats inside of granaries full of corn ready for export. Peel initially dismissed the extent of the famine. When in 1846 the potato crop failed again, Peel recognized that revolt in Ireland would cause food shortages in Britain. In 1846, Peel defied his party and joined opposition MPs to pass an act repealing the Corn Laws. Historians have argued since 1846 over what pushed Peel, a public opponent of free trade since the 1820s, to reverse his position. The end of the Corn Laws spilt the Tories, and Peel resigned. The new government, led by Lord John Russell, immediately introduced legislation to equalize sugar duties as well. The Sugar Duties Act put in force a 5-year plan to end imperial preference in sugar. In 1853, William Gladstone, at the time Chancellor of the Exchequer in a free trading coalition led by Lord Aberdeen, confirmed that the government had no intention of raising the duties again. 33 The Sugar Duties Act led to the near-total collapse of the imperial sugar industry. Yields had already fallen after emancipation, as free workers moved away from the plantations. The lack of protectionist duties fatally exposed British planters, and at once prostrate the whole landed interest of the colonies. The total ruin of many an opulent proprietor. 34 After 1846, cheaper imported sugar from outside the empire flooded British markets. In 1847, a bubble in railway stocks burst. Stock prices tumbled and credit became more expensive. At least 48 merchant banks specializing in Caribbean trade went bankrupt, and the West India Bank of Barbados and the Planters Bank of Jamaica stopped cash payments. Jamaican estates that had been worth £80,000 under slavery could now be had for as little as £500. Wages to laborers plummeted. Rumors circulated among Caribbean workers that Britain planned to sell its colonies to Cuba or the United States and re-establish slavery. 35 Although colonial sugar plantations foundered, other plantations thrived. It turned out that large, heavily capitalized monocultures of a single cash crop intended for export turned a handsome profit without slavery. If local people could be coerced into taking low wages, so much the better. British capitalists bought up land and conspired to push peasants onto coffee, sugar, tea, palm oil, rubber, and other plantations from Paraguay to Queensland. If locals would not work on plantations, a global network of labor recruiters could spring into action to hire or indenture workers to move to plantations. A free trade in free labor became a solution to the crisis of emancipation. After the abolition of West Indian slavery, abolitionists set their sights on forced labor in British India, securing laws in 1843 to abolish forms of enslaved labor in the presidencies of Bengal, Bombay and Madras. The campaign against slavery in India had a different tenor than the campaign in the Caribbean. Enslaved Indian laborers were claimed as property mostly by the East India Company's Indian clients. West Indian slaveholders, in contrast, had been white Europeans. Consequently, the anti-slavery reporter praised the 1843 Act, sanctioned by the acting Governor-General, auspiciously named William Wilberforce Byrd, as a gateway to missionary work among Hindu and Muslim peasants in the territories of the East India Company. The Christian missionary, the reporter commented, can now be brought into contact with the most miserable, debased and helpless of our race. 36 Coincidentally, the act also created at a stroke a body of laborers who could be hired for low wages. The end of slavery was promoted as the first step towards civilization, and civilization licensed new kinds of exploitation. In the late 1830s, East India Company officials and independent entrepreneurs moved to establish tea plantations in the wet upcountry of Assam, west of Bengal. The company and other British firms resented China's control of the tea trade. In China, tea had mostly been grown by small farmers, but British plantations in Assam were usually at least 5 acres and worked by at least 1 worker per acre. Tea planters resented the many Assamese peasants who refused to work for low wages. Massive plantations were a convenient solution, as they forced peasants off their land and into the fields. 37 Sugar planting spread across the colonist world, to wherever the climate could support sugarcane and wherever native labor was plentiful enough to be easily exploited. In the British Empire, sugar canes were planted in Bengal, Malaya, Ceylon and elsewhere. The establishment of new plantations all but required analogies between the Caribbean and other parts of the world, and between workers of African descent in the Caribbean and Asian workers from the Indian subcontinent and Malaya. At least 13 guides to sugar planting, on a plantation model, were published between 1838 and 1893. In one guide to planting in Ceylon, present-day Sri Lanka, Josias Lambert compared the geography of the Indian Ocean island to land in British Guyana. The tropical world could seem all of a piece to British investors. 38 British racism was different in India and Ceylon than it was in the Caribbean. Where workers of African descent were considered physically formidable but lazy, in need of rigid discipline in order to be put to work, Asian workers were imagined as weak and effeminate, incapable of meeting the challenge of sugarcane cultivation. Lambert addressed these concerns, describing the skill of some Sinhalese woodsmen, and recommending that Ceylon planters divide their gang laborers into pairs led by especially strong workers. The leaders pushing on will induce close order among the remainder, he concluded, reassuring would-be investors that with a slight modification to the Caribbean system, field gangs may be formed equally effective as in other countries. 39. Abolition did not mark the end of the plantation mode of production or racial capitalism, writes historian Chris Manjapra, but rather their global expansion. A guide written by an exiled Saint Domingue coffee planter, P.J. Laborie, and published in 1798 remained in print long after the abolition of slavery. The book was reprinted in the Ceylon Miscellany, and reissued in an abridged edition in 1863 with the preface that Laborie, though an old writer, is still the authority on all that relates to coffee planting. 40 Laborie belonged to the generation of planters who urged overseers to be relatively lenient with enslaved laborers and to replace the threat of mutilation or torture with unrelenting work and firm, consistent physical discipline. Punishments of enslaved people, Laborie wrote, must be certain, immediately inflicted, proportionable to the fault, and never excessive. 41. In the British Caribbean, remaining planters fell back on contingency plans to shore up the plantation system. Some planters, such as Thomas Kerr of Antigua, who published a guide to sugar planting in the early 1850s, suggested that sugar planters invest in automation, to adopt such a system of cultivation as shall require few hands. Kerr hoped that steam-powered mills and boilers would protect planters from the unnatural position of the servant dictating to his employer. 42 Others preferred to maintain the size and strength of the plantation labor force by relying on cheap indentured or coolie labor, primarily from India and China. From 1833 until 1917, more than 3.5 million Indian workers left the subcontinent for work, primarily as agricultural laborers. Many went to the British Caribbean, particularly to British Guyana, but others were sent to Natal in South Africa, to Mauritius and Réunion off the coast of East Africa, and elsewhere. Chinese laborers went to Peru and Cuba, Jamaica, Guyana, Australia, Malaya, Trinidad, and beyond. Leonard Ray, a planter who worked in the West Indies, Malaya, and Bengal, boasted that he had hundreds, may I say thousands, of Negroes, Hindustanis, Bengalis, Shulias, Malays, and Chinese working for him. 43. But even as plantations, worked by poor but free workers, sprang up around the colonist world, plantations in the British Caribbean were in free fall. The most powerful slaveholders in the 19th century world, cotton planters of the United States, took notice. In 1844, John Calhoun, the long-serving senator for South Carolina, wrote a public letter on British emancipation. Calhoun pointed out that by any of the benchmarks Britain had proposed, its mighty experiment had failed. He estimated that Britain had spent $100 million on compensation, and that the accumulated additional cost to British consumers for sugar and other tropical commodities had been at least $50 million. Britain had also spent $200 million fighting the slave trade, he continued. 44 Other American slaveholders pointed out that between 1827 and 1840 Cuba had doubled its sugar production using enslaved labor, and now claim 20% of the entire global market. 45 Some of these slave owners had ambitions to annex the Spanish colony entirely. As King Sugar fell, the Caribbean became less important to the British Empire. The putative failure of the Great Experiment was blamed squarely on formerly enslaved people and their descendants. As forms of racism grounded in pseudoscience became more prominent in the mid-1800s, they merged with old forms of racism based on cultural chauvinism. Freed people were condemned for their tropical laziness, an old trope, familiar in the 18th century, and also impugned as biologically closer to apes than Europeans. Cultural chauvinism and parlor pseudoscience fused into new, vicious forms of racism. White anti-slavery activists, in contrast, mostly held their ground on behalf of a racial equality that could only be secured with a civilizing mission. But the most virulent racists in Britain and the most unrepentant slaveholders in the United States could point to the failure of emancipation in the Caribbean. As one pro-slavery pamphlet argued, the collapse of the West Indian sugar industry was inevitable after the abolition of slavery, due to the original African savagism of enslaved workers. By abolishing slavery, Britain had, in producing a scarcity of tropical productions, and a consequent increase of price, allowed Negro idleness to tax white labor. 46. The Times of London condemned free black Caribbean workers as the cause of the decline of British colonial sugar. The freed West India slave will not till the soil for wages, the editorialist wrote, in a telling oxymoron. Yams, mangoes, and plantains, these satisfy his wants. He has been redeemed from bondage by the sweat and travail of some millions of hard-working Englishmen. The editorial fired a final salvo at the missionaries for whom the Caribbean remained a crucial base of operations. The emancipated worker, the Times wrote, will sing hymns and quote texts, but honest, steady industry he not only detests but despises. 47. Some slaveholders in the American South came to see slavery not as an unfortunate necessity but a positive good. They reprised the old argument, familiar from the British struggle over slavery, that mass enslavement of Africans had the secondary effect of partly civilizing enslaved people. Then they pushed the argument further and asserted that slavery was, itself, civilization. The muscles of the Negro and the intellect of the white man, one pamphlet concluded, in emphatic capital letters in the original, thus become the great agencies of modern civilization. The combination of enslaved agricultural and free factory labor was the literal foundation of American capitalism. Every brick on our streets, the pamphlet concluded, is cemented with the labor of the Negro. 48. In Jamaica, conflict over wages and land grew in the towns and the countryside. In 1865, these resentments provoked a series of strikes and riots, led by the preacher Paul Bogle, which historians call the Morant Bay Rebellion. The rebellion, brutally suppressed at the command of the governor, Edward Eyre, had two consequences. Eyre was tried in London, and celebrities and politicians lined up to condemn or defend him. The Eyre trial was a soul-searching exercise, the British imperial governing class reflecting on what made a good colonial official. In Jamaica, Morant Bay ended representative government. It became obvious that if the Jamaica Assembly continued to sit, its members would soon be overwhelmingly of African and mixed African and European heritage. Black power was unacceptable. In 1866, Jamaica became a crown colony. Meanwhile, in 1867, Canada, with its white settler majority, became an independent dominion. Liberalism had limits. The new spirit of laissez-faire capitalism was unsentimental. The slave empire had been an empire of sugar. The new liberal empire was an empire of cotton. As the importance of colonial sugar declined, the importance of American cotton became so big that British abolitionists struggled to navigate the new conditions. In the 19th century, British industry, politics, and popular culture became entwined with those of the United States, perhaps the most successful and dynamic slave state in human history. Until American slaveholders rose in armed rebellion in 1861 to preserve their peculiar institution from free labor Republicans, Britain imported most of its cotton from the plantations of the American South. Cotton was so important to British political and economic life that it was all but impossible to conceive of this connection being severed or broken. In 1841, Joseph Sturge was unsure about free trade in sugar, but more confident about free trade in cotton. In 1842 he visited the United States, crossing the Atlantic on the British Queen, bound for New York. On board, Sturge saw a white British passenger abuse a steward named Robert, refusing to use his name, and calling him Blackie instead. Sturge was impressed that American slaveholders returning to the United States were as disgusted as he was. They owned slaves, yes, but they seemed to Sturge to regret it. He believed that Southerners seemed more ready to admit the inherent evils of slavery than Northern merchants, whose participation in the commerce of the slave states had imbued them with pro-slavery views and feelings. 49 Sturge, who had made his money in grain and his reputation in anti-slavery politics, hoped to untangle not only the relationship between the North and the South, but between Britain and the ever-growing continental empire of the United States. In Baltimore, Sturge visited a slave prison, operated by the notorious Hope H. Slatter, whom Sturge mistakenly, but resonantly, called Slaughter in his memoirs. 50 In the Baltimore Sun, Slatter advertised his extensive establishment and private jail for the keeping of slaves. He boasted that the rooms for enslaved men and women were kept separate, and were large, light, and airy, and all above ground, with a fine large yard for exercise. 51 When Sturge visited, a half-dozen enslaved people were on display. Cleanliness and order were everywhere visible, he wrote, and the captives looked well fed. But he noticed the heavy locks and bars on the doors. Baltimore was a center for the transshipment of enslaved people from the Upper South to the cotton fields of the Mississippi Valley via New Orleans or Savannah. In Baltimore, Sturge saw the people who, once sold down the Mississippi, would grow the raw cotton that Britain craved. Later in his trip, he went north again, to the New England towns that competed with Manchester as industrial centers of the cotton trade. Sturge visited Lowell, a Massachusetts town on the Merrimack River that had grown from 40 or 50 houses to a city of more than 20,000 people in just a few decades. In Lowell, 10 companies, with more than $10 million in capital, operated 32 wool and cotton factories, with more than 5,500 looms, worked by more than 2,100 men and 6,900 women. It pleased Sturge to see what he considered to be the high moral and intellectual condition of the workers, particularly the factory girls, who lived in purpose-built dormitories under the superintendence of matrons of exemplary character, and skilled in housewifery. Many of the factory girls had moved from farms far from Lowell, in Vermont or New Hampshire, to work in a community that commands the respect of the neighborhood. 52 Sturge thought that Lowell was more than Manchester's equal. Manchester was grander, but also afflicted by physical depression and destitution, with too many of its working class compelled to drag out a weary and almost hopeless existence. 53. Lowell scared Joseph Sturge. Unless Britain embraced free trade in corn, he argued, the price of bread would cripple British industry. American cotton mills would outstrip their British competitors. Sturge imagined a national division of labor. Britain had machinery and expertise but needed, he thought, cheaper bread and fewer people. The United States had endless land for the taking. Sturge paid no heed to indigenous claims to North America, but needed settlers to grow grain. Sturge imagined that Britain could send millions of emigrants to the American Midwest. 17 million people in Britain lived in poverty, he reckoned, and there lie the broad lands. If 17 millions of people, sent chiefly from England, were not enough, let more be sent, for the land lies equally open to the people of all nations. 54. For Sturge, Britain's relationship with slave-produced cotton from the Americas would end with free trade. The continental scale and temperate climate of the United States, he believed, made it a perfect place to grow food for industrial workers. Britain's rapidly growing population was driving down industrial wages. Emigrants could make up the difference by moving to North America as farmers. India and other low-wage, free labor economies would grow cotton to supply British factories, and Americans would grow wheat to feed British workers. He quoted an American wheat farmer who argued that cotton was only the United States' greatest export because the lack of free trade laws had given it an undue and unnatural importance. Sturge thought he saw the flaws in the system. Free workers in the North produced supplies for cotton plantations, drawing Northern workers into a compact with slavery. Insolvent slaveholders, meanwhile, came to exercise the same control which an insolvent debtor frequently has over its creditor. Free trade in corn would release the free states from their present commercial and consequent political vassalage. 55. While in the United States, Sturge visited with many prominent figures in the American abolitionist movement, and sat in on anti-slavery meetings in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. He only traveled as far south as Maryland and the District of Columbia, both of which permitted slavery, but neither of which had any cotton to speak of. Sturge saw many enslaved people in Baltimore, as many as 5,000 enslaved people lived in the city at the time. But to Sturge, to see slavery as it is, a visitor would need view it on the plantations. 56. Abolitionist readers immediately would have caught the allusion. American Slavery as It Is, Testimony of 1,000 Witnesses, published in 1839, was a best-selling collection of reports of violence committed against the enslaved, gathered from newspaper reports and the testimony of sympathetic white Americans. The editors, Theodore Dwight Weld, his wife Angelina Grimke and her sister Sarah Grimke, did not collect testimony directly from enslaved people. Black Americans did not need to be persuaded of slavery's utter barbarity, and white Americans seemed unlikely to believe the testimony of enslaved people. 57. Sturge never saw what he thought was slavery as it is on the cotton fields. Even so, in Baltimore and St. Louis, enslaved stevedores unloaded bales of cotton side by side with poor immigrants from Ireland, Poland, and Germany. Enslaved steamboat pilots, captains, and crew ferried cotton and passengers up the Mississippi, the highway of domestic American trade. Factories in the North relied on Southern cotton, and sold goods intended for enslaved Americans to Southern planters. 58. Slavery as it was not only the plantations. Slavery was deeply embedded in the emerging world of cotton factories. Enslaved labor drove not only the economy of the plantation, but also the infrastructure that shipped cotton and other industrial products around the world. Steamships and railroads were the sinews of a new global capitalism, a world of free markets made possible by slavery. Joseph Sturge's solution to the problem of cotton was impossible, but he identified the problem with clarity. Britain, the anti-slavery empire, depended on American cotton. Britain imported about 800 million pounds of cotton every year by the later 1850s, and the United States produced 77% of it. At the peak of the trade, nearly 1 out of 5 Britons depended on the cotton supply for their livelihood. At the 1840 World Anti-Slavery Convention, one delegate said, "It is known to every intelligent abolitionist in the United States, that the demand for American cotton in the Liverpool market, is the main support of American slavery." 59. Henry Stanton, an American delegate, seconded the point. Our eagle-eyed American bankers and merchants who are linked to slavery do not look at the price of stocks of the United States Bank. They look at the weekly arrivals from Liverpool to ascertain the price of cotton in Great Britain. Stanton pointed out that in Virginia, the 1832 rebellion led by Nat Turner had briefly opened a debate about the possibility of gradual abolition, but news had soon arrived that the price of cotton had jumped by a third, ending the discussion. When the abolitionist orator George Thompson had visited New York in 1835, Stanton continued, a mob of white workers had chased him out of his hotel because the price of cotton had spiked. 60. As Thompson himself asked, do we not bribe the planter of America? Are we not directly his employer? 61. Sturge, a year before he went to America to investigate, admitted that the question is surrounded with a good many difficulties, but moved that the World Anti-Slavery Convention endorse a boycott of slave-grown cotton. Joseph Ferguson, a delegate from Carlisle, supported Sturge, but pointed out that the manufacture of cotton is so intimately bound up with the interests of this country, that a formal resolution would probably discredit the abolitionist cause. 62 The problem, a third delegate argued, was the ubiquity of slave-made goods in Britain. The supply chain between an enslaved laborer and a finished shirt in a British shop, or a sugar cube on a parlor table, was so long that it was effectively impossible to boycott products made by enslaved people. Or as John Barfoot of Salisbury put it, more directly, there are certain commodities of slave labor produce, which we are under a kind of necessity to use. 63 George Bradburn of Massachusetts agreed. A true boycott of slave-made cotton, he argued, would starve more than one-half of the present inhabitants of this island. Will anyone say, that we are bound to give up our lives, for the sake of abstaining from the products of slave labor? 64. At the 1843 Anti-Slavery Convention, amid the tart discussion of free trade in sugar, Joshua Leavitt, an American delegate, pointed out that the relationship between Britain and cotton went much deeper than the trade alone. The British banking and insurance systems, inheritors of the long-distance trade that slavery built, controlled world financial markets. British investors dominated global finance. Even if Britons were loath to invest directly in cotton plantations, they were not. British banks owned American debt by the fistful. Leavitt reminded the convention that the Panic of 1837, which had led to a depression in the United States, began with the Bank of England's decision in 1836 to raise interest rates to benefit British lenders. American banks had raised their own interest rates, making it impossible for many of their creditors to make payments. Britain, Leavitt explained, fueled the expansion of slavery in the Deep South through its command of global banking. It had offered cheap credit to cotton speculators. When that credit was withdrawn, landowners, slaveholders and merchants were underwater, owing more than the capital value of their assets. Enslaved black Americans, Leavitt continued, had suffered still worse consequences, facing family separation and the horrors of the internal slave trade, as Southern estates disintegrated and sold off their assets. These hard times, Leavitt said, are not a mere transient shower, but an English steady rain. He pointed an accusing finger at the British delegates. Britons might not own slaves, he said, but they bought government debt from American slave states. Is there any gentleman in this room, or out of it, he asked, who had got Mississippi bonds? Can you tell me any gentleman in the city who has Alabama stock, North American Trust Company stock, Florida or Louisiana stock? 65 The men at Freemasons' Hall, he concluded, might not own slaves, but their nation's command of the global financial system had intensified American slavery, allowing British investors to profit from cheap cotton and then profit again if cotton planters defaulted. Some commentators suggested that many British investors with ties to the production of commodities by enslaved labor, in the United States, in Cuba, in Brazil, were simply unaware of what their money was doing. David Turnbull, an abolitionist who attended the 1840 World Anti-Slavery Convention and who served as a diplomat in Cuba, suggested that the British banks and wealthy individual Britons who loaned money to the Cuban colonial government, or who sunk their capital into railway projects on the island, were unaware they were abetting the expansion of plantation slavery and profiting from enslaved labor. If those ladies and gentlemen, Turnbull wrote, were only to witness some portion of the enormities committed by means of their money, they would spurn from them the contaminated gains with loathing and disgust. 66 But others, such as the evangelical stockbroker Arthur Kinnaird, saw some involvement with slavery as inevitable for any Briton working in international trade and finance. I have had some experience with regard to bankers, with regard to securities, he told a gathering of British and American evangelicals who hoped to build a new transatlantic partnership. I will not give way to any man in my abomination of slavery, but securities are left in our hands which are connected with slave property. 67 Slavery, made manifest by the trade in goods made by enslaved workers, in government debt from slave societies, in shares of railway, canal, or steamship ventures to carry cotton or sugar, remained so economically important to Britain and its empire that it was effectively impossible to avoid, or to divest from. Divestment in a general sense was also suspect, even for British capitalists with anti-slavery leanings. Commerce and trade had been touted as purifying and civilizing influences on the world, and as the natural allies of anti-slavery and free labor. To divest from trade would be not only to give up wealth and capital, it would mean to give up on civilization. In the era of ascendant anti-slavery, commerce had seemed like the antidote to slavery. Abolitionists had confidence in the power of free trade and political economy to erode the power of slaveholders and replace slavery with civilization. And yet, after emancipation, free trade and the increasingly global reach of the British industrial economy had only deepened and prolonged the British Empire's involvement with slavery. The solution, for many Britons in the anti-slavery movement, was to bolster plantation crops grown by wage laborers, to compete with the remaining slave states of the Americas. In 1846, the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society, in the Anti-Slavery Reporter, tried to come to terms with the enormity of Britain's financial connections to slave-grown cotton. The society estimated that at least 2 million Britons depended on cotton for their livelihood, including almost every person in Greater Manchester. In 1790, there were 657,000 enslaved people in the United States, and a cotton export crop of 189,000 pounds. In 1843, there were more than 2.8 million enslaved people in the United States, and an export crop of more than £1 billion. If we purchase American cotton, the authors of the piece argued, we become aiders and abettors of the American slaveholder. The society proposed to meet the challenge of complicity in cotton slavery with investment in cotton grown in India. Just as East India sugar would outperform Cuban and Brazilian sugar, as James Cropper had insisted in the 1820s, Indian cotton would outperform the staple of the Deep South. Moreover, as the United States grew, each new state increased the political tension between the North and the South, even as the economies of the two sections of the Union became ever more unified. If war tore apart the United States, the society asked, then where will be the cotton? And what will be the condition of our trade at home? 68. The historian Sven Beckert has called the South, especially the Mississippi Delta in the era of King Cotton, a kind of Saudi Arabia of the early 19th century, a brutal society ruled by a small coterie of families that happened to control the supply of the world's most valuable commodity. 69 In 1860, the year before the beginning of the American slaveholders' rebellion, Britain imported more than 1.4 billion pounds of cotton, and exported cotton goods worth between £40 and £50 million. Between £60 and £70 million in capital was invested in cotton, and Britons alone purchased more than £24 million in cotton goods. The United States supplied 5/7 of British demand, which seemed to be elastic and never-ending. Between 1859 and 1860, the volume of cotton imported into Britain had increased by 536,400 bales, 460,424 of which were American. A decade before the Civil War, some American slaveholders felt that Britain's market was so large that they commanded Britain. In one pamphlet, Edward Bryan was confident that even if the price of cotton fell, the South would be secure. Having its entire economy oriented around cotton production meant that Southern planters could benefit from economies of scale. Besides, he noted, cotton goods are the necessaries, not the luxuries of life, they must be had at any price. The improvement of machinery had lowered the cost of cotton production, which had turned cotton goods into a necessity, even for the poor. 70 Bryan pointed out with glee that in the British West Indies, all the circumstances of soil, climate, pursuits, production, race, and civilization remain the same, whilst one single social relation only has been changed. In the free labor sugar colonies, he commented, in 1847, every ton of sugar cost about £20 to produce. In Cuba and other colonies that still used enslaved labor, the rate was £12.71. In Debo's review, a widely read magazine published by slaveholders in the American South, with essays on plantation management and the cotton trade. An author commented that England had been enslaved to the United States. The reviewer argued that Britain had established slavery in the Americas, and her existence has now come to depend upon its products. Southern slaveholders were riding high, convinced of their central importance to world markets. In an essay on the future of the South, one Southerner argued that slaveholders ought to invest in cotton mills as well as plantations. Once all of cotton production was integrated in the region, New Orleans could become the Liverpool of America, its prosperity guaranteed by a booming export trade, while the Mississippi Valley became the Manchester of the world, the unquestioned center of industrial innovation. 72 Others, such as the sociologist and essayist George Fitzhugh, argued that slavery ought to be expanded beyond black Americans to poor whites. The increasing power of British industry, and increasing might of the British Empire, suggested that if the Deep South collapsed, Britons could carve out new cotton fields. Just as plantation sugar prospered without slavery, if there was ready money and imperial power to back it up, so too could cotton production. Even before the Civil War, British speculators and capitalists were exploring cotton cultivation in Egypt, Argentina, India and elsewhere. In 1861, one writer estimated that within a decade, these emerging free labor markets would produce enough cotton to break the monopoly of Southern slaveholders. Enslaved people required continued investment from slaveholders, but peasants in West Africa, India, and Egypt would accept 4 pence a day to work the cotton fields. Cotton shaped the Southern policy and founded the new empire, one writer commented, but under the operative of a retributive providence, the new empire of cotton would destroy Southern slavery and Southern power together. 73. In a speech promoting a free labor cotton operation in India led by the Quaker industrialist and philanthropist Joseph Pease and his daughter, Elizabeth, and backed by a wide range of industrialists, politicians and philanthropists, George Thompson described India and its 100 million inhabitants as intimately and inseparably united with the good of the injured sons and daughters of Africa. Thompson begged his audience to imagine returning sugar and cotton cultivation to India, where both crops were first cultivated in quantity. Do justice to India, he exhorted, and see the fetter fall from the limbs of the slave. 74 Britain was officially an anti-slavery empire, but it thrived on cheap slave-made raw materials. The solution to this contradiction, for many leading British abolitionists, was the exploitation of cheap labor in other parts of the world. If British planters could pay Indian or West African peasants less than it cost a slaveholder in the United States to buy food and provide basic shelter to enslaved workers, that was further proof of the justice of anti-slavery. Of course, the peasants who would lose their land and find themselves railroaded into wage labor had a different view of providence. After the American Civil War, Britain used its imperial power to secure new sources of its most valuable imported raw material. For example, Britain annexed Berar, in the Indian subcontinent, to the empire in 1853. By 1861, 21% of all arable land in the new province was devoted to cotton. Only 16% of the British cotton supply came from India in 1860, by 1862, it was 75%. 75 The rapid expansion of cotton cultivation came at a harrowing human cost. From 1876 to 1878, as many as 10 million died of famine in southern India. Cotton was not the only cause of the famine, but great swathes of land that might have grown staples had been converted to cotton. 76. The argument that Africa was undifferentiated, culturally empty, economically backward and in need of European assistance was invented by slave dealers to justify their evil business to the public. After the end of British colonial slavery, the idea that slavery had reduced Africa to abjection was as useful for anti-slavery leaders as it had been for slaveholders. Stopping the African slave trade could justify almost anything. Thomas Fowell Buxton wrote, "The slave trade stands as a barrier, excluding everything which can soften, or enlighten, or civilize, or elevate the people. It suppresses all other trade, creates endless insecurity, kindles perpetual war, banishes commerce, knowledge, social improvement, and, above all, Christianity. 77. Abolitionists had in turn at least one of the most cynical justifications of the slave trade and made it a general principle of anti-slavery policy: if the slave trade had reduced the West African political economy to nothing, then almost any European intervention was justifiable. And since the existence of slavery in a society and participation in the slave trade were considered by Britons to be evidence of cultural perversion and savagery, Europe had a responsibility to change African cultures and societies. As John Joseph Gurney wrote to Buxton, in West Africa, anti-slavery leaders had two overlapping objectives, of developing the resources of the soil of Africa, and of raising the native mind. 78. In 1839 and 1840 Buxton summarized the state of the slave trade to the Americas and proposed a solution. He estimated that at least 150,000 people every year were still being shipped across the Atlantic. First, he urged Britain to increase its Royal Navy presence off the coast of West Africa, which in 1840 was 14 ships, which seized an average of 25 slave ships a year between 1835 and 1840. Buxton proposed replacing outdated wind-powered vessels with new steamships that could sweep the mouths of African rivers, ideally with African or African-descended sailors. Gunships would convince local leaders to sign treaties that would exchange slave trading for commercial preferment. 79. Once the treaties were signed, the 18th century standby of legitimate commerce could resurge. Africa could produce livestock, rice, corn, wheat, fruit, roots, hardwoods, nuts, dyes, tufts, gums useful in industrial processes, pharmaceutically important crops such as senna and aloe, minerals such as gold, iron, and copper, as well as sugarcane, cotton, tobacco, rubber, ivory and other goods. 80. Europe would import finished goods, Africa would grow crops and extract minerals. Africans who might have been sold into slavery would find secure employment and civilization as low-wage workers in industries useful to British importers and merchants. As Buxton put it, the principles, then, are these: free trade, free labor. 81. Buxton's plan first called for Britain to increase its efforts to interdict slave ships. Between 1807 and the end of the Great Wars with France in 1815, the few Royal Navy vessels on the West African coast hunted slave ships in exchange for prize money distributed through a specialized Vice-Admiralty court in Freetown, Sierra Leone. Wartime dictated the total suspension of the rules of engagement, such as they were, for the Royal Navy with neutral and allied shipping. Most of the ships captured off Sierra Leone in this era were Spanish or Portuguese, at a time when the crowns of Spain and Portugal were under British protection from Napoleon. After the end of the wars, the free-for-all, which itself had not even dented the volume of the slave trade, ended abruptly. In Vienna in February 1815, British diplomats, led by Lord Castlereagh, persuaded Prussia, Russia, Portugal, Spain, France, Austria, and Sweden to sign an anti-slave trade pact, the Declaration of the Eight Courts relative to the universal abolition of the slave trade. The declaration was a grand gesture. The Eight Courts agreed that the slave trade was immoral but did not commit to anything other than a vague resolution opposing it. Between 1826 and 1875, Spain carried at least 616,552 enslaved people across the Atlantic, and Portugal carried more than 1.3 million people. More than 2,000 voyages were made in the period to Brazil alone. The most generous estimates suggest that the West Africa Squadron liberated 150,000 captives from the slave trade from 1808 until 1860. This was not an unimportant achievement, and Britain's insistence on raising the issue of the slave trade in its diplomacy at least compelled other European powers to try to reduce or conceal their own investment in the slave trade. But the squadron did not stop the slave trade. The second branch of Buxton's plan for the future of Africa was a combination of anti-slavery treaties and legitimate commerce. Buxton's plans were not much different in their ambitions from many schemes 18th-century writers had proposed to encourage legitimate commerce, using British manufactured trade goods as a carrot and official treaties as a stick to reform African polities that engaged in the slave trade. In 1840 and 1841 he spearheaded an expedition to explore the Niger for these purposes. Buxton himself did not join, but he kept a close eye on the recruitment of scientists, engineers, and diplomats for the expedition. The ships were manned by a mixture of European and African crew members, all carefully vetted for abolitionist and missionary bona fides. The expedition's backers commissioned specially constructed steamships, capable of moving through both shallow and deep water, and outfitted with state-of-the-art air filtration systems. The Niger expedition was a disaster. Many of the European crew perished and few treaties were signed before the voyage was abandoned entirely. 82 But the dream of replacing slavery with a combination of imported manufactured goods and cash crops for export lived on. Thomas Clegg, a Manchester merchant, hoped to end both American slavery and the West African slave trade by sending cotton seed far and wide with British missionaries, along with basic instructions on cotton cultivation. Free African workers could grow cotton for wages, undercutting the slave trade, and then sell the cotton to Britain, undercutting American slaveholders. Clegg started in 1850 in Sierra Leone, hoping that the small anti-slavery colony could become a cotton field. At first, his business struggled. Clegg hoped to buy cotton from local farmers for export, but most locals refused. West Africa already had a long tradition of cotton cultivation and manufacturing. Clegg was unable to buy as much cotton as other already established purchasers. In their own phrase, a British publication reported, "The reason is, too much cotton, too little money." Clegg moved his operations south, to Lagos on the coast of the Bight of Benin, a region notorious as a center of the slave trade. By 1850, though, legitimate commerce was already well established in the region. European investment in palm oil had elbowed out some of the trade in human bodies. Lagos was also relatively close to Abeokuta, a town 50 miles inland, and the site of an important church missionary society station. A number of the people released from captivity on slave ships, called liberated Africans by British officials in Sierra Leone, had moved to Abeokuta to work as missionaries. The liberated Africans in Abeokuta, many of whom were of Yoruba origin, were known as Saros, from the Yoruba pronunciation of Sierra Leone. Clegg recruited several prominent members of the Saro community to travel to Britain for industrial training. These included Henry Robin, who later became the head of the industrial institution at the mission station, as well as the son of Samuel A. J. Crowther, the first African bishop in the Church of England. 83. Clegg was attempting to harness the military power of the anti-slavery squadron, the infrastructure of the British missionary movement, the commercial expertise and local knowledge of Christian sorrows and British anxieties about American cotton to make a buck. By March 1858, Clegg had sent more than 150 cotton gins, as well as other industrial processing gear, to Lagos, and cotton exports had risen from 34,941 pounds in 1856 to 220,099 pounds in 1858.84. Abeokuta became a center of this new cotton trade. The Church Missionary Industrial Institution in the town received cotton gins, screw presses and other gear imported from Britain, and offered them for sale to chiefs and farmers. The Ogun River, which ran through the town, was navigable by steamships for up to 8 months a year, and for additional transportation Clegg paid laborers to widen footpaths from the town to nearby fields in order to better accommodate cattle-drawn carts. 85. The Abeokuta cotton experiment was meant to prove that Christianity would discourage slavery, encourage industrious work and free Britain from its dependence on the United States. It also seemed to be appropriately cheap. One booster of the project pointed out that labor in Abeokuta cost about 4 pence a day per worker, far less than what enslaved labor cost in the United States. 86 Cotton capitalism, the Church Missionary Society boasted, could be turned into a force for anti-slavery and for carrying the gospel, as the Christian Observer wrote, to millions of the African race. Other speculators soon joined the cause. The African Aid Society, with Lord Alfred Churchill as its ceremonial head, proposed to recruit free black Americans and black Canadians as emigrants. The Niger Delta, their prospectus read, is capable of supplying any amount of cotton for manufacturing purposes, but it requires the introduction of skilled settlers from America to stimulate the production. 87. The campaign against the slave trade had complex consequences in West Africa. The ill-fated Niger expedition had not succeeded in persuading many of the chiefs and kings who claimed sovereignty over some part of the Niger and the Niger Delta to sign treaties with Britain. But it had given a proof of concept that some crops valuable to Britain, like palm oil, could be grown on plantations in equatorial West Africa. In 1849, Britain appointed a consul, John B. Croft, to the Bights of Benin and Biafra. The Kingdom of Lagos, in 1849, continued to trade in enslaved people. Liberated Africans and their descendants had become Britain's most trusted trading partners and allies in the area around the kingdom. In 1851, Henry Venn, a leader of the Church Missionary Society, arranged for Samuel A. J. Crowther to meet with Lord Palmerston and Queen Victoria, to argue for British intervention. Soon, British warships shelled Lagos, forcing the abdication of the Oba of Lagos, Kosoko. A new Oba, Akitoy, backed by the British, promptly signed a slave trade treaty with Britain. Treaties between Britain and African states forbidding the slave trade and opening commercial relations became a model for incremental British conquest. If the slave trade declined, African states became more dependent on global markets in legitimate goods, and subject to British influence to keep trade open and prices low. If an African king or chief refused to stop the local slave trade or seemed to be reneging on a signed treaty, Britain could apply sanctions or military force. In 1861, Britain annexed Lagos as a crown colony. In 1885, at the Berlin Conference, as the European powers carved up Africa into colonies and protectorates, Britain leveraged a claim on Lagos into the territory that became, in 1901, the Nigeria Protectorate. As British anti-slavery diffused, engaging with free trade, cotton capitalism, and imperial adventures in West Africa, American anti-slavery became more focused. In 1834, the Boston journalist and schoolmaster David Lee Child had called British emancipation an event sublime in its nature, comprehensive and mighty in its immediate influence. Encouraging beyond any measure of any government on earth. 88 By the 1840s, however, as Calhoun and other slaveholders were looking to the failure of the Great Experiment to justify slavery, American abolitionists had started to dismiss the example of British emancipation, disfigured as it was by apprenticeship and compensation. Americans condemned British compromises in anti-slavery legislation, while heaping praise on the British public. Fellow citizens, one American told an audience in upstate New York, keep in mind, the abolitionists are not responsible for the way in which the British government had legislated emancipation. Rather, to the British people be the praise of consenting, that so much of their very life's blood should be drawn from them. 89 With less circumspection, the editors of the 1840 Anti-Slavery Almanac declared, so strongly is this doctrine of compensation reprobated by abolitionists, that if an abolition editor or lecturer, no matter what his influence, should advocate it, we should all denounce him as a traitor. 90. Ironically, while British abolitionists struggled with how to triangulate free trade and the immense, ostensibly irreplaceable value of slave-grown cotton to the British Empire, the American abolitionist press rediscovered British writers of African descent from the late 18th century. For example, after 1796, when William Wilberforce stopped offering an annual motion against the slave trade, Olaudah Equiano's interesting narrative fell out of the public eye. In a single 1816 edition published in Penrhyn, Wales, the editor's introduction mourned that the book had been out of print for years, and that copies now to be met with are but few. 91 But in the late 1830s and early 1840s, the Boston publisher Isaac Knapp, co-founder of the New England Anti-Slavery Society, released new editions of both the interesting narrative and Phyllis Wheatley's poems. Ignatius Sancho's letters also returned to print, collected in an 1838 compendium of writing by people of color, edited by Abigail Mott, an abolitionist and early feminist based in upstate New York. For Black Americans, British North America, particularly Upper Canada, with its long border with the United States along the Niagara River, offered the possibility of freedom. David Walker's fiery appeal to the colored citizens of the world balanced the reality of British slavery in the Caribbean with the possibility of freedom in Canada. Though they have oppressed us a little and have colonies now in the West Indies, which oppress us sorely, Walker wrote, yet notwithstanding they, the English, have done 100 times more for the amelioration of our condition, than all the other nations of the earth put together. 92 To their credit, although Britain relied on Southern cotton, British diplomats refused American demands to repatriate self-emancipated people who escaped to British territory. Britons were fascinated by the anti-slavery struggle in the United States, and with American culture more broadly. The great Frederick Douglass made several speaking tours of Britain, in 1845 to 1847, 1859 to 1860 and 1886 to 1887, giving more than 220 lectures at stops along Britain's dense network of passenger railways, traced and mapped by historian Hannah Rose Murray. 93 British supporters of the anti-slavery cause flocked to see Douglass and other American abolitionists. Anti-slavery Britons tended to see American abolitionists as especially heroic. Unlike most Britons, for whom anti-slavery was the root of a range of genteel, mostly middle-class campaigns for domestic and imperial moral reform, American abolitionists seemed to Britons to have a singular cause. Americans, especially Black Americans, also risked death in the South. Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852, by Harriet Beecher Stowe, was one of the biggest bestsellers in Britain in the 19th century. At a public reading, the former special magistrate Stephen Bourne related examples from his own time in Jamaica, to join in the cheers to Mrs. Stowe, and to shew that there are Uncle Toms in free Jamaica as well as in the United States. 94 Stowe was praised in the Quarterly Review for distinguishing justly between the transatlantic slaveholders who are such from circumstances, and those who are such as approving of the system. 95 The book was a sensation. It was adapted for the stage, abridged for pirate editions and serialized in newspapers. But support for abolitionist speakers and writers was only a part of the enthusiasm of the British public for representations of American slavery. By the mid-1840s, minstrel shows, performed by white actors in blackface, were a staple of white American pop culture, perhaps the most popular form of mass entertainment on American stages. Minstrelsy became enormously popular in Britain as well. In London alone, between 1842 and 1852, there were at least 491 blackface performances, based on information assembled by the University of Toronto's Juba Project. Blackface performers toured as far as Dublin, Aberdeen, and Belfast, and in provincial towns from Plymouth to Norwich. Old Uncle Ned, an Ethiopian melody, along with "Oh, Susanna," was one of the most well-known of the minstrel songs performed on both sides of the Atlantic, and a fixture in the acts of popular minstrel groups such as Christie's Minstrels, who toured both Britain and the United States. The song, in an edition published by George Christie and Charles White, the leaders of the troupe, ran: "I once knew a darky, and his name was Uncle Ned. Oh, he died long ago, long ago. He had no hair on the top of his head. The place where the wool ought to grow." The chorus ran: "Lay down the shovel and the hoe. Hang up the fiddle and the bow. For no more work for poor old Ned. He's gone where the good darkies go." 96. The phrase "he's gone where the good darkies go" became commonplace in American popular culture. The song, like many minstrel songs, was adapted by white performers from folk songs sung by Black Americans, both enslaved and free. In this way, blackface performance overlaid cultural theft with demeaning parody. In the United States, The song was well known enough that Union prisoners of war sometimes amused themselves in the long days of their captivity, adapting the lyrics to the language of the straight-laced white abolitionists. In one performance by a New England soldier who had worked as a circus clown before the war, the chorus became, "Then let the agricultural implements rest recumbent upon the ground, and suspend the musical instruments in peace upon the wall. For there's no more physical energy to be displayed by our indigent Uncle Edward. He has departed to that place set apart by a beneficent Providence for the reception of the better class of Africans." 97. And so, when the American Civil War began in 1861, Britain was connected to the slave-holding South not only by the cotton trade but by a common popular and literary culture. In the anti-slavery imagination set afire by Uncle Tom's Cabin, enslaved black Americans were, like Tom, perfect victims, loyal, forgiving, pious and humble. British anti-slavery denied in principle the possibility that enslaved Americans might want revenge, since the desire for vengeance would be proof that they did not deserve emancipation. Minstrel shows also reprised old tropes from the slave-holding era in the British Empire, of the material comforts enjoyed by the enslaved and of the plantation as an agrarian idol. For many Britons, emancipation in the United States was important not as the realization of black political freedom but rather as a way of saving white America from itself. In the north of England in the 1850s, cotton imports and production surged. Soon, the British market was oversupplied with raw cotton, while global exports markets were saturated with finished goods. During the American Civil War, the sudden stop in American cotton imports provoked by the Union blockade of Confederate ports exposed these deep structural weaknesses in the British cotton economy. A slow-moving collapse became a sudden disaster in places such as Lancashire. Workers starved, families were evicted from their homes, factories were shuttered. The University of Exeter has curated a remarkable collection of poetry that documents the ensuing cotton famine. The poems are a spectacular resource for British working-class history, a testament to the solidarities of mill workers and the rich tradition of autodidacticism in industrial England. The satirical magazine, Punch, adapted Old Uncle Ned, winking at the audience's familiarity with minstrel songs as King Cotton's remonstrance. To North then and to South I appeal by Punch his mouth, to cease fighting and to set King Cotton free. Blood and treasure both may waste that can never be replaced, but they'll ne'er be brought together, save by me. Then lay down the rifle, and the bow, i.e. knife, and take up the shovel and the hoe. Cease your fratricidal war, and let King Cotton go once more to the countries where King Cotton ought to go. This poem was ambivalent about the war, and so were many Britons. Although some workers supported the South, others were strong supporters of the Union Army, and opponents of slavery. One work, titled Starvation, addresses the mill owners, the lords of land, mills, and money, on behalf of enslaved workers. They hatch you your golden eggs, and they spin you the fiber fine, for the trellis and frills round your dear one's legs, and their air-blown crinoline. Woe! Woe! To your revel and rout, ye lords of the earth and the main. Ye may wallow in mire like a herd of swine, but you're certain to need us again. Most of the surviving poetry dramatizes the suffering of out-of-work factory hands. Many bitterly attacked mill owners for immediately closing their plants after the northern blockade of the South. In one poem, published in the Blackburn Times, the South and North are a snake and a lion locked in mortal combat. On, then, brave lion, in thy noble cause, the poem reads, as it builds to a conclusion. A million bound in chains shall bless thee ever. Their groans shall never thy limbs to thunder blows, such as the serpent's scaly folds shall never be able to resist. On. For thy laws, generous and just, call for a strong endeavor to keep them from the foul snake's slimy trailing, the scourging lash, and virtue's piteous wailing. 98. The cotton famine brought home how closely Britain and the United States were connected. For many factory workers, It also illustrated the way plantations and factories, the slave empire and liberalism's free labor, entwined around each other. After 1870, Britain and other European powers carved up the African continent into new colonies, beginning the era known as the Scramble for Africa. Britain claimed its territories in the name of civilization and anti-slavery. Missionary explorers such as the famous David Livingstone became household names for their adventures in remote parts of equatorial Africa. As an editorial in an American Quaker magazine put it, the civilized nations of the world look to and expect that Great Britain should take a leading part in carrying out measures calculated to promote the well-being of the downtrodden and oppressed races of Africa. 99 Britain, after all, had been the first European power to abolish its slave trade, and the first to abolish slavery in its own colonies. Britain came full circle as it carved up and despoiled Africa, conquering territories in the name of anti-slavery where Britons had once called in slave ships. The anti-slavery movement in the British Empire had dismantled chattel slavery in Britain's colonies. But anti-slavery rhetoric and policy declared that by virtue of having abolished slavery, Britain had earned the right to take new colonies in the name of a civilization that itself had been made in the crucible of the slave empire. In 2006, in preparation for the commemoration of the bicentenary of the abolition of the British slave trade in 2007, Tony Blair apologized on Britain's behalf. He began with the reckoning of the 12 million enslaved people brought across the Atlantic by European slave traders, including Britons. Britain's rise to global preeminence, Blair admitted, was partially dependent on a system of colonial slave labor and, as we recall its abolition, we should also recall our place in its practice. It caused Tony Blair deep sorrow that it ever happened, and he went on to describe New Labour's commitment to African economic development, and to praise the people from all walks of life who joined the anti-slavery cause. 200 years after 1807, and nearly a century after the Scramble for Africa, anti-slavery still caused amnesia. The racism and racialized discrimination, poverty and exploitation that afflict Britain, and the world, are legacies of slavery. Those legacies, despite the appeal of formulations such as Tony Blair's, of sins repented and penance done, are not as simple as they can be made to seem. First, Blair blurred together the abolition of the British slave trade and the abolition of colonial slavery, which occurred nearly 30 years later. He also pretended that the slave trade alone had enriched Britain, and that Britain, seeing the error of its ways, had sacrificed wealth in the name of morality. The idea that anti-slavery was Britain's real imperial ethos, and that freedom was Britain's greatest export, was not at all new. In 1785, in his long poem The Task, one of Wilberforce's favorite works, William Cooper celebrated the Somerset decision that made it possible for enslaved people to sue for freedom in England. Slaves, Cooper wrote, cannot breathe in England, if their lungs receive our air, that moment they are free. That is noble, and bespeaks a nation proud and jealous of the blessing. Spread it then, and let it circulate through every vein of all your empire, that where Britain's power is felt, mankind may feel her mercy. 2.100 British anti-slavery ended slavery, but not the slave empire. In fact, anti-slavery politics were taken as proof that Britain deserved to have an empire. Slavery was a foundation of Britain's empire, and of the British state that the empire helped to form, and which colonial trade helped to make wealthy. When first the slave trade and then slavery were abolished in the empire, anti-slavery Britons believed their victories had atoned for the sin of slavery. Prominent anti-slavery activists and politicians held fast to the idea that slavery had corrupted a legitimate commerce, and that all that was needed to purify British imperial capitalism was to scrub slavery out from its gears and levers. In a way, abolition was supposed to have emancipated the British Empire from a seedy, violent beginning. British anti-slavery, or at least the popular, widespread version of anti-slavery promoted and represented by the leaders of the campaigns against the slave trade and slavery, was not, however, a clean break from the past. It licensed new kinds of exploitation, both of racialized people working for low wages on free labor plantations and of white Britons working for low wages in factories, foundries, and mines. Moreover, neither 1807 nor 1833 had actually ended Britain's entanglement with slavery. British industry and finance remained deeply connected to enslaved labor in the United States, Cuba, and elsewhere. The conviction that the new liberal British Empire had transcended the ugly history of its birth crabbed and stunted the political and moral imagination of a new generation of politicians, officials, and intellectuals. British slavery was as much an empire as a sin. Sins can be forgiven. Empires survive.